I think actually we feel the same, like nothing's different because like right now.
Cek. Hello teman-teman semua, selamat datang di Watch Party. Kita akan menonton Paperrex versus Genji. Yo.
I mean, if they're the same, they lost, right? So Mimi, this doesn't seem like a good sign.
Yeah, it's so weird. Paperrex this tournament has had the lowest confidence we've ever seen from them. Alex comes on the desk, he's like, yeah, the boys have no confidence. We're a 6 out of 10. We just don't have it. But
Jentik bang, mana ada kocak, jangan bohong. Belum.
They played at Madrid thus far.
Halo guys, teman-teman ya, welcome ya guys ya. Mau ngingetin buat kalian semua guys, belum kita Watch Party seru-seruan nanti. Kita buat kalian yang emang pengen beli skin Primodium sebelum terlambat, teman-teman jangan lupa top up di mbahgaming.com ya teman-teman ya. Karena dijamin untuk harga diamond termurah dan ada diskon tambahan dengan tulis kupon Rio, teman-teman. Oke. Cek langsung di deskripsi dan di pin komen ya guys.
Don't really make a lot of sense from the outside looking in.
Bang kecilin FC dikit bang, ini udah kecil kocak. Fan-nya udah kecil ini.
Yeah, but that then brings us to the question you were asking earlier, Mike, of like, what is the next step for this team? Because that's what Alex was saying, right?
The logical next step, but then you throw logic out the window because it's Paperrex.
Yeah, that's the thing. But when you try and apply logic to this team, it doesn't make sense. For instance, some of the comps they're playing, they're running a comp on Lotus with no Sentinel playing.
Prediksi skor bang, 2-0.
With the old Sky, like
2-0 apa 2-1 ya? Kayak 2-1 deh.
Seems so off. And in the past, when we've seen Paperrex make these decisions, we get things like they're like Rain of Sky comps where they're cooking, they're coming up with something creative. But nowadays, it really does feel like some of these ideas are slipping through the cracks. But that stands in contrast to moments where this team is
Oke, aku akan top up di Mbahgaming kata Feni. Lah, kirain lo Sentinel duluan. Bukan, Paperrex duluan guys. Facecam lu terang bet, emang ya? Emang ya guys?
Like a team in transition right now that
gas nggak sih 2-0 bang yo.
To figure out where to place them because of that.
I'm just gonna, I'm an OG paper girl. I'm gonna come in and maybe channel a bit of paper thin as well for this. Is that every single time people do have those questions, is this the end of W Gaming? When do they stop getting away with this? They get away with it. So, you know, we've seen it. We've been here before. We've been here before.
Moga tekstur sama si Karot kagak gitu nyala ya. Biar kita aman, guys. Semoga tekstur sakit gigi, parah nyumpain orang, parah dosa-dosa. Jadi PPS lumayan ini wajib Paperrex coba tuh.
Yeah, I think in terms of things that have improved since that Pacific Final, Forsaken is a big piece of that. He wasn't doing too great when they played regional.
Paperrex 2-0 gua top up di Mbahgaming. Ayo semangat Paperrex. Yoi, semangat guys.
Incredible. He's picking up the raise. He's playing.
Oh, nggak jadi ketemu Sentinel bang? Enggak guys. Dari kemarin juga udah ketemunya Genji.
In this tournament right now, and he looks electric on all of them, while also being a big voice in this team, Mike.
Yeah, I think as well, if this is an indicator for kind of maybe rethinking some of the compositions, obviously Monyet having a different place within the team, putting Forsaken back in. I don't want to say the
Jason kalau lagi nyala itu kayak gitu guys tuh.
Maybe building some compositions that are more focused around Forsaken and his current performance and form could be the key for Paperrex.
And we've seen that, right? They're switching.
Ngeri guys.
They're giving him.
Jangan pakai hoodie bang. Apa sih? Bawa lah. Aku pakai hoodie dingin gue. Dingin guys. Ada Aaron.
Because they have players stepping up. Because even if something's having a bad tournament, you still have Forsaken. You still have Monyet. You still have guys who will step up and win these games, even against the best.
Yeah, and the thing is, you say put him on. He's putting himself on those things. Alex even said it's Forsaken that comes up with this kind of stuff. And Genji's Munchkin actually had an opinion of Forsaken's raise, and I don't think you can get a higher praise, Hypog, on a raise than saying that you look like Jing.
Yeah, that's up there with some of the best accolades you can receive. Again, it comes down to the sustainability for me. Is what is the go-to? What is kind of the I guess the new form of these compositions, and whether or not Forsaken switching onto the raise is something they adopt across the rest of the map pool, or not something now with picking up the Gecko more and more, if that's something that he tries to adopt a little more, what is the change?
Yeah,
jangan lupa yel bang. Paperrex semangat, Paperrex semangat gitu guys.
Mika Fabs, he was waiting to hear from Texture actually. Check this out.
Hey Texture, come over here for a bit. Hope you're feeling good because today is going to be a big day. This is the strongest that Genji has looked so far. A lot of people think the same thing. What do you think contributes to the team's success here at this tournament? And we have Eric here to help with some translation.
지금 현재 젠지가 정말 좋은 경기력을 보이고 있는데 지금까지 젠지가 이런 성과를 거둘 수 있는 데 있어서 가장 큰 요인은 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
그냥 저희끼리 소통 잘하고 그냥
Nah,
총 잘 쏘는
dia
거
bukan
되게
janji main
많은 것
pakai bahasa ini guys, gimana
Honestly,
caranya?
I think it's just us talking really well and hitting our shots really well. I think that's it.
All right, well, eager to see what you guys have prepared for Paperrex. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I mean, this is the thing with Paperrex. They had a bit of confidence issues. They admit they're struggling, but Mimi, Genji are on the other side of the scale. They look and feel great right now.
Yeah, and in particular, all of the win
Mario,
conditions from Pacific.
ini listrik pakai izin nggak? Boleh nggak kalau gua resim tanpa izin? Sebenarnya sih hati-hati aja ntar kena ini. Tapi sih gua nggak tahu ya. Pakai izin Bang Guapa. Bang Jambu pakai izin Bang Jambu. Nanti next event jangan lupa request aja izinnya kalau pengen. Ntar Pacific setelah ini kan ada lagi tuh. Cuman sih kayaknya sih banyak juga sih yang nggak pakai izin. Gue nggak tahu ada masalah apa enggak ya. Nah, gue sih nggak tahu guys apa yang akan terjadi kalau nggak ada izin. Lanjut Sentinel nggak? Lanjut dong. Lanjut dong. Menang nggak nih kira-kira Bang Cio? Masa gue bilang kalah guys? Jahat banget. Oke Bang Cio. Sama-sama Bang Jambu. Nggak tahu dah. Makasih Bang, nggak tahu dah. Ada suaranya bro.
It matches how Genji looked at regionals. Well, I mean, opening series wise, they struggled versus Secret, but still, the energy was super high. Karen was having standout performances time and time again. Munchkin and Texture alongside that. For me, they're looking very comfortable.
I mean, let's talk about Karen a bit more, because on day one we did say, how does he compare to the other?
Biasanya nggak pakai izin juga lama thumbnailnya nggak WP, jadi bisa aman Bang. Oh gitu. Ya udah tuh silakan tuh.
Compare.
Gila Karon nih guys, Madrid kick off gila tuh.
In some of these games, he's still winning these clutches. He's still a consistent fragger. But what I want to talk about more is his presence on the stage. You look at these clips. Every time his team is winning, even when his team is losing, this guy's standing up. He's screaming at the opponents. He's bringing the energy. He's such a young guy. This is his first global event. He's a guy.
Gila nih Karon bro, ngeri bro.
He's bringing the vibe against the best, and having a player like that is so important for any team.
And he's dropping some cold lines as well. Was it before Loud? He's like, yeah, well, they won a championship when I wasn't even playing. Exactly. So he's coming out here. He's got the.
Gila keren banget Cok, Karon Cok.
Transcending that to the rest of his team as well, and also mimicking that with his performance.
Mulai guys.
I mean, I'll go ahead and say we're only entering playoffs now, but I don't think we've had such a quietly consistent performance from a standout controller rookie.
Kalian deg-degan nggak guys?
So far, I can't think of any.
If he keeps this up, I really think he's in the conversation for like best rookie performance. I mean,
absolutely.
Demon 1 probably last year was the next best thing, but this guy's getting
lama kah Bang mulainya Bang? Ini lagi bentar lagi guys.
That kind of performance.
Jam 10.
Was winning as well, so
that's even crazy.
We keep saying it's a new era, so.
Yeah, that is the other
thing.
Time for the result of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you if today's regional matches would go the distance, and you said that you believe the Sentinels versus Loud One will.
Bang Guapa udahan. Bang Guapa makasih ya.
That would have been me for sure.
Bang Guapa makasih banyak.
The thing is, people who don't think
ada paket guys dari Bang Jambu guys.
Who do you think's gonna
Jambu.
Oh,
yeah,
Jambu.
That's a tough call.
Jambu.
I feel like probably,
Yeah,
but still, I feel like general fan sentiment has been very high on Paperrex still.
Yeah, and
Oh,
we
yeah.
have to wait long to find out. But first, let's find out today's map pool and check in with Victoria.
Oke, kita map pool dulu guys ya. Bahan yang baru ya pakai lembut nggak Bang? Lumayan guys.
Alright, welcome to the first.
Nggak yang bener-bener lembut banget tapi lumayan lembut, nggak yang kasar banget.
Genji, you are the higher seed as you came into playoffs 2-0 from Swiss. So would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Paperrex, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first band.
Icebox.
Icebox. Your band.
Sunset.
Sunset.
Sunset di band bro.
Split.
Split. Side on split.
Attack.
Attack and map number 2.
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bands.
Gila pinter banget Cok Genji Cok. Genji ngambil attack-nya Paperrex Cok.
Band Breeze.
Band Breeze. Your band, you have a scent and bind.
Pakai ke Bang RG ya.
Oh no.
Hari-hari Lotus di hari Lotus bang, yoi.
이게 bend behind.
Band bind. Map number 3 by default is Ascent. PaperX side on Ascent.
Attack.
Attack. All right,
Attack
good luck,
terus,
Tiba.
PaperX mah attack bro, attack katanya attack. Attack boy guys, attack.
We've seen these maps already when they played against each other last time, not in the same order, and a Mimi split is gonna come up first.
Genji tahu guys kalau split dikasih attack mereka. Mereka 3 duelis kan?
Honestly, that's a map I don't have too many questions about. Both these teams play very sane comps. They've both been rocking with the double duels. I think what we should be fixating on
double duelis ya kan?
Paperrex
Ya udahlah.
has struggled to figure that map out. We were talking about it earlier, Mike, but last time they played that double duelist, double controller with no Viper, no Killjoy, they got ripped to pieces by K-Core, and K-Core is excellent at Lotus. But I think that map to me is the
Siapa
pinnacle
tahu Genji
of,
main
you know,
Paperrex.
is still trying to
Genji
find
main
themselves where
Paperrex
they
kemarin
don't
cukup
have
oke,
confidence.
makanya
It
bingung.
really works.
Iya.
I think that weakness in the map
Lotus
could
mulu
really
ya
lead
Lotus
to a
guys.
Absolutely agree with that. I mean, it was a real head scratcher to see the way
Sumpah
that
bang,
they
game
played that
gampang ini
comp
bang.
as well.
Mana
It
ada
wasn't as if,
anjing
you
game
know,
gampang.
We've got the sky, you know, we're gonna front
Kita
load some
menang
of these
2-1 lawan
rounds,
Genji itu di mana ya mapnya aja ya?
guarantee that we're in outside.
Kita lumayan kita menang guys. Kita cek guys. Yang kita menang tuh di map mana guys ya?
It's a bit concerning if they
Paperrex.
don't change that up. But the next question then becomes, is like, where do they go again?
Kita sempat
They
menang
now
kan
have the
sebelum
time
ini
to
guys.
Re-prep. We know Paperrex can turn around
Kita
comps
sempat
very,
menang
very
guys
quickly,
di
but
Paperrex.
it just feels like such a big gap between
Kayak
where they
2-1.
were versus KC,
Oh, kita
where they
kalah
need
di
to be to
Breeze.
make Lotus not a glaring
Lotus kita
concern.
masih menang. Lotus kita menang kalau gitu guys. Lotus sama Sase kita menang.
The Lotus comp that they did end up,
Lotus kita kan kalau kita split menang, Lotus bisa menang langsung guys 2-0 guys.
He was like, we are struggling.
That's just so terrifying to hear. Like,
we had to do something, and it was a good
Sunset
enough.
Lotus guys.
No, it wasn't. Quite frankly, it wasn't. They got rolled by Carmen Core, and I don't think the comp was good. But the thing is, it's Paperrex, and I hate to say that because I love to be the person like, oh, they're not playing good comps, they're gonna lose. They're the team that's up. But the thing is that this
Oh iya bang, kirain kalah bang. Yang kalah tuh 3-1 guys.
The maps that they have
Tahu
no
Hamdan
business
streamer
winning,
besar
they
nggak bang?
continue to win at this
exactly.
event.
And that's
Tahu
the
aku
thing, that's the
Hamdan
hot
itu
topic
terkenalnya
right now.
sekarang
It's like,
streamer
oh, you
glow
guys
up.
compare Paperrex and, you know, they always end up getting
Because
themselves.
it's the logical thing to
It's
do.
the logical
Ya,
thing
Pres
to
sudah
do,
membaca
but
semua yang
they
ada
are
di
the
dunia ini
team
bang,
to
maksudnya.
defy logic.
Yes.
I just that Lotus comp is the one that's a bit out the window. In my eyes, that's a little too far past it to really justify. We're also not taking enough.
Ini kalau misalnya sama-sama nyala sih kayak game sengit ya. Kalau misalnya ada yang turu satu tim, misalnya guys kayak Genji, Texture turu, Karon turu sih bisa gampang banget gamenya guys. Tapi kalau misalnya Paperrex nyala semua, Genji nyala semua, mungkinan bakal kayak ketat banget gamenya.
They could beat Paperrex a second time. For so many of those players, it's their first time on an international stage. It's their biggest match ever. They made it to playoffs when so many people doubted them, and now they're again playing basically the kings of their region. If they could beat them a second time here in Madrid,
Genji dikit banget bro.
into the upper finals, guarantee a top 3 spot at their first global tournament. That would be an incredible moment for this squad.
Yeah, I think as well when you think about teams and their first step onto the international stage or players individually, you talk about kind of validations, what does it? And claiming an international veteran like Paperrex would be the second leg to closing out the grand final.
Guys, mending nonton timnas daripada weh. Paperrex tuh timnas gue juga.
Also, shout out to Ulysses, by the way, who's currently hyping out the Genji fans and the Paperrex fans as well. But where do you guys sit with here? Are you 11% feeling like Genji?
I think Genji's going to win today. I feel like they're favored in this matchup. I think especially looking at this map pool, seeing that Lotus has made its way in.
Yeah.
Genji have just been so consistent throughout 2024. Their players have been stepping up to a new level, and it really feels like at some point the Paperrex magic.
Dia Rising Star bang, sekarang katanya mau nyaingin artis yang makan apel di kolam. Hah? Artis makan apel di kolam tuh apa guys?
I think as well if some of these individuals on Genji continue their performance or even, you know, start improving on the performance we've seen far, you know, bubbling up with the tournament now coming into playoffs.
Paperrex asli dari Singapura apa Indo bang? Kalau organisasi dari Singapura guys. Kalau player banyak yang Indo. Staffnya juga banyak yang Indo, ada gua staffnya, ada Andi Indo.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We do have also another curse. You know, we got the Night 3 curse. We have a few curses in this tournament. But whenever there's a rematch,
makan apel di kolam kenapa bro?
I feel like the team that's lost before is somewhat favor going into it again.
Yeah, there certainly is. I think there's a.
Jangan dibaca emang apa guys? Emang apa guys anjing? Nggak tahu guys.
And Paperrex.
Gua nggak ngerti bro.
The individuals have stepped up. They've gotten closer to finding.
CEO-nya dari India bang, ada yang orang Singapura, Indo sama orang India.
This is a moment for
Paperrex kok nggak pernah meeting sama Paperrex sih? Meeting kocak.
Make it on forward. This is finally the game where it can kind of dispel the doubts that everyone has had around this team, around if they can.
Gue nggak tahu, guys, nggak tahu gue adik-adik ya udahlah. Agak tahu gue mana tahu, guys. Mana aku tahu kalau ada yang itu-gitunya, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any world where that happens. But if they can come out here and get a confidence win, not only is that people looking at them better, but for themselves, right? They're still rating themselves a 6 out of 10. They're still low confidence. I think
always
they
a
need
10
a
out
win.
of 10 to me. Always.
No bias on the desk here.
Oh, jok sebelah yang dibawa ke sini anak baik. Sistem sama Jing lah, Bang. Beda kan sekarang emang bahasanya dia bahasa Inggris, gue bahasa Indonesia. Beda, bro.
Trying to reinvent the wheel almost, because that's the level of extreme I think need to go to hear Alex saying W Gaming's run its course. We need something else.
Paperrex tuh sebenarnya dari Indo, Bang. Karena emang CEO-nya itu orang Singapura Indonesia, guys. Orang Indo yang nikah sama orang Singapura. Founder dan CEO-nya yang nomor 1 ya. Pemilik, owner.
Paperrex and Sentinels taking on Loud. Day 6 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
Kalah lah, kalau kalah kelawar dulu, guys, nggak langsung pulang. Bang, iya Komet tuh orang Indo asli. Dava itu orang ini, guys, orang Cibubur. Something itu ini, guys, something itu keturunan Rusia Bali dia. Anjay.
High five each other real quick.
I remember playing against you guys in scrims back in Iceland.
Yeah.
It's been a while since
It's been a hot minute. Yeah.
I remember you guys were insane back then. I'm super happy you guys are here representing the night with us. It's good for a change.
Gelo. So tahu bener kocak.
Com certeza.
Pacik Dava itu dia orang Cibubur dia.
Foi o nosso pico de performance até agora no nosso time novo.
Sentinels have done it. Sen City here to play.
At this point, everyone wants to beat us. So far.
Something tuh ada keturunan Indo, guys, orang Bali.
I don't think it will.
Kocak.
Cara, a adaptação do QCK tá sendo muito boa. Eu acho que ele nasceu para jogar com o Galicia.
Kalau gue tuh, gue bukan player tapi gue tuh half Indonesia, half Brazil, guys.
At the end of the day, anyone can like take it and win it. It's Valorant, so
it's true.
Just who plays better that day.
나도 선글라스 꼈는데?
자, 근데 원태가 되게 깔끔하고 좋아요.
깔끔한데 이 선글라스가 저팔계네.
안 돼, 상범형도 이뻐.
Can we win the Masters between me and Genji? I mean, definitely. And
Spill logat Brasilnya. Piensos como estás?
Last game against
Bieratas tu. Oris más discretas moradas. Ya.
이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목표였는데.
Stream sampai load nggak, Bang? Kayaknya lanjut, guys, lanjut.
너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
I can't believe it! Paperrex keeping hope alive!
Monitor played very well, especially with his calls and stuff. Like he's very confident, unlike the previous matches.
Let's go Cahya, anjay.
And the block is ready.
Udin, terima kasih Udin. Mbak, kamu top up VP di
일단 저희가 이제 딱
itu nanti dulu aja, guys ya. Kita sekarang lagi ada di Mbah Gaming Shop. Ya guys ya, langsung aja guys di mbahgaming.com teman-teman ya. Top up untuk Valorant Point banyak banget guys, game-game dengan harga termurah dan dapat diskon tambahan dengan klik kode voucher Rio, guys. Ya guys ya. Ntar dulu guys, lagi kerjaan, beda kerjaan anjing. Pienso que está aquí sini ya. Pirano, kiparo. Espresso, mecarino, macarichache. Kita corre materis, mi cara cibusine, agarra na coraste, picara, ama igarustara. Arriba, Arriba. Arriba. Kalian kasih lah guys. Mira no. Bang berisik bang, sorry guys ya.
We've seen this matchup before and last time
Farewell, terima kasih atas waktunya babi.
the king of Pacifics, but this is a different stage.
Ini ibarat kata guys, ini final VCT Pacific tapi di tempatnya beda aja. Ayo semangat. Guys, belum kita mulai teman-teman semua, mari kita berdoa menurut kepercayaan agama masing-masing. Semoga hari ini match-nya dapat berjalan dengan baik. Semua tim-tim dari Paperrex semua sehat dan bisa have fun dan memberikan entertainment buat para fansnya juga. Jadi berdoa menurut kepercayaan agama masing-masing dipersilakan.
You think is going to happen with this team, they always
Amin.
and that's what makes playing them so damn scary.
Yeah, Paperrex is the definition of any given Sunday, really, of what you get on the day, especially now we're thrown into the mix of potentials for composition changes to come out. Paperrex looking back at their previous performances, not feeling fantastic about it. Gen.G now don't necessarily have a very familiar opponent in that regard.
What other team will play a comp for the first time after scrimming it once and then show up and look terrible in the first half, win in the second? Not to the same level.
Ayo something.
They show up, they make a miracle happen.
Something, kasihlah something ya.
Yeah, we just weren't feeling it. Like, they're ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean on the veins of Navi Angel, he
Dafa udah terawih tuh berkat tuh sama Cahaya dia terawih. Cahaya tuh nggak terawih anjir, Cahaya tuh Hindu kocak. Cahaya tuh dari Bali. Oke, 2 list lagi guys. Forsec, wih, membeli Paperrex. Paperrex bundle. Hormat beli Paperrex bundle guys.
Yeah, definitely. I think just to double on from that, the real test for Gen.G would be as well if Paperrex do completely.
Gila bule-bule Eropa pada beli bundle Paperrex guys. Hormat.
If that composition gets changed, it'll be another battle.
Thank you Spaghetti Olio.
Obviously prep out the window and just perform.
Nggak gitu juga, Cok. Nama gue Riodjaja bukan Rio Janeiro aja.
Like Paperrex that are willing to just kind of push all in.
Ayo kita bersemangat. Guys, ya gini guys ya. Perrex semangat. 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 Perrex semangat gitu ya guys ya. Mirrorcom anjay.
Yeah, and I guess as well abandoning the madness that was the Yoru comp as well coming out from the split, which
Gen.G di split agak jelek guys.
In the regional finals.
I'm looking in this matchup at the head-to-head between the rookies, Monyet and on the other side out from Keren. Both those guys have come out
kekeringan apa tuh?
tournament and looked incredible. They're both on the run for one of the best rookie performances we've seen.
And probably been the two
Anjir boneka wingman guys. Mau dong guys, ada yang mau beliin gua boneka Famos. Ini yang tengah robeknya nih kertasnya. Yang kiri boleh, yang kiri.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our fantastic analyst desk. Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams, as I'm sure they played ADG, right?
Perrex brutal udah.
Makasih Bang, Paperrex brutal. Betul. Perrex semangat. Perrex semangat. Perrex semangat.
That's the thing. I kind of want to touch on what Mike said earlier, where it's like a
Perrex semangat. Perrex semangat. Perrex semangat. Perrex semangat.
Almost to yourself. We've seen teams do that throughout the tournament so far. The other problem for these teams as well is yes, they've
focus guys.
As it was sort of said in the interview there, like the video we saw just before, they would
Aku malu bang, please diam.
Pacific were able to win. They've never managed to win an international.
Ini cewek apa cowok anjing?
That they get pipped against each other. The only good thing is they won't have to eliminate each other because one of them goes down and one of them goes forward. That's the only sort of saving grace for now. But it does mean that you're almost
1, 2, 3-nya apa bang? Split, Lotus, SEN.
Is going to be able to match up against America. So I think most people.
Guys. Ayo guys, match pertama di upper semifinals VCT Master Madrid dengan map split oleh Paperrex melawan Genji akan dimulai. Kita lihat lagi. Jangan lupa untuk teman-teman semua menyiapkan snacknya dan lalu top up di mbahgamingstore.com untuk VIP termurah. Bisa dipastikan paling murah dan ada diskon tambahan dengan klik.
Now the reality is coming into split, Tom, it's not exactly the same because Paperrex before they were running Forsaken on a Yoru, himself and something were diving in, taking so much space and winning almost all of their opening duels. I think it was 13-4.
Minum ini guys, minum air putih. Plus 1 gaji.
So for Paperrex, I understand why they've come in and changed their comps. Like we say, the hardest thing is
jangan lupa guys ya, mbahgaming.com ya guys ya.
And a new philosophy on how to handle split. Question is, will Genji
siapkan snack kalian guys, siapkan snack kalian, siapkan alat pengaman kalian, maksudnya siapkan handphone kalian buat nonton, laptop kalian supaya kalian nontonnya dengan baik ya.
Because we saw Genji come in, switch into this composition and just look incredible. Like the double duelist especially, the only change they made was Omen in for Astra just to allow them to be a bit more explosive. But I just remember that defensive half.
Susah, saya ini guys, device, alat device. Kalau kalah pulang ada lower bracket bro, slow guys.
As boring as it is, where we are just gonna go. The duelists are the pinnacle. Like, these are the players we have to watch. The amount of times that Paperrex would have just got absolutely banged if it wasn't for Semifinal.
Aku fans tekstur nggak nanya,
The thing is, it's every time he plays someone else's life
game. Gak nanya.
It is okay for
suara kegedean nggak sih guys? Suaranya kegedean nggak sih ya? Kayak suara gue kegedean ya?
Well, we talked about this on
suara gue kegedean nggak sih guys? Baca suara gue ya?
Okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0 it here? And actually, looking at the veto, right? Split last time went to Paperrex. Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past, maybe the foundations are there for them to take that 2-0. But I'm expecting a 3-mapper between these two teams. The best of the best. Pacific number 1.
Suara video mau digedein suara video.
And it's time to throw down as the barriers go up on Split.
Okay, let's go. Kita lihat Meteor. Main Genji jalan pelan-pelan lewat A.
They both run pistols in this direction before. Good nade coming out of Forsaken already, and something. A Mind Freak peeking off the back of it. They're going to be stuck in the corner early on. This is a great start for Paperrex.
And Munchkin's in danger as well.
Nice, monyet! Nice pistol. Guys, keren banget guys. Gila guys. Nice read ya. Stack 5 juga. Mati 3, kita masih hidup semua.
Hope for some serious mistakes at this point. The Paperrex go running forward.
Ayo guys, doain guys.
Or even rotate, assuming that it's a B hit. But you can see.
Biasa game 1 panas guys. Oke, kalau panas pistol katanya sih panas langsung ya guys ya.
They're just gonna hunker down and wait for Genji to take a step forward and give them the first pistol round win.
Karon masih penuh darah guys. Karon hati-hati guys. Karon serem soalnya hati-hati guys.
On this map in particular, we have seen
Karon tekstur guys, dua gut. Jangan
sides out of Genji. Obviously, that is helped a little bit by having that Omen instead of the Astra. But other than that, it's an absolutely flawless start to this one. Now, as I said, expectations for Paperrex is this is the map that they'll win. It's going to happen in this series. I think the next two, I would favor even more so because of the fact that we saw recently on Lotus the changes to the comp for Paperrex, and I'll be honest, I didn't like it. It didn't look good. So this is the map that I feel like Paperrex have to win. The problem is, throughout this tournament, I've said that. And then they've won the other map, because that's just how they are. They just manage to adapt. They have the individual players that sometimes they can just crack through a map. And that is rare.
Hey guys, 12 lagi yuk.
They're on that level.
Besarin suara video bang.
In the games we've had, Tom, it has been an insane percentage of teams trading out their own map picks, losing your pick and winning your opponents. Genji, they've not got off to a great start, and as the push comes in, okay, actually they're getting close. The pressure's kind of being applied to Monyet now, blinded up, he's taken down. Okay, it's not a bad start at all for Genji, gaining some ground, now winning some more fights, and with heals up, okay. It looks like they tidied it up eventually, but that got very scary for a moment.
I really would love to see Forsaken's POV in that, because what it looked like he did was jump down from the heavens with an outlaw in hand and try and face their entire team. Now that would be ridiculous to even attempt.
But do you know who he is?
Yes, I do. He just lost his gun. It's now been given to something.
Deg-degan dikit guys. Deg-degan dikit gak masalah. Nice one. Oke guys. Let's go nih Byron guys, Byron ya. Ini kalau dapat sih GG banget guys.
Basically answered the question himself.
Well,
jangan dipik sih kalau kata
gue. We're going to be using that dash very early on for something. He's getting aggressive. Wall goes up. He's ahead of it. looking to take someone down.
Nice
He got the
try.
shot off. 10 HP
Low,
left
low.
on
Aduh, dah
Meteor,
heal, tapi dah
but that's
heal
the
dia.
one problem. If you're the one taking contact with that outlaw, you're not going to kill
they
the
have
player.
Sky.
You need to get out.
That's the thing. They can just heal him back up, so that it's actually
Dah
not
heal, bro, dah
that
heal, bro.
problematic for what was an early battle. You can already see heading over in that direction. Munya is going to get aggressive as well. Bear in mind, this purchase is fairly weak for Paperrex. Normally, you'd see a rifle or two in the mix.
Udah lah,
but
Nyet. Udah,
this is just
Nyet.
SMGs. It can work. More so on split than probably any other map.
Aduh, masuk dong ke beatnya, nggak masuk ke beatnya dia, bro. Aduh, si monyet digajar nih, guys.
They've been careful
Monyet
throughout this tournament.
guys,
They're not
guys,
one of
guys.
those teams that are just aggressively running in and
Rotate ke B
blitzing their way through rounds.
Rotate ke B, guys. Lihat di map, guys. Mereka rotate ke B, guys, ya.
They're always, especially
Monyet,
in these
aduh
rounds,
ditinggal B-nya, aneh.
It looks like caution's paid off for them. Whatever noise they made on A has sold it to Paperrex. We're now running the gamble on an A stack. Of course, there's an outlaw there that could be retrieved. I doubt it even will be. It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven. Because that spike plant should be coming down in a little bit.
Line up-nya, bro. Line up apa ini, guys?
See nobody here. There's a flash still on Divide that could be used to clear outside of it, but this late on in the game, you're just going to sit there, hope they dive into you. And as we can see, they've gone to the exact other side of the map.
Dia mainnya tuh Meteor masuk ke semua,
You know, it's hard to get back into a site with these weapons as well, especially a site like this where pretty much every fight on the way in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down to the spike or just trying to hold for exits, but I am waiting for Forsaken to attempt to try and blast back through something, and already, Mindfreak taking a lot of control. Now, Texture in a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast packs already. And there's the Judge. Exactly what Forsaken does. He got a rifle, but it's very short-lived. Well held by Djaja, even with a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, they spread themselves out there. Lots of space, so even when that Judge gets up close, he's only getting the one, and it's an immediate drop. The rest of the players easy to deal with when you've got that kind of weaponry advantage and you're not caught out of position.
Oke, sama-sama beli sekarang.
Fairly bog standard start to the game. Pistol win for Paperrex, follow up, and then they lose.
Nggak ngeliat dia.
I mean, the one thing that we'll say is that maybe that third round could have seen a bit more damage out of that side. But again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here as we get the operator out on something right away. And the shot is not landed, but yet good for one and drop the B site under threat. But Gen.G back off. The whole time they've been leaving Meteor outside of A to catch a rotation. He hasn't found one, but one can assume that rotation's going on through the spawn right now if you're Gen.G. They don't know that Mindfreak's still very much close.
Yeah, they also flash mid on the defensive side, so they have the information that there's no one there, so they're able to gamble early rotation in towards
Monyet, tadi udah keren dikasih Monyet, guys, cuman dia terlalu jauh, jadi nggak bisa kabur dia.
Going to make sure he keeps control in mid, but it's slightly more stacked up than you might expect. The only problem is he might get caught. He's switching between utility. Finally, will pull the gun out, but the aggression of his teammate gets absolutely nothing. And wow, there is the 4 of the Judge. Not going to find anything more, and for something, I hope to God he's going to save.
It's not the round you want to see him throw his life away for, is it? A 1v3 with the op? Possible, winnable, but not to be. If you had a few more kills along the way, a few more orbs picked up, something like that, maybe risk it with the Blade Storm, but even then, the op is just so expensive. Throw it out. I think they're sort of realizing that they heard the op earlier on, right? They know that it's in play right now. So they're gone spread out. Already sending Munchkin to try and find this player, and based on the time, it looks like he might be safe. They'd have to start hightailing it in that direction now. So an op for the next round, but just look at the credits on Paperrex. It's not like they're going to be able to fully recover into a standard buy. I think the pendulum's kind of swinging in Gen.G's favor now at 2-2. Economy's under their control, and ult will come online soon.
Bangkit guys ya, bangkit guys ya. Bisa.
They had a really stellar, aggressive and confident defensive side. So I think for them, any sort of grinding out of these early rounds is going to be really important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something, which alone can be enough to cause issues in the round. But as said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went through to deny him that early aggression. It's expected at this point. By the looks of things, maybe just be going for an early A-take. They are all set up outside.
I liked what I saw last round. I don't know if you caught it in the replay, Tom, but a fist bump into a high five. Let's see how many high fives there are for Gen.G after this one. They've got a lot of space, but that flash was perfect. Deadly from Divide, and he's managed to slip away towards the elbow. Another fight. And he's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen Forsaken, but they certainly have now at heavy cost. Smokes are down, but so too are the majority of Paperrex players. It's only something left, but he has that up. The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3, it's tempted him. It's pulled him in for the fight. He hasn't found them to start off, though, and that dash already halfway up. Wants to close the distance. So many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the right angle. What a shot!
Nice
but Lucky was close by, ready for that play.
Nice try, guys.
Down for Gen G. They're running away with this early game.
Yeah, still a close round for what was invested. That was a decent stack up in the early stages for Paperrex, basically having the majority. Somehow managing to dodge some shots that I don't really know how they did. Bringing it down to just one player surviving, keeping that economy a little bit more honest for Gen G, and well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator. The problem though is he's not going to be able to have it for this round. They didn't have the extra finances and the quick trading. Again, the fundamentals of Gen G, sublime.
1 kill, 1 death as well, so he's still 2 away from a Blade Storm. So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, Paperrex have theirs, but also a showstopper online. That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken, and could play a role later on in the round. For Gen G, you can see their spread. This is a full default play. At this point, they're expecting Paperrex to make some adaptations and to throw out some of that signature early round aggression. Still hasn't happened though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. Like I said, the other problem here, Gen G have a lot of credits built up. If Paperrex lose this round, it's going to be a skyrocket.
Oh, maybe when. That's not the start they were looking for. 2 players down immediately. Forsaken's been a hero before, but down to just 5 HP. That's not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers went towards mid, but also in towards the A site. The realization's there eventually. Mindfreak can win this battle. It could be huge. I don't think they're going to expect him. It's such an obscure position to be in, but then it's almost revealed. ZOWIE, though, has done well. Bringing back 2 kills. The Spike just about making it to the site, and it is going to bait in. Nice work from the side of Munchkin. Teaming up with Texture. It leaves this man who did get healed up early in the round. As said, he's been ever so devastating. Showstopper might just be able to clear, shoots it into the Viper's pit, but actually, Munchkin's just teamed up with his teammate. He's just left it. Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if Forsaken realized it, but it doesn't even matter. Loses the fight to his counter raise, and the march continues on for Gen G.
Gen G are having a field day right now. Like I mentioned, the economy was in their favor. The ults that were there for Paperrex burned up in that round to try and gain some semblance of an advantage. And ZOWIE did incredibly well. In his position, he stayed down in screens, waiting for the swing out with the player Munchkin up top, almost sacrificing himself because he's so out in the open. They swung to try and trade him, and ZOWIE had that beautiful off angle to just rip them to shreds. We're seeing elements of that team play there from Paperrex. We're seeing individuals win some of their fights, but it's not enough right now. Gen G have come locked and loaded with a huge lead to start. I mean, it's doubled the rounds, but it's the economy that's really the problem for me. You've got players 7K, 5K, 5 and above is average for the Gen G side right now. Paperrex, they're going to be on stingers.
Defense-nya agak berantakan gitu defense-nya ya. Defense-nya agak terseruk-seruk ya guys ya.
Great. Off rip. Already, Gen G have found the same number of rounds they did last time they played Paperrex here.
Yeah, I said it. It's like a different piece. I think they're a team that have done really well with coaching staff. Someone as legendary as Solo. I don't think you're ever going to have the same mistakes twice. This guy has been around the block multiple times, and even just giving him a moment to talk here is going to be beneficial for them. Mindfreak off to a bit of a slow start. It is just reliant on those individuals all the time. I think we saw some of the statistics posted earlier is like, you compare the 5v4 conversion, Gen G, I think it's like 70-something percent. For Paperrex, it's only like 60-something. But then they have a higher 4v5 because they have those individuals that can turn rounds on their head. It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever because you'd rather just be winning the rounds outright.
Mereka salah terus guys, lihat tuh. Mereka baca lagi di A tuh.
But it's not been enough to take rounds.
B cuma sendiri. Selesai sudah nih.
Haven't seen the numbers of clutches from Gen G versus Paperrex, but Paperrex also do very well in those late rounds. Players like Forsaken previously bailed them from so many situations. Now, weaker weapons like we said, and close range surprise factor is probably the best way to find value. Mindfreak has at least picked up 1, but Karen is making this one look easy. 3 kills already under his belt. 40 HP. And he's tucking in the corner. It looks like he's going to get this one easily with Mind Freak drop. That's his 4th kill of the round. A confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that Paperrex wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on Gen G. They're farming credits by the minute, but something has picked up one more. 3 to go. One hell of a play if he made it. And it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
Yeah, I think against any other team, maybe it'd have a chance, but Gen G have been so good just playing off of each other, trading effectively. They don't even lose another member of the squad. I love the sort of switch up in tempo, especially in these anti-eco rounds. They're not allowing their opponents to really figure out anything that's going on. You had the instant TP to the back of site, information clearing things out. The rest of the team quickly execute, and Karen actually sticks around. He just keeps the spot, keeps the control. Doesn't allow anybody to get too far ahead.
Bagi mereka berdua ini map taker dua-dua eris no sentinel mereka.
Side of Paperrex, you start to feel that mental pressure applied. Defense has been tested again and again. They failed the test again and again. 5 in a row for Gen G, and now ultis are there. Showstopper fired off, and Munyet had no chance. No smokes for the way back through. No paranoia to play with. Still some flashes on Divide, but Paperrex set up with a man disadvantage on a retake seconds into the round.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get back in here. As said, they're not bad in these 4v5s, but Gen G are even better in the 5v4s.
Jelek banget picknya, bro.
Takes down another Forsaken, trying his best, but he's almost dead. It is and well, Lucky and Meteor combined might be one of the fastest rounds we've ever had in the VCT. That was so quick from Gen G. And you could just see, the more the confidence build, the faster these takes are getting. Gen G are getting opener after opener. They've used a couple of ults, but they're also able to stagger them. Like you're talking about, Showstopper used this round. Last round they used From the Shadows to get the same sort of information. So that's already back online.
Yay, oh wow, huge.
Hey, got them the spaces around prior. And then Kara got 4 kills. That's why it's back online.
Well, this has to be a crushing one for Paperrex off rip. Because again, they're left to weaker weapons in theory, but they've actually managed to mix a buy with light shields and full shields on something because he doesn't need a weapon. He's got 5 knives locked and loaded. We'll see what he can do with those, but the reality is, the momentum is very much in Gen G's favor. The economy is riding high after several reinvestments. Just take a look at their credits on that right-hand side. It's looking pretty for a number of rounds to go, maybe for the rest of this half. Still possible for a 6-6 scoreline, but it has to start here with a much better defense. Now, we talked about some aggression from this Paperrex side, seeing it early on in rounds. So with a minute left on the clock, they're going for it. Good paranoia, but the fights don't go their way. Gen G winning out every single one. There's no competition, Tom. Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save them. He's made big plays before with the Blade Storm. There's one! And not 2! Damage, but no kills!
Oh! Munya has a chance! Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just need to hit the ball! So unfortunate! A nice try for the new man on the block. I didn't think there was any way that that round was going to become competitive. But somehow Munya made it close. The thing is, though, again, you just have to give props to Gen G. Like, the beginning of this round, they were so ready. They had their whole team just waiting in mid, ready for that push to come through. And sure, the utility from Paperrex was good onto a couple of the players, but the deeper players were so ready for that push to come in.
Tinggal pala
doang dikit quite an easy fight.
Yo, not even close, guys! Not even close!
Yeah, like I said, you know, there was no chance of them losing that clean. I thought something would be the hero, but Munyet, they complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier, and I can see why. If he's fragging out like
sebenarnya bukan beda level sih, guys. Emang defense-nya susah aja, guys, pakai agent kayak begini.
7-2, Gen G finding next to no struggles. Close opportunity for Paperrex to clutch it, and this could have looked very different, but instead, they're on an eco. They've already lost something. Stingers to play with. Sheriff on Forsaken. And Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down into vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be
kalau agent begini mereka sama-sama taker, bro.
Look how passive the players are. They know that there's going to be weaker weaponry, so they're just not giving them any of the close range fights. Karen up from above, there's not really an easy way to kill him. Maybe there is.
Nice monyet, sumpah, nice banget.
All the defenses.
Masih ngelawan guys, cuman gara-gara emang momentum attacker aja ini guys.
Nade still available. They've been taking these sites so quickly that they've had no problems just having late utility. Wow, the time almost looks like it's gone. Trying to bait some space, but it's all too easy for Genji. Another 3-man player surviving. 8-2 on the board. And this is Paperrex's map.
Ini kayak bacanya salah terus guys.
Rounds in a row. Other than the pistol in second round, they've achieved nothing.
It's hard to think about. Even the round that was close, Tom, it comes on the back end. 4K to get it across the line. It's not what you want to see.
Orang nonton mulu guys setiap hari guys.
Early on in a series, on a map that previously Genji got absolutely obliterated on within their region. Now they come to the international stage and
they might do one better.
Yeah, 13 for us, well 13 to you. An opportunity here at least to shut down the first and the second one. Yet does well. Rockets on point. And with Lakia down, it looks like Paperrex are set to finally put another round on the board. Long have they waited. It's Karen to try to challenge, and he got an opportunity, but it was shut down eventually by something with only one standing. It's an easy win. 8-3. Paperrex finally back on the board, but hell of a distance yet to go.
Again, it comes off some.
Sebenarnya menurut gue tuh sebenarnya kalau trade bukan trade ya baca mapnya guys.
I think he doesn't get that kill if it's not for Monyet being able to kill off the close player, but
soalnya tadi guys, kalian lihat guys ya.
We've seen them have strong attack in
set yang dimasukin oleh si Genji, mereka hoki aja guys. Setnya cuma dijaga satu orang terus, makanya kalah.
I'm looking at 2 operators on the attack, though. Obviously, it's something that can be dropped, but they are waiting for aggression here. And it's coming. It's coming.
They ain't waiting in the right spot, though. Those ops are elsewhere. And that mid control is going to be completely conceded. The golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him showing up. Really swinging. I think he's currently 12 and 6-2 KD on the board and a chance to push it even further at 8-3. Paperrex tried to mid-push, got denied. Now it seems like they're caught. 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset for the later play. And Genji have not made a decision. With a minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for Paperrex to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of so being within the smokes that are placed. Most of the time, those smokes are being put down by Monyet just to deter aggression, which is exactly what it's done. Texture, though, might have a fight. Because they're so passive, the operator could be so valuable here. There's no one on the backside once again, but the spike is looking to wrap around in the other direction. A peek out from something. Oh, I think Meteor's seen him, but it won't matter too much for now. He's going to activate the dash. Something goes peeking, but now I'm just looking at that timer. TP into the backside once more. It's been cleared out, so the spike will be able to go down. This almost has to be a complete retake.
Oh, nice shot by Lakia as well. There's his 13.
Spike drop.
An opportunity indeed with that spike down. 15 seconds left. It's time for Genji to get a move on. Munchkin has to step out from that corner, and he's being caught. They need to dive on that spike and get it planted.
Nice.
Paperrex are in their way.
Kalau misalnya dibaca, dia kalau nggak sempet plan guys, enak
but
kalau udah plan
certainly nothing to celebrate. This has been a strong performance from Genji.
Dapat pistol lagi lumayan nih.
Leading the charge and
Jason
plenty
panas,
more
ding,
left in the tank for this second half. You have to hope that Paperrex have got something special planned on their attack, because this was a really, really rough scenario for them to have to fight back from.
Yeah, it is definitely a troublesome position to be here, but the fact is there's definitely still opportunities. Even still though, you said Lakia's performing. Let's hear from him now.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속으로 활동하고 있는 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다. 무엇보다 플레이오프에 진출하게 돼서 행복한 것 같습니다. 일단 첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고 오늘 또한 첫 경기 자체는 되게 힘들었는데 그거를 잘 극복해서 기쁜 것 같고요. 이제 플레이오프에 진출이 첫 목적이었는데 너무 이루게 돼서
semangat. Gila guys ya.
경기도 이제 잘
Pokoknya itu guys ya. Pokoknya round tadi guys, kalian kalau mau lihat Paperrex itu kesusahan karena komposisinya buat attack. Defense kayak begitu guys. Kalau misalnya satu orang, dua orang doang bakal dibantai sama 5 orang. Kalau retake susah juga, makanya ini map attacker banget kalau jadi agentnya kayak begitu ya.
네, 개개인의 실력 또한 이제 먼저
Jason gila sih guys, Jason guys.
저에게 콜을 되게
Jadi tembakan Jason sih mengerikan ya guys ya, yang tiga itu ya. Ini Jason nyala banget cok masalahnya cok.
우리는 준비되어 있고요.
Kalau attacker Jason lebih gila lagi sih mantap nih guys, mantap nih guys sumpah guys.
더 잘하는 모습과 더 좋은 모습을 보여드리기 위해 잘 저희가 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 이제 플레이오프까지 진출하게 됐고
dapat pistol aja guys, pistol aja guys.
며칠 뒤에 올
Dipaksa
텐데
retake susah guys emang.
그때까지 더
Makanya kalau
좋은
misalnya
모습을
misalnya apa ya?
저희가
Kalau misalnya main
이제
defender pakai
잘하는
agent kayak
모습을
begitu guys.
보여드릴 수 있도록
Cuman berharapnya satu, gambling kayak 3 orangnya ketemu. Dapat red kill enak, menang. Tapi kalau nggak dapet red kill sama sekali, kayak misalnya lu cuma sendiri, udah pasti kalah sih. Roundnya langsung kalah guys. Kalau lu misalnya jaga A bertiga terus mereka udah pasti menang tuh bisa gitu.
Well, it was third time lucky for Genji last time facing off against Paperrex. Now fourth time fantastic, at least kicking off in that first half. 8-4 when we left you.
Kalau mereka
Now it's time for Genji to close this map out. At least that's their mindset going in. Paperrex, their attack side is about to be put to the test, and the big thing to write home about last time was something. Diving into sites. The thing is, he had a Yoru causing a lot of chaos for him. Now it's a little bit more conventional, but that's never the name of the game with Paperrex. In he goes! Something's looking for a fight. Paranoia is perfect. Snakebite's even better. And with 1 HP, Lucky doesn't stand a chance. The rest of the squad comes in to save him.
Nice, slow, 3 lawan 1 bro.
Versus 1.
Kan, gua bilang kan.
With Meteor left standing and his back wide open. That's a mistake. And it almost was a costly one too.
Aaron, what happened with you, Aaron?
At the end. It looked like there was a realm where Meteor
Aaron
managed to turn that back. Even still though, it is the pistol round for Paperrex. And that is the thing, even with this compositional change, the thing that it adds is firstly, you're going to have that paranoia available for Munya to sort of set them up in, as we saw at the beginning of that round. But also, it just almost, we're going to continuously see the switch up of who's going in first. So you're going to have Forsaken, sometimes taking space for something, maybe via the operator hand, and something in that round taking space for Forsaken. They are a deadly duo, whether the Yoru's there or not.
There's a reason that they went to this comp after all. Nice shot by Meteor. Opportunity for more, and he's landed that shot as well. Forsaken's very low, a big help to any teammates that end up taking that fight. We may talk about the Outlaw, but this man's making it work with the Marshal, the cheaper weapon. And okay, an opportunity if they had have spotted the player in the corner. Munyet, though, able to deliver the killing blow. Mindfreak fell to a snake bite after being... Oh! What is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see a man with the goal or the gumption to do such a thing. One versus 2. A serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
It depends though, because Paperrex, that's the thing. The blitz plays of Paperrex have been so fast that there's actually still loads of time. They don't need to over-aggress. They've just thrown out the guiding light, the flash to get them a little bit of extra information. Still no weaponry found. Now, Karen does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility. He can somehow isolate one of these jewels. And now at least it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away, the spike being planted. And now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had. And, well, there you have it.
Thank you, Yeti. Yeah, we've got a Bulldog to play with 100 HP. A Paranoia still online. Both smokes.
Nice, nice.
Timing is key, and they
nice
swing together.
Let's
That's
go!
a 3-2-1.
Nice guy!
Perfectly on cue.
Nice guys.
They won the round, Tom. 3 players down. This definitely isn't how they would have wanted to start it. When I add to that it's a Marshall headshot, okay, what can you do? And another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shotgun. That's not going to feel great. And the other player died to a snake bite. So a few kind of random engagements that ended up rocking the boat a little bit for Paperrex. We'll see how they recover.
Well, the thing is as well, the player you really don't want to going over to is Meteor. 3 away from the Blade Storm. Even just a bit of damage in this round, he'll have something for the next. Now this purchase from Paperrex has players now fairly low on cash. You've got Forsaken and Mindfreak down at 150 credits. So for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Forsaken, though, he's just gone walkabouts. He's sprinting after Lakia, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. And at least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost for Genji.
No heavy price tag associated with it. Down in Ven, this is an uncouth hold. 2 players and they're dropping in! Landing on each other's head! It couldn't be easier for Lakia. Signed, sealed, and delivered to this man with the heal up for his teammate. Munchkin's going to be back up in fighting form. And in a 5v3, That's another nail in the coffin for Paperrex, tagged up a little on the ranged fight, and what an adjustment from Munchkin. Clinical, as now there's only 2 attackers standing. Their chances are looking pretty slim.
Yeah, he almost killed ZOWIE through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the site. They don't even know the Munchkin's there. A perfect reposition. This might be a flawless return to form as ZOWIE's the only man left standing. A 1v5 scenario.
Ayo Ron, semangat
Talk
Ron.
about can he do any semblance
bisa,
of damage.
ayo,
As said,
Ron.
they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen of knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. And well, it's not even needed. First one gets the job done, and Gen.G will extend their lead.
Ayo Ron, bangkit
Players
Ron.
alive.
We need you, Aaron, we need you.
It's a little scary because it feels like since the very beginning of some of these halves, Gen.G haven't had a problem when it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, Paperrex attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. And, you know, it might even seem weird if you look at the timeline. You lose the 3rd round after winning first 2. What's the issue? The issue is the damage done. 2 players alive coming out of both of those rounds. Constant reinvestment, and Paperrex now left with a Stinger and a Sheriff. Light shields on most players. Some heavy disadvantages to play with, and that orb, well, I mean, it kind of has worked because Munchkin fell into it, but not doing exactly what they intended.
It's not going to cover up above. They've had to re-smoke it. Again, an explosive start to the round. Almost a kill. Well, I say almost.
Nice!
Number 3. That's
Nice,
exactly
guys!
what Paperrex does. These fast-paced plays into the site. As mentioned, this was a weaker purchase. They had some pieces missing with that Sheriff and Stinger. Now do you look towards the players of Gen.G? In this 2v4 scenario, Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well, although I say that, the peek out never really came in. The player behind the back of the site should have probably seen him. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. Space given to Texture, but it's both shots landed by Mindfreak. He's been quiet so far, but popping a couple of heads with the Sheriff isn't going to go amiss.
Well, this is definitely the time to wake up. You know, we gave the same caveat coming into the last half, and then Gen.G ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board. I mean, this was a round where you have a couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving on the site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out. Doesn't get much better than that. It was even a classic jumping around the corner.
Tapi yang nggak dipunya sama Gen.G guys, lihat ya sis. Si Jason, sechelnya bagus banget deh anjir.
An 8-2 score.
Jadi si tekstur nggak bisa begitu guys, nggak bisa secel kenceng begitu guys.
That's how close Paperrex have managed to bring this. Going onto their favored side, the B site under serious pressure. Half the team still waiting patiently. Karen's reposition is sublime. He's managed to TP behind them. He gets away with murder. Brilliant from Karen. We talk about picking this player out of ranked. He's put the rank play into the pro play.
And it works. You know, sometimes you just got to throw out those curveballs. You're focused on so many different things. You don't think the Lunatic's going to be up top, but my goodness, what a reposition from him. And clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into the economy discussion around this squad. They've been sitting pretty. They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on. And well, they only really needed one of those rifles by the looks of things. A timeout called by Paperrex as they can now feel that it's getting very late into this game.
Serem
We're at a
banget nih
stage
Karon,
where Gen.G picks up one more,
Tidur aja
they'll be
Karon.
knocking on victory's door. So, yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that double kill from Munchkin, that tripled his kills.
Mindfreak.
I said Munchkin, sorry, I meant Mindfreak.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's going to triple his kills, that'd be impressive. But yeah, no, Mindfreak's definitely had a quiet performance.
Ini tekernya si Gen.G lebih serem guys, soalnya dia selalu dapat set yang kosong.
I'd say even Forsaken, they've actually all been a little bit underwhelming. It's been other players stepping up in this matchup, and I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment is
guys,
the
bisa
depth
ayo. Ayo
of both
teman-teman,
teams
doakan lagi
individually, but
Paperrex
also
supaya bisa.
just that interplay.
Kita
I
comeback
think
5
we're
pilih
seeing
guys
much
ya.
better fundamentals out of Gen.G, and it's mostly been those explosive plays from Paperrex, like going off the back of a paranoia, everybody diving in together.
Tekernya kan,
ini
kan map teker banget nih kalau engine-nya kayak begini guys. Tapi tadi si Gen.G itu tekernya tuh bagus banget.
And is able to win the round for them. 10-7, as you said.
Ini
Everything on
Paperrex
the
selalu
brink
kena
here.
masalah, coba ngetek,
Seekers
cok. Selalu dapat yang 3
available.
side. Rame
The other side of
side-nya
Blaze
selalu
Storm
dapat
is
gitu.
more for
Ini
Meteor, but I
sial
don't know
mulu.
if he'll use that in this round unless he sees the value. An immediate setup for the paranoia, but this is a ruse. The spike is over on towards B.
Costly ruse, perhaps. Forsaken. The decay is going to fade, but he's still half HP, and Munchkin finds it too easy to deal with him. One well-placed shot, and he's down and out. Now we need to see the return for Gen G as another is found. Something falls. Two rifles still in play. Seekers still in play. And a few flashes here and there. One, in fact, just on the
B-nya itu, cok.
Not a lot for them to fight their way back through with utility, but it's this man's position that might get them something. He's found another with the weaker weapons. This man's an animal. Oh, he's being put down. And for Paperrex, they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard. Meteor's in position, unbeknownst to them. You might have her trail, but, well, it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly. Mind Freak, the last man standing, 1v3. And Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known quantity with a flank underway. Munchkin just needs to buy some time, back off, and let his teammates take it. And gets this kill, he's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he dies, I suppose.
That's the thing. He's just literally just playing with him because he knows that flank is coming. I really love it. It was brought up by Lakia in the halftime interview that he believes that like playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle. And you can see the intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mind Freak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play, and that's why Gen G have been able to convert a lot of these advantages. And for Paperrex, a lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site. And it didn't work with him.
You know, the thing is for Paperrex right now, at an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom. 11-7, 4-round gap, it's not that bad. There's a chance for them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is, they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol and follow-up. Like, the injection of rounds early half makes this look like a much closer game than it is, but Gen G have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses, but no Lakia. A big opening kill for the side of Paperrex, as Heaven could now be theirs. Gen G might start to panic, might make a mistake, and with Munchkin inside the smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
Oh, this could be big! He actually switches away, and it's just going to be the shutdown, surely, from Meteor! He starts off the round and ends it as well.
Kenapa di B-nya nggak bisa lolos si Jason, anjir?
This map looking over, as you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely seen anything. 3 of them, in fact. Well, guess what, they need 5 in a row.
5 in a row up against 4 ultimates. Only the Blade Storm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, Gen G have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a Showstopper from the shadows. And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for Paperrex have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, he put down early utility to try and slow this push a little bit, but the fact is, underestimated the pacing. Lakia in the corner, but they expect it. He's stuck in the mud. Good utility usage in this round. It leaves now Karen. He's had some magical plays, but they know exactly where he is.
Nice!
Well, it seems so. Monia goes bouncing past him. Now there is a flank, and no one really watching it, although it seems like Texture was doubting the player behind. Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end. A 1 versus 5. Some serious mistakes needed, and Munya's going to put him down immediately.
Something agak sedikit gutter, tapi nggak apa-apa ya guys ya.
The start of the way back for this squad. They've actually managed to deal with the vast majority of the ultimates as well there, Tom. Gen G are left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They got used, they found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. And they've still got some left to play with themselves. The Blade Storm can help out.
Wangi Gen G. Sebenarnya wangi banget sih nggak lihat. Tekstur Keren bottom frag ya, paling bawah.
Gen G are finally seeing some negative economic state. Oh no, that peek from Lakia was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him. And they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of Paperrex's early fight. This squad's going to have to go back and reconsider, surely.
Yeah, I like this. Just a direct counter. These A-side takes have been one of the major problems. Viper's Pit, although they might just about win 2 duels. A little bit dangerous, spamming. And because of that, being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick. Because that was looking like map control and the man advantage for Gen G.
Semenit guys. Santai aja guys.
And also bear in mind, Lakia is the only one who can't be healed.
Lakia nggak bisa nge-heal diri sendiri.
I mean, that cam there is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost. Because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of Paperrex's plans. Their plan was to blitz A. They get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have to go back and re-clear everything. Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main, holding that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to actually dive in. Now, this TP is to B side. Up top, it's going to be broken last second with something down below. Spotted and taken down. Gen G have the advantage. They're going to challenge Munchkin inside the pit. And what a mistake that was. Welcome to his world. With Munyet, the last man standing, and a free kill presented. He's got 3 more to go.
Seconds.
He's found the 4Ks in the past, Dom, but this would be exceptional. Good luck to you, and good night.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough there. And the fact is, the running through of that Viper's Pit with the spike, they needed to clear that man out immediately. It did not happen. A stellar map, losing both pistols and only losing 8 rounds. What a performance for the side of Gen G.
It's even more impressive considering Munyet on Paperrex, a player that we've highlighted again and again. That was a big talking point, not just from the desk, but even from the team themselves when they were being interviewed. And he comes out fragging. The calls were good. We had some good fake plays, but at the end of the day, this was a Gen G map. 13-8 doesn't sell it. This was convincing. Now they move on to their pick of Lotus.
Si Djaja tuh bacanya bagus. Paperrex ke A, mereka 3 orang di A. Paperrex ke B, dia ada 2 orang di B. Jadi selalu kebaca. Tapi tadi pas Paperrex tuh sial aja guys, sial. Pas dia defend, Paperrex-nya defend A 4 orang, mereka ke B. Paperrex-nya di mid.
Hey guys,
Satu
it's
orang
Jimmy
mereka ke
Lin.
mid.
In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle.
Kalau yang satu
You're
orang
going to be able to fight
nggak mungkin
this.
guys, anjir. Kalau jaga satu orang nggak mungkin bisa handle 4 orang kayak begitu guys. Kalah gambling aja, kalah gambling tadi guys. Paperrex tuh kalau si Djaja gamblingnya 2-3 guys, dia 2-3. Gacanya lagi bau. Betul. Ini agak gacanya sih guys. Menurut gue sih agak ada gacanya dikit. Dibilang ada gacanya ada, Cok. Kayak mau lihat guys tadi guys, kalau nggak percaya. Lihat aja tadi si Gen G masuk. Monyet sendiri. Gen G masuk. Kecuali yang di mid itu kalah AM sih, gue nggak tahu. Aaron lagi bau, iya. Something nggak bau-bau banget sih. Oke lah, something nggak terlalu bottom frag anjing. Lagi laki ya, defender dia laki banget, Cok. Cuma harusnya defendernya bisa 6 sama. 6 atau 8. Atau mungkin 8-4 si Paperrex bisa dapat. Kalau defendernya pas banget dapat terus. Pistol dapat 2 kali padahal lo guys. Coba nggak dapat pistol 2 kali berapa tuh guys? Lebih buruk lagi itu guys. Dapat pistol 2 kali, bayangin Cok. Bisa guys. Oke, kita lihat guys. Lotusnya si Djaja sih kalah ya. Terakhir Lotus Gen G kalah sama Paperrex berarti kan? Apa menang terakhir lagi? Yang dia sempat menang guys, menang kalah di situ. Lotus kalah 11-13. Terakhir 11-13 kalah, tapi ini kan si Paperrex-nya lagi burik banget ini guys kemarin. Let's see lah, Reina-nya. Terus something pakai Reina kan? Harusnya pakai Jet. Yang pas pakai Jet menang so gue. Terus Paperrex bukannya belum pernah menang mah. Belum, tapi kemarin menang guys. Menang yang pas first match sama Gen G menang kok 2-1. Yang 2-1 itu. Apakah something bakal early OP lagi bang? Nggak tahu guys. Nggak tahu. Ini kalau dibilang M-nya sama-sama nyala. Cuman kalau stressnya lebih bagus Gen G sih tadi guys. Itu aja sih. Kalau dari gue sih ngeliatnya sih ini udah sama-sama nyala nih bakatnya guys, bagus-bagus. Headshot. Tapi kayak untuk playstyle stressnya bagusan Gen G, lebih rapi. Lo tuh sering OP-nya something bang buat kalah emang ya? Enggak sih, enggak segitunya sih menurut gue guys. Something kalau apanya lagi serem-serem sih sakit. Monyet udah top frag tadi, so dia udah bagus banget mainnya di map ini guys. Oke. Kemarin yang lawan JNJ mereka kalah dulu apa menang dulu sih guys? Gue lupa deh, 2-1. Kita lihat yang pertama kali lawan JNJ 2-1. JNJ menang 2-1. Apa tuh? Nge-lag bentar. Sabar guys. Kalau dibilang jelek sih, gue nggak bilang tadi jelek guys. Tadi bagus mainnya. Sama-sama bagus aja guys, cuman kurang unlucky doang. Kalau kamu ngeliatnya Paperrex mainnya jelek banget sih, bukan jelek sih, unlucky aja. Doang sih guys. Kalau SEN watch party juga bang, kayaknya watch party juga sih guys. Gue penasaran apakah
Hey guys, Mika Fans here, and I'm with Solo and Jen here to help with some translation. So Solo, of course, a lot of teams talk about how Paperrex is a very shocking team to play against if you don't know them well, but Genji does know them well. So how do you as a team dissect their style?
페이퍼렉스가 익숙하지 않으면 그 플레이 스타일에 상당히 당황하기 마련인데 좀 젠지 같은 경우에는 페이퍼렉스 스타일에 대해서 충분히 잘 알고 있고 잘 분석이 돼 있잖아요. 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 좀 어떻게 경기를 풀어나가려고 하셨나요?
일단 페이퍼렉스가 진짜 많이 공격적인 팀이다 보니까 피지컬을 앞세워서 게임을 많이 하는데 저희 또한 피지컬이 지지 않는다는 생각을 하고 있거든요. 그래서 저희도 역으로 저희도 공격적으로 하자는 식으로 많이 얘기를 많이 하고 있고요. 그런 게 좀 잘 되는 것 같아요. 네, 저희가 피지컬이 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요. 지금은. 네.
Of course, Paperrex infamous for their W gaming, but I feel like Genji players can match up to their firepower as well, and I feel like we're shooting more heads too today. So we just came into this matchup with the mindset of, you know what, fight aggressive teams with aggressive attitude. You know, don't be afraid to take those fights, don't give them too much respect, and I feel like we're just having a really good day overall.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Genji.
Translator kalau kata tarik ya, W translator bro.
It's not just a good day, they've had a great tournament so far. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi and HyperX. You heard it from Solo there. They're confident, they're hitting their shots, they know how to deal with Paperrex. And Mimi, it's not looking great on the other side.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I think that Genji looked like a better Paperrex in this game, right? They had the ridiculous individual moments, they had the pop-ups, but they also had excellent fundamentals. You compare the info these two teams were getting on their defense with the Sky Util. Genji was always on point with the rotations, setting up reclears, swinging together, whereas
Rotationnya on point, clearnya on point,
Yeah, and the telling thing for me is Genji willing to step into that zone with Paperrex, where you have the flood pretext or stacking up bodies and looking very aggressive engagements. Genji, we're getting down and dirty with them. I'm kind of coming out on top.
Yeah, you guys are hyped up the rookie Karen coming to this a lot, and here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment round 17. I mean, you gotta check your corners, man. You gotta check it.
This is exactly the sort of scenario that I'm talking about, right? Making plays like this, getting ahead of this execute. You lose to Paperrex when you allow them to execute onto you, come up, play very aggressive, and Karen, I mean, Tom nailed this as well in the cast. There's a sort of rank play that catches Paperrex off guard, because they don't expect people to match their level of unorthodox.
I think that's exactly the point, right? They're used to teams playing back, cowering in fear, playing for flood retext against a squad like this instead. Genji can give it to them. They're so willing to get proactive, to fight into these executes, and their site anchors were constantly staying alive, doing stuff like that, and actually buying time for the team to rotate over and help everyone out, which you contrast that to Paperrex. Their players were trying to do the same thing, and they were getting owned by the executes.
Santai aja, so jangan dibawa stres.
Every round
have fun, bro, have fun.
Down across the stage. And on the other side for this, for Paperrex, as we take a look in the AIM lab shoot around, Monyet, again, he was kind of one of the players we were really looking forward to watching, but what else has he got?
I mean, he was looking pretty deadly at the start of this map here. Again, super aggressive, almost like in the pistol round, he forgot he was put onto the Omen. Still on the race for some reason, jumping in. But there's just a number of situations where you're looking here, and I was talking about, some of the aggressive plays the Paperrex made. They felt very disjointed. It felt like it came down to one person delivering at the end of that sort of play, as opposed to the typical Paperrex, too strong on the front line, fragging together.
And I think that's exactly it, right? Like, this is a team that can rely on those moments against lesser teams, can rely on those moments against a team that's not familiar with them, but Gen.G knows them so damn well. They're used to dealing with these individual plays and not letting it get past them.
I mean, we've been here before. I'm not expecting a smile from this man, but I am expecting a solution. Let's hear what Alex
sini
has
bakal
to
main
say
race
ahead
lagi
of
atau
that.
enggak guys ya? Oke, Cahaya monyet, Cahaya race guys.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. So we did see that, you know, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and PaperX was on attack, you got some of that momentum back. And we do know that the team is a very momentum heavy based team. So what do they usually need to hear, like maybe from you, in order to get that push, in order to, you know, get that swing into their favor?
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win some rounds, you know, so I try to just figure out how to win the round. And then if it goes well, you know, then we can snowball.
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if PaperX can wrangle in those nerves and get map 2.
Alex, you've done this before. You made the comeback before. Come on, boys. I want to see them have some fun in their bellies.
Dude, Yinsu, we gotta get you down there.
Okay, guys, kita lihat guys,
race-nya
guys.
They're
Udah
lower
confident kita
bracket.
race-nya monyet
Looking
lagi
at
ya.
this comp, what is this, Mike?
Kita lihat guys, kita buktikan guys ya. Kemarin itu mungkin agak turun tapi sekarang akan nyala. Menyala bagus seperti Badi ya guys ya.
Maybe then indicator we did see that on split. He's going to be the front man here on Lotus.
This does fix the issue of having these flanks open. It fixes that issue. But I think there's another issue in this comp. You're lacking stall util, and on the attacking side, you're way more readable because you only have one piece of smoke util. I think that Forsaken is going to have to be very specific with how he uses his cages to make up for not having this fight.
And the big concern last time actually is that eyes go towards Divide here. His inability to really have impact alone on his utility and opening up opportunities for PaperX in the mid round was absolutely it was absent last time with the Astra comp. So really going to be scrutinizing it.
Oh well, PaperX, if they don't win here, they will be going into elimination on day 1 of playoffs. Mitchman and Tombiz, how are you guys feeling about this one?
Well, Yinsu, I'm feeling excited because at worst, we should have a good game on our hands. Last time around, Gen.G won both pistols here on this map, and it was still a very close game with them barely edging it out 13-11. Now, Tom, they come in with momentum on their backs and a map that they've put the prep into. For PaperX, it's looking like elimination might be on the line soon.
I don't mind the change back, because obviously this isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran versus HyperX. I think it's slightly better for them overall. Still has something on the Jet as well, because they had a similar comp to this, but with him on the Reyna. I think this just allows him to do more damage. I like the start, though, from Gen.G.
Nice!
They had that 3-man push initially, didn't expect anybody to still be around the angle, and because of that, they've lost the first battle.
One man down already, but the rest are rotating into the right spot. The read is good from the side of Gen.G as they move to the A site. Here comes Perry. They're not expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already. Anchored down, and they're winning the fights, leaving Divide all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo. Perry wins! He brought a knife to a knife fight. 3 kills already. This guy's been sensational.
Got respected from Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1. And well, I'll win it out. And well, PaperX, that was again. We talk about the advantages and their conversions. What was that? 5v3 as they get into the site. They get the initial opener and they get an entry, and then they don't convert the round. It's good work from Gen.G, but you always have to look at PaperX.
Oh my God, yes!
These are moments that you expect.
Udah bagus masuknya guys, tapi
to be able to convert.
Rotate
Not the start they were looking for. And
kayaknya kalau ngeliat guys, si Djaja ini main rotate cepat mulu guys, harus main ini deh kayaknya. Kayaknya Alex nggak pernah coba.
PaperX, they're going straight into the site.
Oh yeah, look, they're willing to dive. We can tell that as soon as Munyet picks up this agent, and well, he very nearly died to the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online for Gen.G. Nothing to really force these players out of the corner.
Spike planted.
With that sees, it's keeping them in position. It's only deducted about 10 HP
Okay,
so low. And the problem now is you have to fight back through all these close range angles where PaperX have the numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot, good follow up, and then it's clean for Gen.G. 2 players lost, not the end of the world.
Yeah, could have been much worse. Interestingly, yeah, something buys shields. So maybe hoping that they could get a kill and he could steal a gun away, but doesn't come to fruition. Texture as well as one off a showstopper going into round number 3, so especially on this map, it definitely is a little bit more difficult for Challenge to challenge for those orbs, but it might mean that we see a bit more of an A push, an opportunity.
Guys, Iko dapat 2 dapat plan lumayan guys. Iko dapat 2 dapat plan guys ya.
We are going to get the investment. Mitch will be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in an Odin.
Something kita butuh something guys ya.
He's just proven my point.
Gue masih bilang masih 50% guys.
Gen and a little bit of danger for Texture. That crosshair's lined up on his head and it's done some damage, some serious damage by the looks of it. Down to 77. Texture's tagged. Lucky is dropped. And we can continue on with the spams. Heals for most players. Divide the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone
Jason yang
to
low,
bring
coy,
him
yang
back
spray
to
si
full
tapi yang low si Jason.
Health. Realities though, they're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Divide. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing and the same thing there. Exactly. Clean trades for Paperrex.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be fight after fight. Meteor now.
Oh, dapat
has to
satu
try
sih
and
gila.
pull off some individual brilliance as well. I think
apa
a little
itu,
bit too
Ilya? Apa
predictable
itu?
on when he'd make his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and the thing is, he could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to. When there's an opportunity to have an upgrade.
Ilya sendirian mulu, Cok. Kenapa sendirian mulu sih? Berdua lah minimal dapat senjata kan? Dapat.
Well to start. Player close is low.
Astaga,
Divide
kenapa?
and Mind Freak, both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with no shields and no head anymore. This is getting very costly. The attacking side with Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3, and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low, and he doesn't know where Divide is. The element of surprise gets Paperrex the kill and the round. But at what cost?
Everything. Absolutely everything. Every single gun just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next round anyway. Like, I understand wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension. Just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, well, you can already see him smacked. It's not the only thing getting smacked.
Round 4.
Kemarin coba sih, Cok. Itu nggak disiplin banget, guys.
Weakness is already seen. A chance for Gen G to shut down the way back through for Paperrex very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to tight contention, but with Gen G having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series. I'm worried for Paperrex. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Monet's on the way, head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape and for Munchkin to round the corner. No one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's claimed a lot of space.
Yeah. Oh, they don't realize how close Karen is. He had to move because of the Tiger. Monya's going to try and aggress. This is risky. Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually almost manages to catch one. Even still, though, for Gen G, this is looking fantastic. Timing couldn't be worse for something either. It's going to bad to worse for Paperrex. They need to find a miracle through these spams. At least been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tab will definitely help them out, but it's no Odin just going through. Too many bullets to dodge there. But Gen G, they break back immediately. And while we mentioned them losing all their players, it's going to hurt now.
Yes, it absolutely is. Now you see the butterfly effect of that. Well-placed showstopper by Texture. You said there were 2 online, only one found its mark. And then the chaos afterwards. Every time you see someone on Paperrex turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing or they've just lost a teammate, they get shot in the back because that's the exact timing that Gen G go for the retake on all sides. Gorgeous stuff, 3-1. Odin being kept through, Lakia going way up in my estimations, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, Paperrex have basically nothing to play with. 4 sheriffs.
Well, also they've already taken the control. That's the main reason. You've got Karen aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving that Odin elsewhere. Not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing. We've seen this scenario many a time. Find the kill, TP back. Karen is excellent.
Mereka tuh ada jumping,
reposition as well,
dapat info, rotate dulu.
They can leave those Oh, spots open. This is ambitious.
Where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it. He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was risky. If they came through that wall, Tom, I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. Spray good for Munchkins, a narrow alleyway to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance for Paperrex here. Of course, we did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with. They'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but Gen.G off to a flying start with it yet again.
Yeah.
It's feeling reminiscent of last map, but it is still very early days. Plenty of time for Paperrex to find their footing. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Gen.G don't have we'll just save time.
Yep. Yep. It's the play.
They've had it the whole time throughout the series. I like the pause, though, coming out from Paperrex, because this has been rough. And even looking back versus KC, they struggled when it came to this attack inside. A lot of that was a bit of a peculiar composition, but I don't know if this one's looking any better for them right now. Also, it has a lot of reliance again on this double duelist. There was a moment or two at the beginning where I was like, okay, something looks like he's here to play. But ever since then, they're just getting boomed. And everyone on the other side for Gen.G has looked utterly fantastic. In this round at least, one off the Bladestorm, Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part in this round for either side. And Munchkin already having that Viper's Pit online. Clearly, this is a time where Alex needs to earn his money. Otherwise, I think Paperrex are taking that fast track straight to the lower bracket.
I want to at least get that third map out. You know, officials are a different ball game to talking about regional play, especially against a team you've already played on that map. You're testing so many deeper things, and I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen, because Loud Sentinels, they're not going to be any easier.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face up against either of those teams right now. Here we go, though. Again, early paranoia. I think this one is not really going to be played upon. I like the idea, again, using that haunt to get them space, but something, I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. Had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is, and Texture's already there to support.
That's it. They're trying to punish the Odin. They know that it's not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets open, and now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on Gen.G, filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards. But with the return from Paperrex, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mindfreak, but Meteor's just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo, and he's winning this game with Mindfreak down. It's 45 HP, and a dream turned to a nightmare. Paperrex losing out on another. They had a good pacey take, managed to put the players on the back foot, and filled in every gap that Gen.G were trying to stuff their way into. They always had someone to take that second fight. Paperrex had someone to take the third. This time, though, they lose out when it comes to the post plan. Gotta say, they really could have used that round.
Yeah, this is one of those things as well where Meteor's in a 2v2 scenario. The amount of times I feel like I've watched him just get both kills and his teammates still rotating. Like, he's just so confident at this stage in his individual ability, and even just ducking under where he assumed his opponent would be holding. Again, another big round for Paperrex. A lot invested, even having some decent early trades, but it isn't to be. And now, well, Bladestorm is really all we could talk about, and they're so ready for his initial play. Almost goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah, the thing is that's sending them elsewhere. Forsaken was trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think Monyad on the previous map was thrown at a few of those little feelers. But the idea now is you can't play up against that up. This ain't the round for it. Your Bladestorm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range, numbers advantage is the way to go, and they've done it, at least trading out the first. Karen, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily, because Karen was dropped very quickly, so too is Meteor. Hell, it's winnable for Divine, but his knife was pulled out. Trying to evade some spams or some, well, players emerging from the smoke. Unfortunately, he jumped right into their crosshair. 6-1 for Gen.G, and 4 ultimates online coming into round number 8.
It's one of those scenarios where, again, Paperrex have made some of these rounds look somewhat competitive, but Gen.G are consistently able to clutch out the late round. Again, as you said, ults are in their favor, finances are in their favor. There's at least a lot coming online in this round.
Something nggak nembak juga guys.
The side of
Kalau
PaperX.
2, 3, 4 orang nggak nembak,
Counter-operator going to invest into on something. He has had a very quiet start to this game, and a reaction shot from Texture already puts down Munya.
You see the idea as well? We see the aggression, we try to take space elsewhere. Denied on A, because Gen G are getting aggressive, giving Paperrex a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on, 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For Paperrex, where do they go? Where do they take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft if they can even drop a body. And they cannot.
Oh, no.
A wallbang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's up, down. And he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
Forsaken's been quiet as well, and reposition. Nice shot at least. Will make things that little bit more interesting. The reveal as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disruptive. And Vitia, again, full sprinting to help his teammate out. It gets close for a matter of seconds, but Gen G continue their utter dominance in this match. 7-1 on the defense. I don't know yet. Second pause going to be called for Paperrex at this point. I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times, Gen G have won. Yeah, played and won this map. 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. They're 7-1 up on defense. No, I would say that's very bad if you're a Paperrex fan.
That's quite poor. Yeah, and the reality is Paperrex, the last time they played this map against the squad again, you know, I was looking back at that series, it was perfectly for me today because it's the same maps. But the funniest thing is something. He was on the Reyna and he was popping, he was doing well. Will I say justified a Reyna pick? Maybe not, but we know on a good day he absolutely can. This time, I don't care what agent he's playing, he's having a damn tough time. 2-8, compare that to Split last time, finding so many opening entries on that attack side. Now listen, I'm going to be the last person to complain about Jet dying on the attack, right? Often that's your job, but here we haven't seen those dive plays as consistently. At least that hasn't been the crux of their attacking side. The problem is, how many rounds have we seen where literally 10 to 15 seconds in, it's 3v5. No control, no benefit for it. One guy goes down, they push somewhere else, that guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that Gen G are also willing to claim. Like, they pushed out 2 players in all the way past Mound. They weren't even holding the deep angles anymore because what's the point?
And
they're
they pushed
try and
A
swing through
with 2
them.
players in the same round.
Yeah.
Right, so like this is the thing. You even peek your head out and go, oh, are they rubble? Yep, they are. I'm dead.
Yep, they're
right.
everywhere.
Now we have no advantage. We're playing
They're
from
going to
behind.
push B. It looks like they are. Insta smoke. B control being taken by 3 players. Just waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction. It's going to allow them the fast take back of this control. Paranoia immediately put through. The trade's not awful in the beginning, but they quickly divulge into nothing for the side of Paperrex. Forsaken trying to claim it back though. Finally, he comes alive.
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the C site once that door is closed. 16 HP, Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got an op and a nade. And there's a snake bite left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though, Texture's not deploying the nade. Instead, sitting down, op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now has a nade below him. He's safe up top. He's got the angle, could even pick off Munchkin. That could make it winnable, but Texture's a little too quick.
I love it.
I didn't think he could fire off that quick.
It's just like, he's got an op as a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like, all right, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for Gen G. 8-1, Tom. Yeah. I almost wanted to say coming into this map, well, it can't get any worse. It just has. It was like 2 at least last time.
Yeah, it definitely is looking like a golf in class, which, again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, though we've already seen them play a best-of-5 series that was a 3-1, and a lot of the maps are close. It looks like Gen G have leveled up, and for Paperrex, I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the difference between these two is
Something
not
tuh
the same we've seen before.
Dia turun selalu
All
gitu.
5 ultimates, by the way.
Sial banget timingnya.
Don't need them. That's
Pas
actually the point
kemarin
where
kayak
they
nggak yakin
don't
menang
need
lah
the
kita.
ults. They're just
Lawan
winning the
KC
rounds
nggak yakin menang lah,
anyway.
lawan HyperX menang tapi something performnya
let's just throw
gila-gilaan.
one out just to see.
There you go.
There it is. Okay. Cycle the economy a little bit. Here comes the big rocket, and it's not landed. It's not found the value it needed to. The lockdown has been destroyed, and Meteor was tagged down quite a bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the they got rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim some space. He's screwed. There's no way he survives that.
It's a little messy. It's giving Paperrex a chance, Tom. They haven't planted the spike, but they don't need to if they win these fights again and again, and they have. Lakia dropped, leaves Munchkin 1v3. If he wins this, I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of HP, and they've lost Mind Freak. Okay, but it's all right. They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with. They've got to just take these fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11-4. He's been winning round after round, but a reposition by Forsaken. The swing is good. And the double peak wins the day, 8-2. Deja vu for Paperrex.
Okay, nice.
Well, Gen G got to be feeling confident. The good thing is
that's what I mean. That they lose the rounds, they use the ult.
Bangun.
That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of this just came down to some brilliant individual play from Something, finally putting a couple of kills on the board. The fact is they did peak. Munchkin individually. First player peaks, dies, second gets dinked, and it's only finally they reposition. I think we would have needed a new desk completely.
Udah panas banget, coy. Anjing Davai 12-8, coy. Udah pakcik,
It's scary that it even got close.
I think just get rid of the desk, man. Punching bag with an LED screen in it.
Whose face is on it?
It depends on the game. Make it interchangeable.
Nice,
Well, Forsaken's
Son.
picked off Karen. That's a fantastic kill. Look how open the A side is. And they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from Gen G. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open, and he gets caught by Lakia. That timing was near perfect. You have to, well, I mean, you could call it a mistake. At the end of the day, he was open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and Paperrex will find the plant nonetheless.
Showstopper online. Not wanting to allow them to set up. Something's going to try and get aggressive, but it's not going to manage to land the shot. Now, I think the flash through the back might have actually caught Munchkin. So he's going to have to reposition through B instead. Move away from the flank position. It's open. I think it's because Device having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammates got his back, and that means he'll be able to kill off Mind Freak. The remaining players, a bit of an obscure position. Munyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal. The spam doing so much damage, and now it's all on to Devi with an operator. First shot missed, but he just needs to kill the guy defusing, and he's done enough. There's no time left. Finally, Paperrex.
Tapi mati 5 semua, cok. Ada duit dong.
But everybody will go down with the ship.
Well, it's the same thing as what we saw before, Tom, right? They're getting this little resurgence towards the end of the half. This time, Paperrex didn't have the pistol to help them out. They went both on the previous map, putting them up 4 rounds, and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half, Gen G come in with the Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
It's scary when it's a Red Bull clutch that gets you your 3rd round, but
Sempet kayaknya kalau kabur ke B itu mah.
as long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karen being solo, and now it's Texture, and his operator has been fierce.
Jelek banget tuh, angle-nya Jason tipis banget, bro.
Looks like they're going to go back into it. Is there a flash? Is there anything? No.
Satu-satu,
No, it's just a dry wide peek by Munyet. Players up top looking to trade, but Texture's out of the angle too quickly. Paperrex have given him another shot, and it looks like another bite of this apple. As around comes another, but finally the miss is there. Texture gets the reset though with low HP. He's dancing around, but he's being caught. There was no escape this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance emerged for an 8-4 half. It looks like Paperrex have finally woken up. They've found some punch to be packed. Let's see. Meteor's on his way in. Up close with a teammate further away. Munchkin's making a lot of noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with him, and instead running into Meteor. Well played. Now they can group up and try to force this 2v2 with the Viper's Pit. That was a little scary. Thought Munchkin was about to be spammed, but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake bites to play with, though. That could help out, keep them way out of this pit, and with Munchkin falling, it's done.
Nice.
Paperrex 8-4 at the halftime.
Let's go,
They
guys.
found some legs to stand on, some foundations laid. The second half will be tough if they lose the pistol.
It's almost identical to what we saw in the last half. A streak of rounds. That's just disgusting. I was thinking from Forsaken's point of view, I didn't even really see anything. That's how good texture has been. But again, it's those player deficits that are actually what turn the tides over there. Well done for Paperrex to at least get something.
Well, Tom, it's time now to toss this one over to Divide, who had some words to say.
Let's see the defense, guys. Kalau defense-nya bagus, bisa bangkit. Kalau defense jelek, udah.
I feel like, for me personally, I feel like we are playing against ourselves because the way they play is kind of like similar, you know. I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart. And they kind of like one step ahead, especially on low.
Ini kalau Paperrex lagi ada performa pas lagi. Guys, kalau Paperrex lagi ada di performa pas lagi lawan KC sih menang, bisa menang, guys.
They did exactly what we were watching them like in the VODs, like they play the same. They're not scared, even though these like I think.
Kalau performanya nggak sekeren kemarin, itu sih agak kurang, guys ya. Kemarin pas lawan KC itu keras banget mereka semua, Cok.
Very surprised with how they actually perform.
Yeah, you're gonna be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough. Blinded and Monye just popping off. Yeah, Farmer even spotting the right there.
Ini kurang performanya, Cok.
Shybox, this guy's on for it. He's absolutely on the money today.
Genji game. I mean, the good thing is probably we might be able to get some revenge, you know. I mean, we lost to them in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, I think texture is giving us a lot of problem, like just killing us or like punishing us over and over. And also, Karen was playing insane as well, even though he's a newcomer.
Dua orang ini doang, guys,
but I think he's probably like.
Cheers dulu, Bang. Perek semangat. Perek semangat. Semangat dulu dong. Harus semangat. Jangan lupa like dulu, guys. Jangan lupa like. Jangan lupa yang mau top up langsung aja, guys. Top up timbahgaming.com, guys ya. Garansi harga termurah dan ada diskon tambah dengan menggunakan voucher dengan namaku RIO. Genji KC menang Genji juga, Bang. Belum tentu anjing.
Pretty good player, pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills, almost a third of what his teammates rocking. It's been tough for the side of Paperrex. They haven't found a lot of success, but that little 3-round streak to close out the first half, Tom, it's given them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistol, though.
Yeah, we want this to be a competitive match that it definitely has not been.
Bisa, emang Genji tuh enaknya mereka lagi panas-panasnya, guys.
Like a competitor for the crown, and
mereka tuh lagi panas-panasnya, guys. Makanya enak banget, coba. Mereka tuh punya strats yang bagus sekarang, panas banget. Nah, itu dia, maksud gua Monyet. Itu dia Phantomnya Monyet, bro. Phantom lagi.
Aggressively on the other side is something waiting for someone to try and make their move, and he's going to go back for a little bit more. Has to use the dash to get out of there, and is now waiting for the cavalry to arrive as the rest of the team somewhat far away. An opportunity, but Forsaken with a good trade.
Nice trade, but
keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with Paperrex definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted.
Nice.
That's a 3K for Something. Looks like even he's starting to heat up.
That's exactly what they need. Just him having confidence.
Nice
because
pistol,
you look at some of the fights he's taken, and there's definitely risks about it. That's always
melihat bahwa
play
Davai
style.
di atas, kasihan sendirian.
Even on a Gecko, he's basically an op main, so then get the finances built up early, get the orbs rolling on the duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far. Get that sniper into his hands.
Tuh, Alec mukanya menangnya kayak udah.
Definitely slip back. As said though, for the majority of the matches we've seen, be it mostly in Pacific, Genji have been much more consistent on their attack.
Pistol win then was essential for Paperrex. Now the follow-up looks easy. Very little to play with for Genji, and even if they drop something, he's the player that's rocking with the pistol. So the margin for error's already been reached here. Any further kills will be costly, will force some level of reinvestment. from the side of Paperrex. But on the defense,
si
they can keep distance. And with the buy that Gen G have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Yeah, Deviant will be solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Monyet. Jump peek will give him the info to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really have any opportunity to win. The weaponry not falling into their hands off the kills they've garnered, and the players they're pushing into are actually just going to start pushing into them. A good round from Paperrex as they manage to bring things again back within 2.
Sometimes lu nggak nyala di tackle, defender boleh lah nyala lah.
Gen G truly have been a level above.
Oh, wow, guys. Just look at your screen. Besides something, this is a round that often you're going to look at as an eco, but 3 orbs away from a Blade Storm means he can force up here, buy an operator, and potentially have a Blade Storm, even if they lose the round. With how consistent he normally is with that op, I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. 1 kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
It also means they can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A site, an aggressive position from Monyet. This is not really the gun you want to have here. Somehow he gets out of there unscathed. They also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after that spot comes through, fading back. Now the cross has already happened, so something now in a pretty deadly position. And honestly, I think Meteor's a little bit lucky there to even get 1.
Well, here's the chance for that operator to finally show its ugly face. Ugly for the side of Gen G as they lose a player right off rip. And it's Texture, the man with the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for something. He had to be watching the right way, though, and Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Devi, though, leaving it to a 3v2 defensive advantage and Devi walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round. And it looks like he might, oh, he will get the opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter because Monyet's there to catch him when he falls. 8-7. And now this gets me excited for Paperrex. That round puts them way back in contention because Gen G got an eco.
Yeah, I
senyum
like
dulu
the way
guys.
they play it as well.
Nice play by teman-teman di B sama di C. Sampai dapat 1, udah bagus
They
banget.
know that there's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they 3-man push. Even a trade there's not too bad, knowing there's something on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations. Devi as well, though, as you said, he's been fantastic. 19 and 10, topping the entire scoreboard right now. Something once more. They know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here, and they're actually going to really put the pressure on early.
Oh, fuck, dude.
I don't mind this from Gen G. They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for Paperrex, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own. And again, he finds Texture. That's a big part of this take. They try to seize the space with him blast packing in, but instead, they've been left to try and trade it out. 2 versus 3. Meteor's good position has been noted. As we said earlier, they know that trap was broken. They know there could be someone around here. It's why you see Devi wait for Mindfreak, wait even for the plant to come through, while Monyet finishes this flank. Looks like they're aware. Well, they're very much aware that something is going on. I mean, Paperrex haven't made a move. Why haven't they? Why are they not trying to fight for any bit of control? And that's not something they'll find an answer to until they plant the spike.
It looks like because they've spotted players near B, and they're worried about their spawn, they're actually going to go fighting aggressively. This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. 1 bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect, and he goes back with the pistol. He does it alone. Meteor's going to confirm the masterclass drifty. It's looking like a round firmly in the hands of Paperrex. Falls to 1 man.
Mereka lambat banget ini guys, rotate-nya guys.
1 man with 1 big gun and 1 medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason, when it's him, a 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one, he always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there going, I'm ready to critique, and then he gets the kill, and I'm like, well, fine then. I guess that was the right play.
Well, uncouth, but it works this time. Certainly caught his opponents off guard with Gen G 9-7 and claiming that round. Paperrex have weaknesses. An operator in the hand of something.
Look at where he is.
It's not really an opping angle normally, is it? Oh, nice flash, that's good. But he hasn't got the dash anymore. It's faded out. But Munchkin, oh, the shot's missed. And Munchkin's been given a second chance at life while the showstopper is again just, oh, I thought just used for space, but if he fires it out close, no, he doesn't pull the trigger. And now he realizes his mistake as the dive comes in from Paperrex. They've got a lot to work with.
The ult stoke should be, well, in theory, forcing them back, but it hasn't happened at all. They went aggressive, made this one problematic. Spike already planted at least, so they're going to have to respect it and just fall back. Munchkin's still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be bought. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the first, almost onto the second. But Paperrex respond in turn. A back and forth so far in this second half. And they close the gap once again to just 1 round.
Well, that's the response and resurgence we wanted to see. This game, this map, and indeed this series.
Shot the bullet. That's got to be so infuriating.
Yeah, I can understand he doesn't want to give away his position, but, you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And, well, he chose wrong. Chips on the wrong color. Well, 9-8. And for Paperrex, it looks like they've really got their hands dug into those reins. The economy is low. We've seen Gen.G win low by rounds. There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill from Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. But the main thing is, something has got basically an all right now. That's a Yassine dash. But it works out for him. No punish. And the reposition gets him another kill. Swing out. Coming in. The side of Paperrex.
Let's go. W versus W, guys. Let's go.
A second blink.
Broadness, guys. Dia broadness, guys. Broadness.
They have somehow made this comeback happen. 5-1 in this second half after what was basically, we were at a scoreline where this looked over. What was it, 8-1? And then they went 3 rounds in a row. And that's the thing. You don't really think it at the time because an 8-4 half is still great, but it seemed like Gen.G just let the foot off the gas. A few big plays coming out.
Nice one, guys. Let's
now
go,
we're starting to see players rise up.
Let's
you
go,
mentioning it,
guys.
The distance between
Bisa yuk,
Wifi and everybody
nih.
else was a lot. Well, something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mindfreak.
Aduh, Mansek kenapa begitu banget? Tinggal posisinya.
Karen was trained in on that with Texture finding a field day. 2 HP left on Devi. He'll find it hard to get any impact from this point. A stray bullet enough to take him down. But he's caught Karen off guard. The flash covers his retreat.
Bantuin temannya, mana sih dua lagi,
And they don't regen anymore. But an opportunity still. No, shut down. 2 versus 3 though. Viper's pick could change the game.
They're trying to get in as quickly as humanly possible, but Meteor's there to defend. Leaves it onto something. As said, he's had a real resurgence. And he just fall back to enable the reload. Never mind, he's just looking to reposition completely. I think they know exactly where he is, but somehow he still wins the battle. 3 bullets left in the clip. The pit's been dropped. He's already going to spot 1, but he's now just out to the classic. And it's a classic v classic. But Lackey is the one to take it home. These rounds are getting insanely close. And it's a back and forth once again.
Aaron, kita butuh lu, Ron. Aaron.
A pendulum swing. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for Paperrex, an immediate answer back by Gen.G, but the fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper is dropped outside the pit, and then that's the result. Clean as can be with a final right click to close it. Gen.G, they've got a lot set up in front of them because there is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is just on the rifles. Credits are low. Gen.G could be on the home stretch very, very soon, and Forsaken in that corner needs value. They've not seen him. He's good for 1 and damage on Texture. Those could be very, very pivotal facts for us as Paperrex look to move back through. So many players are low. One extremely low in the corner. It's the Rocket to find him.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. That trade's all right. That was the low HP player that goes down. I don't think they're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this. His teammates a little bit further behind. No flash available for Device, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle, but every member falls. Gen.G now get a double back of their own. And the major worry here for Paperrex, they don't have backup credits. They don't have anything in their pockets other than a Blade Storm. This could be the beginning of the end.
It feels that way, Tom. 2-round gap. Gen.G in this series have just been miles ahead when it came to these rifle rounds. And again, it seems strange that 13-8, to talk about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong scoreline, but not damning for the other side. But when you look at both pistols, that's a 4-0 start based off of coin flips. And Paperrex managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't able to succeed. Now, early push, it's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a set of blades, and those don't even get fired off. They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down, so too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close. There seems to be nothing that Paperrex can do to surprise this Gen.G roster in the last few rounds. And with 12 looking like it's on the board, Tom, these players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of this series. The lower bracket is beckoning them. And then they'll face elimination against the Sentinels who are allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Nggak mungkin sih guys, nggak mungkin coy ini possible aja.
Gen.G have got
Possible sini guys.
This round at least.
4 lawan 2.
Was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the ults and it got absolutely nothing. And the second we've got into these post runs, that's where Gen.G have looked their most fearsome. A team from last year that started strong, had a massive fall from grace, made a huge overhaul of this roster with risks taken. Players brought back who had been at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant, a player they got from Ranked, and players that have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G, he was okay. But to go into a Gen.G roster that's now playing for a minimum of top 3 if they win this match. Unheard of, surprising, and now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific. Looking to try and do what no Pacific team has ever done before. Take themselves to an international victory. Paperrex are not dead. Not down until you stamp them out.
Definitely looking injured. The path to recovery, 3 straight rounds in OT in a third map.
Kurang Aaron aja sih guys ini guys.
Gen.G, 3 ultimates to fight their way through. Paperrex don't have reactive.
Normal sih, kayaknya sih menang, bisa menang tadi guys.
Where's the lockdown, the showstopper, and of course the Nightfall. Any one of those can open sights, pull you out of sticky situations. Door open. That was the defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's going to force that player out in the open. Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push on mid is spotted as well. 3 players left for Paperrex. And it looks like they've still got a fight in them. Nightfall won't evade it. He's being caught. But, oh, it's fake information. The Shrouded Step has bought a little bit of an advantage for Mindfreak as he's still alive, his HP recovering, but with something down, and Devi very much known towards that spawn. Mindfreak's on the wraparound, wants to move towards that singular door. For this, Devi needs to buy some time. He still has a flash to play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out this corridor. Devi's even won the fight. The smoke is down. A chance if Mindfreak can make it to Devi, if they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are. And the nade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out, it might be too low. Devi just dodges that siege, but Mindfreak down. The time now not to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose. And short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. 13-9 and 13-8. A consistent showing from the side of Gen.G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Yeah, it is another huge statement play for Gen.G. No doubt at this stage that they wear the crown when it comes to Pacific. But that's not the crown they're gunning for anymore. They said it at the time. Their goal was to make it to the playoffs. Well, they've made it there, and they've continued to push forward in that upper bracket. A team has said that last year didn't really do too much, didn't really give us much to be excited about, and then bringing together a mix of players that maybe many didn't expect to do well, definitely didn't expect to get this far. They continue in that upper bracket to fight off and be the representative as they face Americas, and they send the previous Pacific champion, a previous finalist of one of these events, down into the lower bracket.
Well, this second map, although only one round in the difference, Tom, this was definitely a much better feeling from the side of Paperrex. They earned their way back in from an 8-1 deficit to a close scoreline in the end, but despite that streak of rounds, Gen.G take the victory thanks to map number 1, Paperrex's pick, where they just didn't get started. Yeah. And that's a big concern for them. Moving on to an elimination series next, they won't get a chance to have a slow start. They've got to come out swinging off the bat. For Gen.G, they get to watch their opponents play, figure out who it is, take some notes. This is a very nice position to be in, and a chance to make a historical run here in Madrid for their region.
But that's always been the thing. Like we talk about Pacific teams, a flash in the pan a lot of the time. You look at the Zeta run, you could even throw a Chinese team of EDG in there as well, making a run, Paperrex making a run. This Gen.G squad, though, it feels different. They have so much depth to them in terms of individual plays, but they have such a solid structure, great trading, and also it just looks like the individuals on that team have leveled up from last year. They look like different players, even if they're in different roles, some coming from the tier 2 as well. They are an absolute joy to watch, and the fact is, I don't know where this ends for them. They could genuinely be there lifting the trophy.
It definitely feels like they have a long road ahead of them. Hopefully no bumps in that road. And the reality is, you know, Texture for me, certainly someone to take notes on, because this guy, he was good before, but now on the international scene, up against some of the best in the world, and he's leaving his mark. He's already left his mark, and it could get so much more beneficial for this squad as they now get to watch their opponents play, take those notes. I really put so much stock in that. I'm excited to see what this squad can do, Tom.
I think I love the fact that just even hearing them talk about each other, it's much elevating his team. I think that's such a huge compliment. Like you can say someone coming, oh, he's a great leader, he's playing great individually. Like all of these compliments, this is a nice thing, but to say he's come in, as said, one of the first players coming out of Korea, Lakia, to play at a Masters event, and you're going, yeah, this guy has made me better. As someone who's coming in as a relatively new leader, that's such a huge compliment to hear from, and I think that's the great thing about this team. You look at them on the stage, you look at Texture just having a great time, everybody like standing up, like bows and arrows, like this is looking like a completely different squad, and honestly, I am so impressed with what we've seen. Luckily, now we get to hear from Munchkin as he's going to be down on the stage.
La victoria más convincente para Gen.G hasta ahora.
Ini Carmen nih 5-5 nembak nih guys.
So far, and it had to be in playoffs. Tenía que ser en playoffs. Estoy aquí con Munchkin para que me cuente un poco de lo que ha sido esta partida y lo que ha sido este recorrido. And the first thing I'm going to say is, can we hear it for Munchkin? Can we hear it for Gen.G? Where are the Gen.G fans?
Ini mah kayak Carmen kemarin dah, mereka nembaknya mah udah menang sih.
La primera pregunta es que fue una partida en la que se hacen algunos cambios por el lado de Paperrex. Había alguna idea y en qué se enfocan especialmente en este segundo mapa para que el cambio de composición no le afecte a Gen.G y puedan cerrar un 2-0. Munchkin, first of all, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you is, I want to know what goes behind the scenes when we get to see that Paperrex composition change on that second map. It seems like it was slipping away, but you were able to take it back right at the end. So what was the focus to make sure that map would go your way?
로터스에서 페이퍼렉스가 조합을 다시 한번 바꿔들고 왔는데 이제 젠지 선수들은 그거에 대해서 어떻게 풀어나가려고 대처를 했는지 궁금합니다. 아무래도 갑자기 이렇게 따라잡히는 모습이 나오기도 했거든요.
일단 저희가 사이퍼 상대를 많이 만나봤었기 때문에 사이퍼 대처 방안에 대해서 일단 첫 번째로 이야기했었고요. 그리고 저희가 중반부터 좀 따로 잡혔던 거는 저희가 좀 방심하고 저희끼리 커뮤니케이션이 잘 안 돌았던 것 같습니다.
Well, we're familiar with going up against compositions with Cypher, so first thing we talked about was how to play against the Cypher comp. And I think when Paperrex were making the comebacks, I think we had some miscommunications and mistakes going on, but we were able to, set it straight.
Lo que nos cuenta de ese mapa de Lotus es que ya habían jugado en contra de composiciones de Cypher, así que el enfoque principal era cómo tenían que jugar en contra de ese Cypher, y cuando Paperrex en esa segunda mitad estaba ganando rondas, el enfoque principal era en que la comunicación no estaba de la mejor forma y después la podían arreglar y cerrar el mapa. Ahora, mientras más vemos Gen G, mejor se ven. Sí se consideran uno de los equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más comparado a los otros tres que tenemos en estos playoffs. The more that we get to see Gen G, the brighter and the better you're looking. This time around closing in a 2-0. Do you find yourself to be one of those teams that is able to be better under pressure compared to other teams that we have in playoffs?
계속해서 경기를 치를 때마다 강해지는 모습을 보여주고 있는데 젠지라는 팀이 먼치킨 선수가 생각할 때 좀 부담감이 더해졌을 때 더 잘하는 팀이고 또 훨씬 더 이렇게 좀 긴박한 상황에서 경기력이 더 살아나는 그런 팀이라고 생각하시나요?
사실 저희가 부담감을 아예 안 느끼는 건 아니지만 그렇다고 해서 또 부담감을 많이 받는 건 아니거든요. 사실 부담감이 저희 경기력에 영향을 끼치는 것 같진 않고요. 그냥 저희가 연습하던 대로 계속 대회에서 성장하고 있기 때문에 그래서 더 잘하는 거라고 생각합니다.
I would say there's a little bit of pressure on us, but not a lot, and it's not going to be a lie. There is a little bit of pressure, but that's not enough pressure to crack us when we're up on the stage or affect how we perform. And I just feel like we're that type of team that gets stronger and stronger, and that can grow as we play and as we make those runs today here in Madrid. So I am very glad that we're able to pull this one off as well.
Dice que definitivamente hay presión, de que la presión está ahí, pero que no les llega, que no los rompe, que no les destruye en el momento en el que están en el stage, en el que tienen que jugar. Y también dice que sí se consideran como uno de esos equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más y cada vez los vemos más fuertes por eso. Ahora, para mi última pregunta, quiero saber si vemos un escenario en el que Gen G llega a esa gran final, ¿esperaría tal vez más adelante un rematch en contra de Paperrex o espera tal vez que sea en contra de alguien más? Ya, asumiendo que siguen tomando esas victorias for the next couple matches here, assuming that you guys make it to the grand final, everything goes according to plan, are you expecting to have a rematch with Paperrex or are you expecting it to be someone else?
계획대로 결승전에 간다면 페이퍼렉스를 만날 것 같으신가요? 아니면 다른 팀을 만날 것 같은가요?
일단 제가 원하는 건 페이퍼렉스가 아메리카 팀들 다 잡고 다시 결승 오는 것까지 다 원하고 있지만 그래도 센티넬도 한번 온 김에 만나보고 싶기 때문에 센티넬도 열심히 해서 올랐으면 좋겠네요.
Well, if it goes to my plan, personally, I want Paperrex to kind of eliminate all the teams from Americas, and then we meet again in the finals. But I want to play against Sentinels because they're a really good team, so I hope they do well right now. But yeah, I would like to face Sentinels.
Dice que si todo va de acuerdo a su plan, la idea es que Paperrex le gane a todos los equipos de Américas para que se encuentren nuevamente en esa gran final, pero que aún así dice que le gustaría mucho jugar con Sentinels. Espera que les vaya bien en lo que viene siendo esta partida, que ya se viene. Y hablando de eso, nosotros vamos a pausa. We're gonna take a break real quick and we get ready for that Americas match.
We've seen this matchup before, and last time Gen G became the king of Pacifics. But this is a different stage, and a stage that Paperrex have conquered over and over.
Got 2 damage, but no kills. This has come back into a winnable scenario. Just need to hit the bullet.
Yo, not even close, guys. Not even close.
Looks like it's gone. An opportunity here, at least, to shut down the first and the second. But yet there's 12 rockets on point.
One enemy remaining.
Position. It's sublime. Brilliant from Kaos. This would be exceptional time. Good luck to you and good night.
What a performance for the side of Gen G.
Done, and the follow-up, and he's out of the knife out and wins. He brought a knife to a knife fight.
Players on the other side, Showstopper, he should be dead. Actually, a very quiet start to this game and a reaction shot.
Satu nyawa guys, tenang aja, jangan sedih bro, jangan sedih semua teman-teman. Let's see, lower bracket ntar ya.
This means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect. Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds texture. That's a big part of this take. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. A consistent showing from the side of Gen G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Retretnya kurang cepat sih. Di map kedua banyak kontrol kurang cepet sih. Momentumnya momentum banget buat dia. Tricky juga tadi tuh momentum Tricky bener. Tonton Sentinel dulu guys. Ganti judul dulu nggak sih? Ganti judul bro. Bang mute bang. Lanjut ya guys ya, ganti judul ya. Lanjut L-A-N unjut. Yang pasti guys ya. Paperrex balik ke settingan ini guys, balik ke settingan pabrik. Kemarin-kemarin, Cok. Kemarin tuh udah panas settingan pabrik, pelan-pelan panas, coba balik settingan pabrik lagi. Timingnya tidak bagus guys ya, kalau lagi match penting. Terus tiba-tiba agak turun dikit, tembakannya agak melempem, itu timing yang sial sih kalau gue bilang. Timing yang nggak begitu hoki sih kalau kata gue guys. Padahal kalau misalnya kalian bayangin ya guys ya, kalian hoki gitu ya guys ya. Kalian normal-normal lagi nembaknya dapat, itu bisa close match bro. Malah bisa menang Paperrex dengan apa sih? Dengan playstyle begitu. Kalau Sentinel low bracket susah nih bang. Let's see guys, let's see. Low bracket masih ada, jangan putus harapan dulu ya. Coba aja dulu guys, Who knows bro? Who knows tiba-tiba menang banyak guys. Tiba-tiba kayak banyak dapetnya kita nggak tahu guys. Tiba-tiba kayak Paperrex, misalnya Paperrex lawan Sentinel, tiba-tiba Sentinel ke besoknya itu kurang nyala, ya udah bisa aja menang kayak kemarin. Dari awal juga masuk playoff juga guys, lawan KC, lawan tim Heritage kayak wah berat, tapi menang-menang aja guys ya. Gitu sih kalau kata gue sih, menurut gue sih kadang kita ngeliatnya kayak, weh menang nih. Mungkin sih kalah, nggak mungkin kalah cok. Kalah, tapi ujungnya menang juga sih guys. Mindfreak-nya udah ngomong guys, Mindfreak ngomong, sorry, feel off today katanya guys ya. Tapi kadang Mindfreak kalau lagi panas tuh gila banget cok. Yang kayak kemarin tuh one tap yang klik kanan dar tuh gila kan ya guys ya. Tuh lagi bukan momennya ya udah. Kayak gini guys, lagi bau. Kalau mereka cuma dapat juara 3 bang ya kagak guys, bisa ke grand final juga kalau lu perform lagi. Masalahnya susah guys ya. Masalahnya lower bracket run itu dapat semua tim yang main, lebih susah lagi. Lo harus ngalahkan semuanya berarti baru bisa juara. Kalau udah kelawar. Kapan mulainya? Udah kebaca gameplaynya mah, bukan kebaca guys. Kebaca mah pasti kebaca guys. Semua gameplay juga. Cuma dengan nembak aja bro. Nembak, kayak jelek.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 6 of Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Mimi and HyperX. We've had our first regional rematch already, and let's get into the second. It is America Sentinels versus Loud, and I believe, Mimi, the matchup that you're very, very excited about.
Yeah, this one's going to be fantastic. It went all 5 maps in the finals in America. Sentinels pulled it off there against Loud, but Loud has really leveled up at this event thus far. It should be a great match again.
Yeah, I think so. A couple of stumblings along the way. It is a concern for me that Loud have already kind of shown some bad tape here. Obviously, with the permaban even being shown here now, Breeze, there's no questions left over their map pool.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same 3 maps before in the first match of the regional, but I wonder we're going to get that again here. But the thing is, HyperX, as you would know, Sentinels have played an obscene amount of games coming into this tournament. They continue to do so here in Madrid.
Yeah, a lot of tape, obviously, to go through. An opportunity there for Loud. They've already shown that you know, they're willing to switch away from some of these Phoenix compositions and pull out a curveball and change something up. So there is actually a real opportunity with the break coming into the playoffs. Loud, I don't want to say in terms of prep, but have the upper hand in that regard.
They played less maps than some of these teams, but remember, they were playing back-to-back. It was something like 12 hours of prep between playing Heretics to then play KC and beat them, and it was the same in Americas. They played more rounds than the rest of the teams in America's playoffs combined, but finally, this team has had a bit of a break ahead of playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, this break is going to be very, very important for them as well. And speaking of that, here is what Coach Kaplan had to say right after they secured playoffs.
I cannot wait to sleep. It means a lot. It's been really hard to have such a quick turnaround. We showed everything we had pretty much in kickoff, and it's we didn't have a lot of turnaround time to deal with that strategically, right? Especially even with scrims or jet lag. There's just so many challenges. So having some time to breathe and be better equipped to handle opponents studying us is a huge relief and a confidence boost for the games ahead.
I mean, this is the thing. They've already achieved everything so far without that a little bit of a break. So how much stronger do you think Sentinels are?
I think they're going to be really strong. We've already seen, even with the low prep time, how good this team is at Counter-Strike. Against both Heretics and KC, I think the squad came in with really good game plans to fight forward, to punish their opponents' tendencies. I think they're really good when they have more time. And we saw that in Americas. When they went into playoffs, they further leveled up. This is a squad that really take that effort to study their opponents and come prepared to a match.
Yeah, and I think the individual
Terus kalau misalnya nanti ada hari-hari off-nya lagi bau, ya udah ganti aja.
The way that particularly Zek and Tens are both performing individually.
Belum mulai wamil ya. Nggak tahu, gue nggak tahu jujur.
Potentially, and outside that, John QT as well. Individually standing up so far here in Madrid.
Yeah, let's talk about Tekken here because
Zekken sih boy ini bro.
Yeah, Tens and Zek and Tekken. Okay. We've been kind of debating, you know, rookies here and there, but there is no debate when it comes to these two. Mimi, they are just the best right now in this tournament.
Yeah, both these guys are looking like top 5 players in the tournament, and they're on the same team. And the thing is, they're always playing together. These guys out of the server, they're good friends. Their teammates call them the kids of the team. They're always hanging out, and they're setting each other up together in the server as well. They're a very aggressive duo. You'll see them take risks, but the difference between them and maybe a team like Paperrex as a player like Forsaken, per se, is it's always together, and it's always being really well integrated into John QT's system. When they go for these risks, when they go for these early fights, this play, Tens knows how to set him up, and the rest of the team adapts around that really, really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, just to double down on that, the support system here is really the difference. To have everybody here delivering individually, Zekken and Tens being the ones to lead the charge, it's terrifying to have to go up against them in this sort of form.
I'm going to make Tekken a thing. But let's move on to the other side for Loud, because they had a slow start. But HyperX, as you know, even when they've had a slow start in the past, they always go really, really deep, and they manage to take it all the way sometimes.
Yeah, Loud have always just got this playoffs form that they seem to, it's almost like the trump card, the Uno reverse that comes out in the series that they need to deliver it. And I don't necessarily think they've shown that so far, but coming out and bouncing back the way they did with the follow-up series, we talked about obviously it being a bit of a concern, the loss to Gen G, but outside that, you still look back and you think, well, what series has Les been playing in? In particular, Les having another MVP worthy performance. You look back at the series, you think, how's he doing that?
Yeah, and I honestly think that this team has leveled up yet again to a form where they can be a contender for a title. I think they worked out some of the issues they showed in the kickoff event, where they're playing these like Phoenix comps, it's not really working out. Here, I think they really narrowed down their map. They showed maybe some weaknesses on Breeze, but on the maps that they're committed to, their Sunset, for example, they've looked excellent. The strategy is really coordinated. Players have also leveled up. Quick in their last game looked so much better than the rest of the season. This is a Loud that always wakes up the deeper they get into tournaments.
Let's see, kita lihat guys. Apakah Loud akan nyala guys ya?
Peak at just the right time in like every event.
Yeah, and I think as well that they've already shown here that they are willing to kind of detract away from the commitment to the Phoenix and Breach. They're obviously busting out the Euro in particular, but QCK's individual performance across all the duelists has been pretty incredible. I keep saying that nobody plays this much Phoenix and comes out looking like, you know.
Kalau Loud nyala, Sentinel nyala sih baru close match ya.
Yeah, you guys mentioned.
Soalnya setahu gue kemarin tuh Loud yang pasti kita
I believe he is standing by with Mika Fabs. Take a look at this. Not just quite yet.
Loud lawan Sentinel guys.
Look at this, because this guy's
The last one dia main
teman-teman ya. But they are every time. Les is the consistent member of this squad. With Osmus out of the team, he's the #1 guy you have to look towards. He's always playing Viper, but he's competing with the star duelist in every role. The guy's ridiculous, and if Loud is gonna win a trophy here in Madrid, it'll be because he's keeping that up.
Yeah, that was Les. We got Les as well because Les is more. So let's send it down to Mika Fabs.
Hey Les, I like the little groove you had going on a little bit back there. So you've been on the team for forever. You know how it's like when the team gets that synergy in order to win championships. This level of synergy has been from like the beginning of this roster all the way up here to Master.
Oh dia jagonya pakai Phoenix jing. Pakai yang lain malah turu guys.
Você tava ali mandando uma vibe bem legal. A gente quer saber, você tá desde o início com a galera, com o time e agora com esse novo roster, vocês estão com a sinergia. A sinergia tá boa, como é que tá a sinergia de vocês agora até o campeonato?
A gente está começando a evoluir, né? Querendo ou não, no início do ano. A gente está com um jogador novo, stat nova, então a gente está planejando a longo prazo, mas estamos evoluindo aos poucos no campeonato.
Overall, step by step, we're evolving not only in the championship because we also have a new player. We're working on with like new staff as well. So I would say we're just on the way evolving because overall it's the beginning of the year as well.
Well, eager to see the next step. Keep that vibe going and best of luck.
Thank you.
No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón.
Second sini guys, Kirito nanti guys. Second sih boleh gila bro.
Primera me ven, no te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. No confiaron, pero míralo.
Kalau si secondnya agak turu, menang banyak gampang guys. Jangan waktu siapa. Second buff ulta bang, emang iya guys. Dia lagi ulta guys, second guys.
These are two of the best teams Americas have to offer, but being here is about being the best in the world. And as it stands at this stage, it does feel like both of them have a great chance.
It's the new versus the old guard for Americas in this match. It's the third time they've played this year, and we're already into the veto.
Okay, let's go.
These teams have a lot of similarities in their strengths, and I think we're going to expect to see maps like Sunset, maps like Icebox that was just picked that both these teams love to play.
Banyak banget
timnya,
buset.
What we're getting already is a bit of a rematch of that finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well, actually, yeah, with Sunset to round things out. Massive concern to kick things off on Split. Obviously, two very polarizing results. Obviously, regionally looking back at this, but last one being a 13-3 Sentinels. Absolutely slap Loud about.
Yeah, Split is far and away the best map for Sentinels that we have seen thus far. They look lights out on that. In particular, their defense, their protocols, the way they set up for the retake, everything has been on point. And yes, so much of it is in Zekken, and so much as it is also John QT. It feels like his calling is perfect on the defensive side of that map, on how this team sets up. This first map's going to be a challenge for Loud.
Yeah, just how close do you think
udah
this will
pilih
be?
map
This
cepet
is the
banget,
first match we saw today, very one-sided. Also what we expect expected. But HyperX, do you feel like it favors one team or another coming into this?
I'll be honest, I do give the edge to Sentinels here. I don't think we're going to have a very clear-cut series though. I think Loud maybe looking to reinvent themselves once again and have that bounce-back factor. I don't think this is going to be an easy run.
Yeah, the question for me is what has Loud changed? Because they haven't had to really show their split since that grand final. So there has been a bit of time to kind of look back, see what went wrong there. But even the best teams haven't been able to beat SEN there. I look more towards the rest of this pool. I think Icebox and Sunset, both teams are incredibly close on how they play. In particular, Icebox leans towards Louds. I really expect us to get a third map, to get Sunset. And that's so exciting to see they're both excellent at the map, but with very different reads. One playing the Breach and the Phoenix, the other playing the Gecko composition. Both have these great retakes. Both have really cool ideas for how they take space on the map. Really hoping we get there.
Yeah, and I also, you mentioned a little bit of doubt perhaps in Sassy here, but HyperX, he's going up against Sadag. You know, they've been looking forward to this matchup for a long time. As we take a look at the Agent Select, how much pressure do you think is going to be on his shoulders?
Well, no surprise to see the compositions come out, but I do think it is a little bit concerning Sassy's performance in areas. But I mean, you could argue it's one of the most familiar opponents, very
Tapi kalau si QCK ini kurang race-nya guys, bagusan Phoenix dia bro.
So far in Madrid.
Sentinels are starting on the attack. A lot of this comp is built around how in the mid round they take space for Zek.
Tapi si Loud gak pakai Sentinel lah guys ya. Dua inisiator, dua smoker ya guys ya. Ini yang beda nih.
And if he can keep that up in this
si
one,
Kwannya,
if he can get the openers for Sentinels, give John QT, excuse me, those options in the mid round, the way they've been able to for most of this tournament, it's going to be really tough for Loud to recover.
Yeah, well, I've just been told that Brand and Sideshow are in fact contractually obligated to cast every single Sentinels game. So here they are.
Very rated lah, emang dia jago, Cok.
Extremely true.
Terus dulu yang buat Valorant makin gede lagi gara-gara dia juga. Kalau dia dulu booming itu klip-klipnya nggak akan kayak gini sih.
And it's bound to be a barn burner. We've already had it, you know,
very rated lah.
at least in the regional finals, these two teams clashed, and they're kind of taking over that mantle now. You know, me and Josh were talking about it just before we got into the game, but you know, you think of that Optic Core versus Loud matchup, that was, you know, El Clasico.
Orangnya lagi manis nih adenya guys.
We've seen Sentinels versus Loud now many times so far in 2024, and it's always pushed both of these teams to great heights.
It's possible that we'll see it even later on in the playoffs too. We've yet to really discover which of these teams each other and make it deep in the playoff kind of situation. Gen G looks scary. You do not want to be in the lower bracket if they end up down there at some point. Obviously, Paperrex no pushovers either. But yeah, this is a really cool regional matchup that you have between these two teams. You know, last year we only had one regional title in Americas to fight over. That was Loud that ended up taking it away. This year with Kickoff, Stage 1, Stage 2, we're going to have 3 potential opportunities for regional fights like this.
Itu opsi guys.
Also all of the opportunities at Masters events or Champions.
Bukan.
Where Loud and Sen, they're not just fighting here for the rivalry, but they both believe, and I think a lot of the fans do too, that they've got a serious chance of being able to win the thing.
I think every team does at this event as well.
Game itu apa bang? Itu website top up teman-teman kalau mau top up Valorant, game-game yang bisa top up semua kayak di Bah Gaming udah ada guys, di bahgaming.com. Kita jamin dengan harga yang paling murah buat kalian semua dan ada diskon tambahan dengan voucher nama gua guys. RIO guys ya.
Every team here is looking to do.
Langsung top up, beli bundle
just to dig into the map veto. It's going to be electric. You look at the opening map, the Analyst Desk has talked about it, and then Icebox, yeah, Loud won that in the 3-2 victory that Sentinels ended up putting up, but Icebox was close.
Sama-sama bagus guys.
Sunset too.
Gua ngasih lagi apa di Bah Gaming lagi ada promo diskon murah teman-teman, jadi langsung aja top up di bahgaming.com.
Sen need a good start here, but I think for Loud too, they cannot afford to just get
okay, let's go. Map 1, Sentinel versus Loud.
It was devastating for Sen.
Early presence showed here by Loud into B main with the boombot, walking up behind the smoke. Looking like they want to fight through it. They've got a flash ready and waiting. Potentially, no, just literally egoing the smoke. Zelsis is going to be holding for this one. Jiggles it. Stray shots going wide here. Might be calling for reinforcements. And so far, a little bit of damage done. It looks like just a 10's not a re-clear. Going to be called for B main.
And 10's prepping the paranoia in case this Trailblazer caught contact. It didn't. They've re-cleared B main, but not necessarily going to start
taking that territory with bodies, instead looking forward to the fight in mid. Valentine did not use a fault line at the start of the round, so he's still got that, but it's going to be a gunfight instead.
Yeah, just straight up. I mean, just dry into it, no kit being utilized. Again, want to face with the bodies.
And to be honest, I think that favors Loud. Yeah, they've lost the breach, but no smokes if they decide to go over and commit to B. And Loud are re-exploring down mid as well. John QT
massive proactivity being caught here by Sadag, but, well, John QT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through, but the B site now opened up entirely for them. Will be that plan. Sassy's out wide into the open. Could have been danger there, but the nade, I guess, staves it away. And a call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis. Snakebite now being held. He's got 3 targets to deal with. Luckily, Zella. Okay, Zekin right there. Vulnerable. Will he be able to get the damage? Of course he will. Followed up in the end with the snakebite post-mortem.
Gila, rapi, set itu rapi guys.
You could see it constantly when they were playing against the European teams in the Swiss stage. They didn't want to offer them opportunities to go for retakes.
Amin. Juara juga kalau misalnya dapat kesempatan.
Aggression. And they've always got a different idea. That's the great part about this SEN team that took the off-season so seriously. These players now have just a depth of micro plays that they can add in. This one, a snakebite off contact.
SEN bundles, anjir, kocak banget.
Already seeing examples of both of these teams just trying to be proactive.
Kocak banget anjing, jualan terus ya.
Yeah, like calling that mid-push earlier, fighting through into spawn. So I think what I said earlier, both these teams, they're going to be pushing themselves to brilliance. I think you might be seeing it. At least we certainly hope so. Less Korani open no man's land, so he will fall.
And I think what you're seeing, at least at the beginning of this game, is SEN taking a very slow approach. That's a big kill. John QT going down on A means that this side of the map no longer has any offensive threat.
Oh, second reactions there. Fault line stunned up. Well, there it is. The classic damage coming through. Flash in the end as well, so Tens is shortly behind him with a flash repeat. Kawazee can't get too much more done. 1 player left. 2 years. Can't see too much danger in the round.
No. And Sentinels were forced to accelerate there once John ended up dying because they don't have information about what's happening on the other side of the map. But if you want to talk about info as it relates to these compositions, Loud constantly need to be jiggle peeking corners, need to be going for those proactive explorations. And that's going to incentivize
beda gameplay, bro. Kalau gameplaynya beda, beda, guys.
Punish the jump peaks and see if they can get damage or kills that way. To try to punish the info pushes into mid, that kind of thing. And Loud can't always run around the map,
Amerika, Eropa tuh mainnya santai, bro.
It just makes it so obvious where they're playing. It's a difficult comp to play on defense.
Might just get even harder as well when SEN end up swapping sides. They look like one of the better teams here at this event when it comes to their split. Largely due to their retakes. The fundies here for Sentinels though. Standard. The util being thrown out wide here for that ramp control early. Now setting their sights out into the A. Sack! Anchor in position. Tucked nice and tight and safe and really just buying time for the rest of his team. Reinforcements. It was a molly into the smoke and well, damage has been done. Vulnerable up. It's a pretty easy one for Zelsis.
Dapat 2 di track 2-nya gampang
Bit of a
banget,
blunder there for Loud, offering SEN another opportunity to get back into it. Not planted for Evan.
Planted.
Oh, and the pick goes down too. Now Sassy is pretty far away, but I think, yeah, I mean, look at the way that Loud are clearing this. They're expecting a reflank back up.
Holding. Usually going to be the bread and butter of a team like Sentinels, just trying to fight, scale for it. That paranoia, the timing on it. It's immaculate as soon as the nade comes through. Yep, just hearing it and tucked to the corner. Sassy removed. Taken out now, just 2 will stand, and it could be just a bit of random spray, a bit of random spam that saves the day for them. Zelsis traded, Pit going down. Tens 1v1. Doesn't really have to gun for it as a bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite? Tends to be the latter when Tens is wielded it.
Kocak.
Great clutch there. Enormous round for SEN to be able to pick up. The momentum piling forwards for Sentinels as they win the bonus and knock Loud's economy down. And what a fumble after Sadak's able to get a 2K. And it's a 5v3. The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up on. And then the flood that comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge player advantage situation set up by their IGL.
Keep playing together.
Tossed it away.
Glimpses of the comps. Fundies on show for SEN. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
Lot masih berantakan sih mainnya, guys.
That's such a key.
Kepiknya sendiri-sendiri tuh ada.
Thrive against teams that opt into the individualism. You saw what they did to EDG.
Oh, yeah.
It was a massacre.
chances, no gaps when they're playing against that. I mean, you can argue as well a team like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs, only beating out the Chinese representatives at Madrid.
Neither of whom played that well in their games against Loud.
Didn't put up a fight, really, did they?
But having said that, we know that Loud are an extremely good team when they're on.
Dog spotting out too. John is so damn wide. Yep.
Infonya lihat guys, dapat 4 cok. 4 mid, B-nya masuk. Gitu mulu guys tadi guys, lihat guys.
Lucky to not pay with it with his life. Nade waiting for Loud. Could be some danger if they find a few initial picks rattled off maybe with the sheriffs.
Mereka selalu cari info dulu cok baru berani masuk.
Early nade. Follows through with a snakebite exchanging, the handshake dropping down. Sadak was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of the follow-up. They have to face it wide though with the aftershock being played for. So much damage done to these Loud players. The positioning's known and noted, and so 3 survive into it with Zekken picking up 3s. 1 away now from the big critical ultimate on attack side. That showstopper is going to be putting in some work if he manages to earn it.
Yeah, and this is the problem once you start snowballing forwards. Loud are going to be 1 away from having a broken economy again, and Sen are starting to get up to key ults. Look how nice as well the Sentinel's utility usage is when they get into a plant scenario. Zekken's holding nade to try to deny somebody who might try to stop the plant, but he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade as soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play in the very
enak aja beli orang-orang Amerika anjir. Beda guys.
Truly one-sided affair. I want to see some back from Loud, really.
Oh, this is interesting. Zelsis went
Ada
for
Jing kontra kita setahu gue ntar Jing bakal balik tapi ya nggak tahu
See
kapan.
how there's 2 Viper Orbs layered on
Sekarang mah
top of each
berlima
other.
dulu kali. Kalau berenam kayaknya terlalu ini deh, terlalu mahal costingnya deh kalau berenam.
Disincentivize what Loud have been going for. This is Sentinel's Viper Orb in mid there. You're gonna take a lot of damage if you want to try and fight mid.
Kan skillangnya 90 jutaan bang. Iya makanya gue bilang guys, yang ini kan gambar bunga-bunga hitam itu kan.
Loud have been doing on this defense side so far. Only 4 rounds in though.
Dog right on cue there. At the minute mark. It's going to be broken for a bit of that mid-round information, but only shown by the 1 player, so Loud still left scratching their heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might land. But they are starting to guess now correctly with the Seekers as a pointing them directly into the right targets.
Sassy's going to pick up the ult orb and get Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for Sen. But despite over towards A, they are struggling to get themselves in. Push and pull, ebb and flow of the map, not really working out in Sen's favor, and they need openings and they need options right now, maybe to be granted to them. A bit of spray with the damage, the bullets going wide, but this is such a difficult setup to break into.
Defendnya oke guys, defendnya oke nih guys. Defendnya udah mulai oke sini.
Slowing it down, but really time is going to be the worst enemy. It's a team flash. John QT there, close to the corner, cut to wide. Satchel's through and over the top. Cabazine still anchoring. Tucked tight to the corner, Sassy planting the balls on the man to go for that one out wide for a heavy plant. The wraparound, now Zelsis becomes a key player in the game.
He's managed to pick up his orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control over towards heaven. Too easy set to try to blind somebody playing elbow.
Inilah permainan Amerika dan AMEA ya guys ya, begini guys.
Oh, Cabazine with the stun finally now to try and at least attempt that reclear, but you're going to have to be giving this one up. They don't have positioning at all. Zelsis has backed away, playing a really passive position. 10 spots it, backs away, not favoured for that fight. And they've won out the critical ones. Now, no mollies to Zelsis. Let's tap onto it. Les is holding for it and watching for it.
That was really nicely done there by Loud.
Nice.
Coming back in, they had so many different things that they needed to navigate. You saw that there was no follow-up on the paranoia. That's because they're expecting some utility in response or aggression in response. Look how good Kawanzine is at being able to deal with Zekken flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone when it comes to fragging, winning duels against 10s and Celsius to shut the round down.
Tuh kan sama-sama kuat sebenarnya guys, kalian ya sih guys. Gameplay mereka sama, slowly, sama-sama kuat.
If Loud are not going to give them things in the mid-round, give them openings to punish, you've still got to be able to make your own success with the executes at the end of the day.
Cuman ya kalian kalau nonton ini mungkin ngantuk guys. Karena nggak ada yang W ya.
Doesn't look like there's the same Viper Orb that's being thrown out.
No, not this time.
Not from Zelsis.
The other thing that's amazing about that Viper Orb though too is it keeps people in mid because you could lurk through it. So I think we'll be seeing that one come out to play a little more.
With a presence shown though, now with a boom bot.
Ciuman bumbotnya guys.
Handshake.
QCK
grouping up for A.
QCK and
Wah,
Kaos
ini
really
lagi
close to huge ultimates.
Kalau si QCK ke A, 3A defend mungkin bisa
round on the board is just so huge for them to stop the bleeding. Everything was red.
It's a lot that can happen right here now with 50 seconds left. QCK.
QCK dapat info di atas.
Kayak
2 orang di A udah dapat info ya.
Onto heaven control, but now here it is. Showstopper. Fault line to stop this one. Zekken was blind as anything. No way. Just evades capture. Still low enough though. Tens now with a TP into the back of the side. That was not punished, and it is that full retake protocol. But already RAM control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Celsius is so far away from the rest of the squad, just trying to find the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
There's a kill. Here's a showstopper. Finally online. Rocket round towards the back. Sassy is dropped like a
Aduh, nggak dapet coy. Si ini shock Wanzin.
He stands his ground and wins his one out. Kawazin falling out. Sadek though.
It's been slowed
position
down.
to Molly to push him out of position. Zekken.
Celsius is here.
Finally. Arriving to the party though, Util in his hand, Sadek adjusts it and watching for it. Tens now 1v2, the double face is there.
Nice banget retake anjir.
Terrific together, it's 2 years. His partner in crime, Mr. Sadek himself, so with that defuse online, that's going to be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle
these. Bilang kan rapi, Cok. Loud ini mainnya rapi juga sebenarnya tau.
The timing there to re-push ramp before Sentinels were anywhere near set up for it, right? Sen's general game plan is we're going to get to site, we're going to have some kind of post-plan idea for aggression, or a backup plan like Celsius going for that late lurk. But if you can find the timing between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did, you can be very disruptive. And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to take ones and win duels. You saw Tens at the end there. We've seen him do magic in those positions sometimes before, but Loud is shooting back. Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. I don't think that's going to have the value that Celsius was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it too.
Yeah. But they lost, isn't it?
Smoke apa itu guys? Keren juga tuh guys. Belajar kali.
Stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of Les, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
If Sen get a read, the Loud are playing heavy over the start of these rounds, which they generally are. There's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there. Sen might be able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes. But all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this match. And they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Ini kalau Johnny Kitty dapat, kalau dapat menang. Tapi kalau Johnny Kitty kalah, kemungkinan kalah sih roundnya guys.
And there it is, kill claimed. QCK fault line. Definitely there, actually, labored enough, but still, the trade online, the call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Util, look at it, I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drops down, cuts up the side, and with that lurk into mid, Sassy not rewarded for it. Tens has the spike here, looking eager, potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards default.
Kirinya nggak ada yang cekin, Cok, kocak banget.
Look at that, coordination on display, Sadak.
Aneh banget defense-nya ya. Dia nembak sebelah kanan, sebelah kirinya yang nembak siapa? Jelek banget bro.
And that was a tricky round for Sen to be able to convert. When John Cutie goes down over towards A, Sen are forced. Their hand has to go B. And Tui's knew it was happening. The Loud players were there, and yet Sen come out on top anyway. Celsius destroys that attempt to flood retake. Dodge the flash and pick up both players. Good job. Sen, they are running away with this a little now. Getting to dangerous territory. Loud put 2 on the board with some slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? How that ends up working out, but quite salvage. Will keep any of the money running.
Kali dua.
Gonna be disrespected apparently. The corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish for John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot. Solo play. Just going to posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a pick on John Cutie and push him away, it'll create timings where Loud can worry about the rest of the map. And I think they've got a very good read that John is playing solo A lot.
Dia kan mukanya mirip siapa bang?
It's an expectation that maybe Sentinels can mess with a little, but at the moment.
Tapi emang Zekken kan orang Vietnam kan masih.
Make a little bit of danger in the
Vietnam
round.
lagi apa dia?
And the more the time ticks, the more you start to get worried in situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down to only 15 seconds on the
Pinoy,
clock.
Pinoy. Second to setengah Pinoy.
The spike is going towards A, which is where Loud are going for their gamble stack. There are only 30 seconds left on the clock. SEN are quiet, but so far
30
away.
seconds left.
They're faking like it could be going towards B, blocking off Les's sight lines, but no one's budging.
No one's budging. Kawazine looks to be the contact for a Paranoia play that's being held around the back now. The nade flying forwards, close quarters, still doesn't win it out with the stinger, and the backside players are brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak goes for the flash repeat. There's Zelsis, safety in numbers.
What a swing and great dodging movement by John as well. Can Les pick this up?
V3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still. There's going to be no gaps there, not with Sentinels. They know who they're up against.
And another round where SEN, it looks dangerous on the minimap. You see them walking into the trap. You see
Equal guys, mereka, Cok.
But everyone on SEN is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. It is. Absolute
Kayaknya sih Loud turun sih kayaknya bener.
They're running away with this.
I think Loud beneran
If you
turun
wanted to
sih
have
kayaknya.
an expectation coming into Split, I think it's a little difficult. Because the two times we've seen these teams play before, one was an extremely close win, but Loud ended up winning. With Sadak just popping off at the end of the game to drag him over the line.
Kayak udah kadang rapi, kadang enggak, Cok. Sama sih kurang konsisten aja, guys. Kalau Senino konsisten nih.
Dominating the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline would suggest that, but the approach, the way that SEN is so...
Guys, gue Cok, bentar ya. Kalau ngeleng-ngeleng dikit, maaf ya.
I think that time, having been the first team to qualify for playoffs, has been used very wisely.
Oh, yeah. Rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players wandering around the hotel and the coaches. Kaplan and Drew, they had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that shot of the stage, actually, Sadak popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Tack timeout taken for Loud. Are they going to be able to find the adjustment that gets them a little bit of a cushion to work with, because the economy has just never been in a good spot.
Really quite vital round coming up here, just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation is a deep fault line. That's just off the rip from Kawazine. Market, but there wasn't really much to follow through with it. It looks like maybe it was just to set up B main control for 2 years.
Now look how difficult this is from Les and Kawazine's point of view. You know, when this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on SEN is just quietly taking the timing through.
Ini bagus sih guys, itu terserah sih bagus sih guys. Mereka tuh kayak bingung gitu guys. Di mid tuh ada dan tiada gitu guys, serah mereka.
Little portion of the round though, with a minute 10 onto the clock, you can see those Seekers offloaded, pointing in various different directions, but it doesn't really give SEN an indicator. They do know that a male is going to be free, or not male, but Ropes itself.
Yeah, that Seeker
cara mainin tim Amerika tuh cari info. Kalau nggak map control guys, makin dalam mereka kontrol mapnya makin enak untuk menang.
And the dog here actually might give such bad information.
Broken.
It didn't see the second player of John QT. We'll see what SEN end up going for. Certainly relying a lot on the mid-rounding here from John, rather than having set game plans going into the rounds.
Sadak, Seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Now the snake bite. Used on the Q as he hears that Trailblazer. Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team? B main lost control of this one. Big questions asked now of a lot of these Loud anchoring players. They want to give it up entirely. Don't want anything to do.
Yeah. That paranoia thrown from Tens is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards rafters, and yes, the time is low, but look how devastating this looks to retake.
How do you do this now? Yes, you have a rolling thunder, but it's going to be utilized hopefully now to clear through into the bit. They've got this late lurk, the flying from Sassy, and yet he's caused all the distraction in the world. Gets out with his life, close to the corner, cut him up. Still, John QT. Quality tactics, quality time now with the whole family as he's sat back into the spectator. CQCK forward. Leading it with the team, but it's already wrapped around, so they got to expect the Sassy's there. No, it's a half clearance. Not enough, 2 years TP adjustment. He's on that high ground position, just propped up, but Les now needs to get more done, and he can't do it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray. Already time ticking, so 2 years, no chance in hell.
And it's another situation, Bren, where Loud cannot get any level of economic cushionry going.
Ring. Ngeri.
And that adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came into the round trying to inform the rest of his team, it did not work. They weren't ready for Sassy here in B Heaven, and they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main. It completely disrupted what Loud were going for there with the retake. The timing could not have been more perfect.
The way SEN are working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Yeah.
Speed running it.
It really is. There was a lot of talk coming in based on their regional performances on Split that they might have the best split in the world. And, you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean.
Clean.
I think the believers in the Sentinels split are getting their beliefs confirmed every time we watch it.
Yeah, now heavy group up. The weaker buy here from Loud using that Trailblazer, trying to be fast onto the approach. Chance here, Zekken tries to adjust the spray, expecting players to swing from that left side. Tens.
Mas besok ada
evacuating.
Mas besok lawar ada
Paranoia
Bang.
still left to play for, but the mollies are really clearing him
lawar
out.
Dulu sih harusnya, guys.
What's the call now for Loud? Looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring the screens. There's still a trip here for John. Tens is in their spawn where they buy guns.
They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused
dapat dua
looking backwards as well. Less than have any sort of idea. Was in mid 2 years. One with a rifle, but no longer. Drop to the floor, drop to the deck. Less.
Do it. Yeah, and it's not really Tens that makes the round-winning play, but I think it was that Cypher trip coming from John. He'd popped it over towards screens, and I believe that's how Cowanzine ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep, hits the trip.
Oh, yeah.
And also gets QCK killed because he's right behind him. So it just gives the perfect timing and positioning for Zelsis to go for that spray. I mean, everything is working here for SEN. It must be devastating for the Loud morale. Bear in mind, you have a full BO3 ahead of you, and you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still going to be mentally difficult.
Ini Zelsis nyala banget, Cok.
Hopefully off that experience in spades. Oh my, showstopper. Let loose there. There is the trade online from Kawazine. He followed up with the stun at least, but his high ground angle of Tens drops down, gives him the cues. Kawazine just taking a wide peek by himself, man. Taking a fight by himself. Yeah, there's backup there, but heads have fallen, heads have rolled, and now exactly what Loud ordered.
Yeah, player advantage situation, looking lovely for them. One away from a showstopper too. SEN, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people fighting over mid. But this one is going to be tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away.
Yeah, just watching for it. Look at that. Loud, great awareness, knowing that SEN are going to have to be playing a bit more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation. Sassy's the lone survivor, gets shut down by his former squad.
And so SEN, for about the first time in this half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round. And that actually results in Loud getting the round win. Every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these, making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. And as soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy. These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and minced.
Crucially as well, final round of this first half, the money's looking good, the ult's even better. The showstopper for QCK can play really much more aggressively now that he's got that one.
Much more aggressive.
And the silver lining, if they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe it's doable. But they've got to be securing those wins.
Yeah, clean with the rounds that are available to them now. Viprorp does throw a lot of just chaos into the mix. I mean, look at the amount of Loud players. It's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players checked and ready.
Kuat bang, kuat lah guys.
Tens is still holding counter utility over towards B main. Timing was looking pretty good. Just.
Now that they've spotted the op, though, the calls we made to contact in through B main. So SEN have just got themselves a freebie there. Can now utilize this. Holds forwards. No way! Now, no value to be found there. Out wide once more. Still continues on a swivel. Molly's vulnerable him up. Pushed him out into the open. The easy collection of the kill. There's 45 seconds left. Chances to slow this one down.
Ngomong lagi pesen makan
no
sebentar.
intention of it. Forward positions once more. Kawazine drops down from the ropes here, spraying down. But Tui's is disjointed on the rest of his team. Kawazine out wide. The reset. Oh, rolling thunder. Lifts him up in the air, sky high. And then one player standing towards the back as a crossfire setup. But the aftershock.
Gila.
Kawazine on for so much more. An ace on the cards, less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap, he's going to be out wide, he's going to be forced wide, knows it. Info gathered now, but another stick now. Less finally to trust, maintained in his teammate, maintained in him, might be punished. A tap, out, force with a jiggle. John QT, balls of steel! What a clutch!
Kawan was the reload in the middle of that. And John took the timing as Kawan reloaded. Les was still on the spike. Unbelievable timing from John. And Kawan had done so much. More than anyone could have been asked to do. But the timing on that, of when to take the fight in the 1v2 was utterly superb.
Dingin bro.
God damn. Absolutely unreal stuff. Well, we heard from John earlier. Let's find out what he was expecting coming into this matchup.
Hello, I'm John QT and I'm the IGL for Sentinels. We definitely did a lot of mistakes and we looked rough. We've had 2 rough days, but we made sure to rally the team, everyone stay focused on the goal, and we won 2-0. I watched a lot of their VODs. I even came here and just spent all my time watching Split and Lotus. I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do.
Dia sampai nonton False-nya, bro, buset.
So it wasn't that hard to kind of guess what they were doing. I like to tell my teams that the devil is in the details. It's the small things that adds up and create that big thing that will make the difference.
Iya, tapi mereka ini guys.
That's amazing. This man is terrifying.
Si ZOWIE ini timingnya gila banget, Cok. Dia tahu kapan harus pick, kapan harus nunggu, guys.
In hand, Shin. It's away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
in the world dia ini.
The mobility, the confidence, both working in tandem. He's on for the ace.
Obviously, the team has been through very lows after the 2021 Reykjavik. So it hasn't been all rainbow and sunshine, but the fans still stuck with the team. Since I joined, I mean, I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won all of our off-season and VCT so far. So, I mean, everything is going great right now, but we're still process-oriented and goal-oriented. Even if we lose, we still make sure that to keep it consistent and not really worry about the comments.
Consistency is key at the end of the day. It's clearly working out for Sentinels. I mean, he was talking about it. Time in the off-season, they've been winning a lot, but with that comes a lot of hard work. They've shown some of the most maps of any teams coming into the kickoff, coming into the entirety of this year. But part of that is just them honing these map pools, you know?
Yeah, kayak grinding line up semua sih
why
kayaknya,
the teams keep letting it through. Well, the reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
Certainly true. Loud have come into this perma-banning Lotus, and Sen's Lotus looks good.
Bro, defendingnya, bro.
You have to go towards this. So pistol round. Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody there. And Loud has still got some people really far away from the action.
Real fast refight. The stun. There's no connection there, so Les is able to just skip and hop away. But John QT is just this watchful eye onto it. There's a gap into the smoke. Maybe a bit unintentional there. Maybe just a bit rushed from Cheers.
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. Like, okay, well, where are the other 2 players for Loud? They lost track a little bit of where Kawan and Tui's could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. There are still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot not going to be punished.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles, really.
And look at the rest of Sen. Tripled up, re-clearing areas of the map, trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer any 1v1s.
Yeah. Methodical.
30 seconds.
You know the win conditions of Loud right now. And against it, slowly creeping forwards, making sure to regain some of that map control. No kill found onto Kawazin. Less a chance, really, for him to bite back and fight back. Here it is. Turn of the fire, Tense from the wraparound. 2 years running all the way through. He knows at times against him. So, pistol round. Does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels, again, looking like just a map of pure domination.
Yeah, this could be extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split. As pure Sen domination. Sadak caught off guard by that one. John picking up the 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too, lovely from Tense.
They didn't know, as far as I'm aware, that Les was in that position. That could be dangerous.
Dapatnya banyak, defendingnya juga mereka agen defending, bro.
Now Loud have got to force. Right, you're down 3 to 10. You didn't win the pistol. You need some momentum.
Berarti Loud splitnya jelek banget dah.
All relying on this one. That full investment. No money left standing. Trips though to stop them in their tracks. They try and take control of this. The dog broken before it even triggered into it. They do find it. Reface, Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well, second following through with the bullets as well as Sting, and it's just a wide bit of a gap there still.
Tinggi banget tuh trapnya, bro. Tinggi banget itu, guys.
Sentinel's fully aware of all potential possibilities right now. Sadak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. That trip broken, there was a chance of a timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favoured in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him.
No way, just the ghost doing work!
That's bonkers.
Yeah, it's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't really react appropriately. Sends the util flying.
It's pulling Zelsis over. It is making the A site weaker here.
Ya, 2 lawan 3 guys ya, A-nya guys. Johnny Kitty sama Zeken ngelawan Breach.
Cam back online. It's going to be spotting the crossover.
Inisiatornya 2 lawan 2 inisiator lawan 1 smoker tuh.
They'll be calling out now that they could
Kalau
be
Kaos sih masih bisa
ini ya, spawn, but now time running against them. Loud, get a move on. Cages, propped up, pushed up. Behind it, John QT can't follow through after that trip. There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult. Still, it's a bit of run and gun in action. Only a few seconds remaining. Pull out the sidearm. Why not?
Wah gila nih orang jaga setnya, bro.
Really excellent teamwork and anchoring again there from Sen.
Wah gila sih Johnny Kitty, bro, jaga setnya lagi anjir. Nggak nembus anjir.
From a teammate, somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off. Just really solid setup. Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for Sen on this map. They've refined it so well.
Sentinel banget guys nih, dia manusia setengah Sentinel ini, Jo.
Smacked of desperation. Down 3 to 11 with only sheriffs to work with. This one is a GG go next.
That's brutal. Really brutal.
And the other 2 maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested. It's not like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
No, they've got a Sisyphus level fight ahead of them, honestly. Uphill battle. Icebox, both of these teams quite favoured on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series, it looks dire still. Anything can happen. Team like Loud, being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but they have that experience to maybe rally themselves here. A few more though, openings not going to be given to them. The setup Sentinels just a little bit too strong, too well honed.
Yeah, everything looks... They've crossed every T, dotted every I. You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting, but it's all the small things, the little interplays between players, the maximization of, you know, a certain piece of utility, knowing to always smoke this spot, or knowing to always throw this nade in this particular way. And on split here, Sen approaching some levels of perfection on this map in the current meta. They are ahead of the game here.
True flattening.
And it's going to strike fear into the hearts of anybody else, because if you have a perma, you have to let this through.
Yeah, playing split against Sen, I mean, almost guarantees. Yeah, Sentinel's going to be taking it. They've only lost it a few handful of times. One of them to this team that they're playing against now, Loud, but it was the kind of team getting knocked by their losses. Re-clearance called here with a flash and a paranoid. Well,
good counter flash.
Good one, yeah, from Kawazine.
Yeah, very important counter flash there. Sen are trying to set up plays like this because they have looser weaponry to work with. The 2 Spectres, the Bulldog.
Kalau ngantuk sih jelas ya. Makanya itu gue beli makan.
So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of their setup.
So goes the ebb and flow of the map.
But there are still chances for Sen to win this round and just dominate with the same scoreline that they did.
Flash rifle, bloody hell, that's a lot of damage in the retreat. Covered and watched for. Called now from Loud into the site. Will they be able to get the plant down? Looks like they will do so. Too much pushback.
There isn't very much retake utility here for Sen. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really only a boombot to work with.
waiting for the right timings. I mean, the smoke up 1 second here for TenZ. Going to be using it probably to block off one of the angles. Just jiggling for now. There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time. Starting to tick. A crucial kill. Zelsis falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away. And time from John QT, but forcing the fights out into the open. The snake bites, plenty of util here. So Loud, really well played into that one. Just understanding how to play that. Fully using the util.
And it's officially now a closer game than it was during the grand final, where SEN won 13-3. But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
No. I mean, this round almost I'd say a givey, but
it was a bonus.
It was a bonus, you know. Yeah, SEN didn't have as much util available to them, but still, you know, round at a time. It's all the way you got to take it.
Yeah, and we've seen them pull off big comebacks before.
Dukung siapa bang? Aku dukung Sentinel sih guys.
Lose leads before as well, but listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing there, just beautiful, great read. The Les was
going
going to go for an
sandal,
ankle
guys. Kenapa ya? Cuman si Senso yang pakai sandal, bro.
Les dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers, who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like Sentinels might have with players like Zek and like TenZ. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances begin to dwindle. Trip in their face. There's no protocols at all to really deal with that one. Should have known it was there, surely, if they were walking all the way up. TP forwards. It is just being toppled and crumbled. All the opportunities in this round here for Loud.
Nice try.
The nade does get the one onto Zelsis.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though. Yeah. It sends to close out.
Nice try, Mapatu.
Sadak, it's inevitable. Yeah, the double face in the end. That is one of the most one-sided maps we've seen. Two of our top teams here in playoffs. Sentinels are primed and ready. This is a team angry.
Map apa ini anjing? Game apa ini, bro? Gak ada susah-susahnya, Cok. Lama kayak Alex, bang. Iya. Ya, guys. Anjay, lagi roleplay, bro. Lagi silop. Yang ini lagi PUBG nih, bro. Lagi PUBG ya. Kita live apa, guys? Bang Winda live nggak ya malam ini, guys? Bang Winda udah tamat kan, guys? Udah tamat kan, guys? Bang Winda, guys? Bang Winda live apa lagi coba malam ini, guys? Live banyak sih, guys. Yang live banyak, bro. Yang live banyak nih. Tuh, yang live banyak, bro. Lihat tuh. Yang Coral Island. Guys. Kok mau kasih sesuatu deh, guys? Guys. Should we play this, guys? Wah, main ini nggak sih, guys? $100.000. Subuh atau besok, guys? Besok ngabuburit atau besok atau subuh, guys? Ih, bagus, Cok. Lawannya hiu, anjing. Lawan hiu, guys. Lihat tuh, lawan hiu tuh. Lawan hiu, Cok. Lucu banget. Wah, ini bagus sih. Besok ngabuburit dong, oke. Kenapa OBS gue mati nyala sih, bro? Apa ya OBS gue mati nyala, bro? Bawel ya. RTO, iya RTO nih anjing. Makan dulu bang, lagi dipesen guys. Pororo. Di rumah lu hujan nggak bang? Nggak hujan guys. Ini sih kayaknya nggak gerimis guys. Ini lapar nih. Mau hujan guys ya? Mau hujan guys? Di mana guys hujan guys? Gua nggak merasa ada hujan-hujanan bro. Map keduanya itu icebox. Iceboxnya kita cek iceboxnya guys. Veler. Icebox. Icebox mereka terakhir gimana ya? Icebox menang. Oh menang tapi tipis. Tapi nggak menang jauh banget. Oh sasinya turun nih. Tipis sih menangnya guys. Di utara hujan, gue di utara bro. Nggak hujan dah. Apa gue terlalu kedap suara ini nggak kedengeran guys? Sate padangnya lama juga nih bro. Lama juga sate padangnya anjing. Banyak cepet sate padangnya tinggal kayak cepot doang ya guys ya. Ah slot udah main guys. Anjing gue mau main ini guys, Dragon Dogma 2 guys. Wah seru nih bro, udah keluar di dia ya. Oh dia udah keluar duluan cok. Kita main ini guys ya, kita main ini juga guys ya. Oke. Setuju gak main ini juga guys? Dragon Dogma 2 guys. Game RPG. Kucing, mukanya serem banget cok, kucing. Jadi kameranya HD banget guys anjing. Ini sih kameranya HD banget cok.
I just want to see if there's a random button. So we're gonna pick, you know, whatever this, and then we're gonna pick.
Keren ya keren. Ini di game keren sih. Katanya game keren guys. Game RPG bro.
And then we're gonna pick that. There is no random button, actually. Lower body, upper body. Yeah, there actually isn't a random button. Which.
Seru nih guys.
That's okay.
Guys have done an incredible job with that.
PUBG lah lo, distance road kan lo babi.
Have you touched grass?
Yes, that is another big part of it, preventing burnout. So we had a really nice day where we, I think it's called Parque de Retiro or something. It was beautiful. We got outside, walked the city. It was much needed.
Glad to hear it. That's why probably Sentinels look so good. So let's see if they can carry it over to the second match.
Anjay, second match.
Oh, great choice of extracurricular activities there from Coach Kaplan. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and HyperX. They look so good.
It's the park, man. I went to that park. It's
guys, dulu gua Stardew Valley modnya apa aja sih guys? Kan inget mod Stardew Valley gua gak bro?
How could they not 13-4 last?
How come we don't perform like this, Mike, after we go boating?
Yeah, I can't answer that one, unfortunately. But I mean, to take nothing away, now if there was any discussion ahead of this, I know Josh said on the cast as well, there is no question. Sentinel's split is seemingly flawless. Like, they do not miss a beat. And every single decision you see along the way in some of these rounds, the decisions of the individuals are automatic. They're firing on all cylinders.
They look so drilled. We talk a lot about this team's defense and how good their retake are, how good their protocols are. But look at how they're playing their post plans as well. They're setting up forward here. Zelstis has a molly off his teammates' contact, and they're ping-ponging off each other to take that fight together. This is another round where once they get into post plan, they're going for these executes with the double dive between Tens and Zekken, which always looks incredible. And again, look, Zekken has a nade primed, ready to go towards heaven. They have so many layers to these post plans, and really it seems to every stage of this map.
So yeah, sorry, just got caught my breath for a second there. I think as well, Loud, just an inability to really throw them off their game, right? There was no pressure towards the backline, the weaker extremities ahead of some of these executes coming in. Didn't really get a look at the way Sen have been playing and how well drilled things are. If you let this Sentinel time time and time again.
Yeah, and I want to shout out to the fragging IGL on the other side too for Sentinels. John QT, take a look at this. A HyperX
kayaknya guys.
When he was still alive, Mimi, something magical was going to happen.
I mean, this was after Kao and Zine got a 4K, almost gets the ace in this round, and then John just plays the clutch to perfection. He's not always the flashiest player, but when you put him in a position he needs to step up, he seemingly always does, Mike.
Yeah, he does, and looked absolutely ice cold afterwards as well. Giving him a wave to close out the half. It's heartbreaking to see Loud lose rounds like this, but like I said, with the individuals on Sentinels, not even Zekin and Tense, in scenarios like this, stepping up, this is the plan B. How scary is that for every other team?
Update sih ada update baru guys 1.6, cuman gue tetap gue kemarin udah capek sih main Stardy, capek bosan gue mainnya.
One map up, but let's throw it down and hear what Loud's coach STK had to say ahead of Icebox.
Apa ya? Kayak ada story baru deh.
Welcome back, Mika Fabs here, now with STK of Loud. And now that was a very tough first map. What was the team struggling with the most, and how do you guys plan to remedy that going into Icebox?
I think that we entered in the game with a game plan. This game plan didn't work. Unfortunately, they adapted themselves, so they have a lot of merit on that. So on Icebox, we have we are more comfortable on the map. Like we have more plays on this map. So I think that's about this. Like reset about the first map that anything.
Yeah, Icebox pakai apa guys? Dia pakai Phoenix guys.
Our full power right now.
Well, Loud is a team that you can't ever count. So let's see if they're able to bounce back on Icebox.
Exactly, Mika. Well put. But the thing is, Mimi, what are Loud's game plans for Icebox? What do they do?
So they play this Harbor Viper comp that they've been playing for a while, but they execute on it really well. Last time they played, the thing that impressed me the most was their protocols in plant denial and retakes. They're very good at kind of timing how they're using their volleys to delay their opponent's plant. Then going for these flood retakes.
Nggak boleh rasis ya.
Are really effective. This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals of Loud on full display. They've played this comp for a while. They have a lot of variations of how they want to set up with it, especially on this defensive side. This is the comfort zone for the Brazilians.
Comfort? I don't know. Call me a doubt or whatever. Obviously, this being the anomaly of the grand finals for me, it was a very, very close fought affair, a 13-11 scoreline regionally, but I don't feel like we're getting the same I don't think really Loud are in a position today to throw Sen off their game that much. Obviously, previously, Les has been the standout individual for Loud on Icebox, but I don't know, I just don't get it.
See, that's the thing though, I agree with what you said. This is still, I think, a map they are very comfortable on, but Sentinels is also so good at it. They run a very different comp. They're playing this KO, Gecko, and I actually think that can play into
Jet, pakai Jet guys ya.
Fighting through the walls, fighting through the smokes, combining those two pieces of utility. And Zekin just looks unreal whenever he gets to play the Jet on this map.
Well, this is the thing. Last time they faced each other, Mike, Sentinels did come out on top. You think history is repeating itself?
I feel, yeah, we were talking about this before. We were talking about, it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair here. I think with that start, it's just so hard. Loud are one of the ones, time and time again, we say they're never out of a series. They're never out of a match.
Tapi kalah guys di map ini guys.
Just not seeing it again today. It's another concerning look at. You know, I mean, even there with the interview there, talking about the adaptations that Sen made, I don't feel like they made an awful lot. Loud had no approach to really disrupt Sentinel's gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again.
Ada more red up boss update
emang ya? So good. But you guys are home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and Saito,
tebak skor 2-0 sih feeling gua. Percaya nggak guys 2-0 guys?
I mean,
do you believe in me?
2-0. So I'm not going to lie, I want a close game. I want something that's not going to be so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so. You know, the last time these two teams tackled each other on Icebox, it was Loud who got the better of them. Both of these teams have very, very good fundamentally
Nobody
attack
but
sides
you
with their comps. They are very well drilled
better.
in that regard, but I want to see some fight back now from Loud.
I actually think the Sen's composition is
Nanti kita main gas station simulatornya besok aja guys. Besok ngabuburit guys. Jam 3 jam 4 gitu guys mau.
If they've used this time accurately, then maybe
Hasilnya mati nggak jelas.
they can come out with another incredible map win. Not going to help Sassy going down there at the start of the round. You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle
bang, nggak usah
in terms of getting the balance down.
Pas Paperrex aja guys.
That early face, that early peak.
And Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact. And at that point, it's kind of too late. Sadak doesn't have nanoswarms to deny.
So just gambling the wrong way here.
Sadak. Flash through, who's playing anti. Where's the follow-up? There is
What?
none. Just rips away to it, and Frenzy in his hands. A backside position being played here. Dash fading away, but Second still standing his ground that he's earned himself. Dart dodged. Another play being set up as well. Tens with a pop flash into the peak. It allows Second to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3. Can't let this one slip now, Loud. Shot dart, it's good for the damage. Ten's gonna be forced out wide. Tens. Tens! You can't be getting away with this, son. Surely not needs. Doesn't need the matter. Sadak pushed forwards. That's a 2v4.
That's ridiculous. The push into Sadak there to give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that Sen could have messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault. They didn't know where exactly he was positioned. But for Tens to recover that, he's forced to take that duel there as he crosses back. Yeah, he's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're positioned.
Who are they peeking? Who are they peeking?
Give it to him, man. Oh my god.
Tapi bener sih guys, mereka nge-pick up aja, mereka nggak ada nembak anjing.
And Tens is just owning them.
Yeah, man, return to form.
His form has been spectacular in basically all of this year.
Yeah.
The actual shots that Tens has been hitting, the moments, the multi-kills from him have been unbelievable sometimes. When he's not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed, the rifling's just been superb.
Player's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Now look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper wall and the high tide to break the wingman, to deny the plant, to fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here.
Karena si Tens main flashnya nggak flash line up loh guys, flash cuman pop flash doang.
And to be honest with you, Tens, he should be trying to hunt. Yeah, you see him swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange there. Does want to go hunting. 2 years. Top of the bridge brings him down. Still 1 step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If Tens had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash re-peek from yellow or on pipes on A, that kind of thing, which teams like Gen G have done so much work integrating those micro plays on the defense.
Proactive fighting over.
And I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams, is that Sen hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
Yang sudah konsisten mainnya bang, kayak semua konsisten bro sekarang
bro.
bro.
Purpose of that dizzy, just
yang kalau di sendal tuh yang kurang sesi.
But the cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted.
Sisanya konsisten semua sih lumayan. Zelsis juga, 3 yang konsisten tuh si Tens, Kitty sama si Zek kan udah.
Not really an opportunity here for Tens to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tens is getting in position for this flash dizzy combo that Gen G were using. It's so good.
Yeah, choose to break it. You're going to be staying right into the sun. The flash goes off. Plan. Now here for Sassy. Util a little bit delayed. So yep, it's down. Close to the quarters. Down underneath rafters. Kawazine wins his one out versus Second. Still, gets to the position for it. And Tens is starting to use his ult now for this. Making sure that they can't use any of that post-plant util.
Tuh tembakannya bro, rapi banget bro.
He's ripped Kawazine's head clean off. Over the top of the ropes. This is a real dangerous situation. Scenario flash. Peek. The rest of his team sets them up, but no real casualties. Now QCK finally. Abilities back online. Dash backing away. Gets the one. Needs to clear the corner here, but he's just really struggling. Waiting out wide here. Having a defuse from Sadak. Pushed back and away. And a wide tip tap and a face there from the Loud players remaining just in time.
Very nice patience there from Loud. Didn't get caught by the flash re-clear, but I can see that Sen are starting to add more stuff into their playbook. I mean, that flash dizzy combo is so good. The pathing that the dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops.
Nice try.
So much of the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get that high tide and the cove back online. And then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum.
Oke.
We really need to calm the Moles.
Okay, there we go. Zekken looking for a readjustment early.
Emang delay guys.
The issues are, Kaplan's talked about it so much.
Oh iya.
Potential off the charts here, but clear understanding of what is really going wrong for them. Knife not broken. Tags on to 2.
Yeah, that's going to create a serious threat, though. See how 2E's is using his high tide to make it difficult for Sen to clear out that area, unless he's pushing up on the other wing of the map.
He's going walkabouts. Overstep himself, waiting for the high tide to now fade. He's going to be using again. Flash dizzy, dash forwards from Zekken. Make sure to clear all that space. If somebody was holding that aggressively,
balik guys.
it would have been mince meat. But now, once they've gained control of B main, what's going to be the call? Maybe to go back into Zelsis?
Yeah.
Master Spanyol harusnya lebih cepat nggak sih emang
They
ya?
either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for 2E's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plant down and get Sassy his ult. Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch? Oh, yeah, just onto Zekken.
Zekken looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
He's got 3 on him. Here we go.
Masuk guys.
He firing a blind shot off, but it actually didn't trigger onto Les. Nano Swarm.
That's so much damage.
My God.
Sakit banget anjing itu dihadapin semua dia make.
Alive, facing top raft of Sadak. Taken out cleanly. Now Ten's going to be playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 and done.
And Sassy, with that ult plant, Wingman got the Thrash online.
Need somebody to break that dart from though, and there wasn't anybody really waiting available, but still, like I said, the Thrash is now online. Sassy, lets it loose, the movement, clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment, not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the thing. See it loud, using that util. All available for them, but it's a crossfire setup of Sentinels, and they punish that swing and wide face out. Great with the movement and patience with the aim. Cooling down the weaponry enough to take out GCK. Over the top the rope. Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it. Building up towards it, but okay, Les just a better player on the day.
But a sad situation for him to be in. He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall. Everybody crumbling around him. I just want to go back a little bit to their communication from the previous round. Sen were coming for second specifically was saying the mollies. And the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the mollies are online. They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting that timing correct is really important against what Loud have.
Weaker money here, QCK, 3K in the bank. Looks like he's trying to save the operator, but for now the Sheriff will have to do, and it will. Sassy, dusted, taken the hell out.
Oke.
Knife clears yellow, but
pelan-pelan
really
guys, santai dulu ya. Slow dulu aja bro, dapat 1.
Putting that emphasis
4 atau 5.
Here, towards the section, vacuuming up the orbs. To defend this gun as well.
Loud are looking for information. Sen have been mixing up whether they rotate, whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QCK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players on this site.
Might be some serious danger here. I mean, 2 years just holding onto the high tide's wall. There, flash through into the back. Dart, oh my. Knew exactly the position that was coming from. So Kawas, he didn't really stand the chance up with the armor. Dashing away.
Cepat banget guys, bro ini.
Flank attempt from QCK. Oh my goodness.
Has anyone heard that? Tens is watching, but they're going to get distracted.
They are distracted now. Their pressure really being applied. It's less here, and QCK for the cleanup. John QT, he's there with a trade, but 1 versus 3 now. Diffuse online for 2 years. It's not going to be pushed away from this one. There's no more utility left available for them. So a 3 round for Loud. That's what you want to see.
Nggak kedengeran kayak
That is just in time. What we saw on Split was the economy just getting ruined for Loud over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after winning this round as well, which is a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout
probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round.
Yeah.
But QCK opened this up with a beautiful Sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The Cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot. And often that kind of thing is going to get hurt.
But in this
Bisa satu sama harusnya bang, enggak sih guys kayaknya guys. Main sekali 2 kali bagus belum tentu bisa satu sama bro.
The tiny differences, the minutia. Gotta watch for.
Yeah. And also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk, you know, he's only one man in that kind of situation.
Ya di flank.
So now what allowed looking to
gara-gara smoke doang sih guys, kalau
can they
ada
take
smoke
any
tuh aman.
lessons from winning that round?
Susah guys kalau misalnya lu mainnya arah bot bukan turret di smoke.
Agility setups because QCK was able to manage that.
Bisa apa coba? Baik kalau nggak kedengeran ya segi perang ya.
Despite people doubting his jet ability. And the other big takeaway I think from that is trying to look for mid-round information so your stacks are correct.
Maybe might see
sensational
from Loud being called. Like I said, just trying to gain some of that mid-round information, but the comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas. And again, you don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple up, walk areas. And that's got its own danger.
Oh begitu cara lempar ini smoke
Both teams on opposite sides of the map to start
ya.
this next round. 4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, Sen are nowhere near.
Still, he's going to be telling his team to over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
Yeah, and Loud have actually finessed this. Lovely. I mean, they've managed to get into a position where Sen weren't comfortable going for the early round timing, and now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. And on top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
Kayaknya kalau misalnya kalau QCK-nya nahan terus mereka nggak ke B,
tail end of somebody.
Dapat banyak nih guys.
I think they've got all the info they need though.
Yeah, they have. With QCK pushed up deep like this, and look at it, you can just tell from the stack. Already protocols in play. Molly forward, Zekin just tanks it. Half his HP just removed, but they weren't expecting it. Still, Loud with all the kills. Versus 3. Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. He's going to be notifying his presence, at least with the removal of that turret attack from Sadak. He's hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they could have took a glimpse of that one. Still 10 HP. Leave it just to Zelsis. Kova. There's no real chances here. There's no real chances. Maybe.
Sama cuy.
Second, but no. Full stick there from Sadak.
I think Loud's defense on B looks way better than their defense on A, personally. Especially coming out of the Loud Gen G game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they missed Zekin, but they keep good snowman control. They fight from kitchen. They have good crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak, playing around orange, is able to pick up Zekin. I think Sen should be quite cautious if they're sending B hits over and over and over. The A side of the map does look more of a weakness for Loud. They tend to play it for retake more often. The flash dizzy combo on A is just more powerful in my opinion. And Sen are going to have opportunities then to fight aggressive in the post plant to stop Loud coming back in for the retake. I think you're definitely seeing that there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox.
Respo the hell?
Right, split from Sen is perfection, but not every map is up to that kind of caliber. And Loud are finding those ways of stopping Sen going for these hits. Now they've knocked the economy in the other direction. Did Sen even have a single eco round on split? I don't think they did.
Like it.
They won the pistol both times, and then they just dominated the game. So I think this might be the first one.
2-0 feeling gue guys, nggak tahu kenapa guys ya.
A couple of decisions to be made here because they do have money for potential investment of 1 rifle or so. Looks like John QT is the one who's bought that one up. Might get sold, but it looks like they should have money to spare if it goes poorly. And whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet, not in this round with the weaker guns. But, you know, Sen might start playing towards some of the orbs, try and earn up some big ults. Celsius will probably earn his after he goes down to a player.
And look at Loud setting up the same kind of thing. 4 players A at the beginning to post up some... Oh,
QCK messed that up, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information. And yet, that 4-player stack now just has to kind of chill and reset. But Sen are not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as 2Es puts up this high tide, it makes it feel like there's many players ready to fight B. Even though we can see, it was only 2Es at home.
One Dizzy clearing away. Sassy. On away now from the ult. Knife not being broken. Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekken with Knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone. Has to respect it now. Has to back away. Zelsis dropped on the other section of the map. The other side of things. Saw that plant down.
They're pitting.
They are going to be pitting, committing into this one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is a little bit wired still, now the lockdown being invested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still. Maybe feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it. Can't break it down, so detained and dealt with. Bit committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud.
Okay, Loud terlihat menjanjikan, guys.
Yeah, I think both ults that were used there
Loud terlihat
probably
menjanjikan,
should
guys, ya.
have been saved for another round, but the problem is the kills came through so quick, so close to the ults being invested. I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantaged situation when he decided to pit. And likewise with Sadak just deciding to send that one.
Guys, gue ambil makan dulu boleh guys ya? Bentar ya guys ya? Boleh ya?
So now we go into a rifle round. Zelsis ultimate, super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes.
And this should be the round what the timeout was scored for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by Sen. Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that. Skipping and hopping over around the side. Kaos in. He's been caught. Do they want to dive and dash onto this one? Now Sadak is his bodyguard. Doesn't... Sentinels
Sadak
over.
has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a pit drop down on top of it. Lockdown though. Should push him out of position. For potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down with a ship. He might just opt to getting detained. QCK. He's wrapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays up, but he's spammed onto the top Rattler's position. Dropping down. Crucial kill here onto the flanks. Elsis cleans that one up, so no gaps now left into the play. Hunter's Fury offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push at these players from Loud into these forward positions. And they have managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, we're waiting for it to fade with Mosh down now. Dizzy on top of it with the Cove. Now stacking up all together. Post-plant utility should be good enough here for Sentinels. Our players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves forwards. Kawazine in 2 years. That is just disgusting.
That looked like a checkmate situation. Sen were running out of post-plant utility, sure, but they still had a crossfire from 3 different areas that they could have set up.
There's no way.
And yet through the high tide, through Tui's util, Kawazine, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much. Kawazine just hit some really nice counter spam through the high tide and then got a sick shot on a jump peak.
Yeah, sometimes it be like that.
Yeah.
Loud. Only creeping forwards with this lead here.
Yeah, look at how mobile they are with QCK's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
Yeah, okay.
They played him over towards A. Last round he walked down Tube. This time he's over towards B. So difficult to predict.
Hook middle though with an ult command. Plant. Oh, hello, counter spam. Kawazine dropped. Still have to worry about this operator.
That was actually through mid.
That was way! He skewered them! Tench dropped to his knees. There's no chance in hell he's been picked up. And now, plenty of time and space brought for the rest of these Loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries are here. Wide face by Zelsis traded though. Drop down and John QT again isolated in this 1 versus 2 position. Familiar scenes for him. The reload surely going to be heard. And yes, Les is very quick onto the angle with the punish.
What a round from QCK. Very similar to the Thrifty that got them started on this map. Takes an early angle, hits the shot, and then he's there to punish. This is now 5 in a row for Loud to really get the gears going.
I was talking about the attack side for both of these teams being good, but I mean, so far it's clearly Loud are the ones who have stepped up. Won't go quietly into the night. That is a disgusting shot. QCK with his op.
Zekken's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Barely tagging onto him.
So Loud, they have found something that's worked, which is QCK's op, and now they've given it to Kawazine.
Just to mix it up. And if QCK gets spotted now, still, he's rattled off the shots. End up using the dash. Where has that kill come from? I mean, Les, this is literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial round, man. He's taking matters into his own hands. Does not care. Damn! 3 fall.
What a beautiful bait and switch setup from Kawanzine and Les as well. Such an unusual one with the Sova-opping.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a Loud that is very, very angry.
Yeah.
Pod and poke the bear.
And frankly, it wasn't necessary for Les to go and do that. When they've already won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les. He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game. And he's been pushing up on A looking for that duel, but Zellsis has not been giving it to him. If they're B defaulting and they leave Zellsis with the Killjoy utility on A, Zellsis plays it really safe. And John just took a jiggle there and decided he liked the idea of stepping up. I don't know why you would. 12 and 3 less.
This guy, I mean, he gets sorely underestimated by a variety of people coming into it. I mean, he doesn't play the most flashy roles, but you can't deny his individual talent, his skill.
And now SEN on a weird buy, looking like they want to just set up for that default A hit. Get TenZ up over on 2 pipes, where he's got that flash angle.
Turret broken in mid.
Oh, the flash. Actually, not in the right spot.
Really deep flash now. I mean, Les decided to take the re-peek. Dizzy shot fired straight into the wall there. Zekken wins it out though. Molly's dealt with. Accounted for. Now you're going to see it. The Reckoning pressing forwards with the advantage that they've got. Loud, not giving up any space. They want to take it right back away from them. And already you can see it at deep position. Weaker guns and weaponry still. Maybe SEN could make something of it and keep the triangle of death set up. This time though, Thrash taking that first contact. Zellsis winning that fight. The adjustment and snap to the side. And retaking now with this operator just becomes a dire situation. And Zellsis is running a mockery over them. Taking liberties when he's on low HP. So why not? He can do it. Not planted for Sassy. Tapping. Sadak over and around. Spotted. 1. Sassy dropped. Sadak now, but time surely working against in the jump spot. The jiggle, John QT trying to gamble and dice with Dev himself here all the way through. That is immaculately played.
John with another clutch. So similar to his situation on Split where we saw him play against Kawanzine and Les. Beautifully done there. But I do think overall SEN are giving Loud way too much space in these post plans. If Zellsis hadn't been able to get those 2 kills and open things up, I think SEN might have been in trouble again. Most teams when they play against the Harbor Viper,
let's go, boys. Let's go.
They're trying to get aggressive in post-plant situations and stop them before they get into retake spots. SEN are backing off and trying to play post-plant utility. But if they can secure this round, it's looking good. Double orb, QCK and Kawanzine.
Kidding me. You are kidding me. Top of the rafters. QCK is obviously on the other side of the map, just trying to lock down at B angle, but the lockdown now indicates everything, or at least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
Backing out, no detainment. Fast with the high tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time SEN fighting to and nail! But you're up against Kawanzine. John QT! Where's he pulled that one from? Out of nowhere! On top of the ropes, the pit has been earned. 88 health to his name. He just needs to survive. The spray down, and he's already hunting them down. Les, with him toppling, Ace on the cars. The crowd wants it. The people are chanting. QCK spotted out wide. Will his team give him anything? Not quite. Still, a round earned, a round gained. And SEN will be happy with that. That's a salvage situation when his half was looking so damn poor.
And round 11, round 12, the player to salvage it is John. What a beautiful spray transfer there. And then getting the 3rd on the rope too. All coming off the back of winning the 1v1 clutch. To get SEN up to 4, well, he's done it to get him to 5.
That's crazy stuff. Honestly, a really competitive map overall. I believe we've got a special guest down on the floor as well. Let's send it down for an interview.
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriana. Coriana, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
Masters Madrid is awesome. I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT America, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best on the second one.
Of course, excited for that comeback. Now, what's this I hear that you bought every single VCT bundle? Is that correct?
Yes, is that true?
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to ask you, what's your top 3? And you can't say loud.
Okay, I really like Talon, G2, and also Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's a healthy representation. I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, buy Loud bundle. And thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters, we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All right, you heard it from Cariano. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
Bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud, they do have one of the only, like, you know, proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they, you know, they got that going for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean, money, other substances that we won't mention. If you're a fan of any of that, listen, maybe the Loud bundle, but listen, 7-5. Important pistol round coming up.
Yeah. A very, honestly, a huge one. And SEN have won every pistol so far in this series. So if they're able to get another one on the board here, that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time. Les, he's picked up a Sheriff. Loud are one of the teams that buy Sheriffs the most in these pistol situations. Often there's 2 players on the team with them.
Just trying to take those long-range fights, Celsius. In prior rounds, teammates dancing dicing with death, but with that jiggle, always a chance, isn't it, that it goes poorly. He's going to be backing his way up to kitchen.
The reclear here from Sassy and Zekken. They had a cascade in their face early on, and now they've realized that that was fake pressure. A good gamble to take. And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's no going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy needs to get one, but yeah, like I said, no trade in sight. Zekken, dash, activated.
Yeah, that's just wasted. And he was expecting more pace towards that. Sadak's called that pause in the round.
And holding for a repush.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken's already re-cleared this area once in the round. Loud are ready for it.
Zekken's now going to be pushing to this one-and-done angle. Now that the dash that we talking about prior is gone. Loud, we're going to have to clear this one. Bodies might do it. Surely, Ghost moment, not getting away with too much more still. 1 for 1. Drop down, Celsius taking up space back towards the backside of Yellow. Might need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So, flash, repeat, timing, needs it now, needs help right now, and he's got it. The follow through from the rest of them. Those reinforcements, jump, spot, and peek. Les, he's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Molly has to stick it through here for Sadak with that plan. It's the only way he goes down to it. And it leaves it just up to Les. 1 versus 1. Viper versus Viper.
They should know that Les is this week.
Should have been cool.
This Sentinels Classic could do work here.
Time to put it to the test. A lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it. That's now going to be dropping. Orb propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it out on the right-click business. Done and dusted. Wipe your hands of that one. Pistol round here for Sentinels.
Nice round.
Did not look good for them in the beginning of this round.
Did not.
And Celsius has pulled it back with some great supportive utility coming through from Tens. Sen really abusing the slower pace of Loud there. Loud had multiple opportunities in the round where they could have gone forwards as a team and cleared out a solo player on B. Because they took so long dealing with Zekken, and I mean this util also perfection. Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Celsius to tuck into Yellow. Nice! And like I said, Bren, this is 4 out of 4 pistols, 1 for Sentinels. And this is going to get them back into this map. It's an enormous advantage, especially because it offers you opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Clear ideas.
Master Johnny Kitty.
Very clear ideas. I mean, here, Zekken, Outlaw. Sees the jump, spots, just baited out for the shot wide, and QCK just didn't really realize that he was already pushed up on that left-hand side, so he's earned himself an upgrade.
Yeah, nobody for Zekken to play off. That's a really bold angle. He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
Time Sadak not willing to give away his life to the molly once more for the plant, so... But
two of these players will die to a one-shot from the elbow.
They're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the Ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide, TenZ seeking to reclaim a bit of that territory, a bit of that ground. And he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2 versus 3. This is the danger zone right now. The Verge are getting thrifty. Like you said, a single shot will do it. You essentially hand it over the operator to QCK.
Yeah. It looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it. Wow. There are still opportunities and danger here.
You slipped the map.
TenZ is making an enormous wraparound unless it's gone into Snowman. This is such a bizarre round.
And John QT's backs to the wall, all about the timing. No way! As Lesson finds it. And the gamble, the wraparound here of TenZ has to pay off. It has to pay off massively, but it's not going to be planted out wide. Les, does he even acknowledge it? The reload is heard here. Close. Quarters again. Cuts it up into the angle. 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here. In the first place, Knife tags it. Knows the rock positioning as the wall fades. The head is collected.
That is a crucial one for TenZ to win. What a play. I mean, both Les and TenZ getting value out of the play that they went for. But for TenZ to go for that flank all the way through mid, wrapping back around quietly the whole time, and not have clock pressure because of John being able to deny the plant. And the spike went walkabouts into Snowman. Could not have gone better, the timing in that round for TenZ.
Crazy round. One suppressed. And despite SEN winning, that follow-up round, it was really expensive. Yes, they carried a 1 rifle through, but they're opting to just take a full eco.
Nice! Yeah. And so, a really bizarre start to this half.
Yeah.
SEN win the pistol. You expect them to get up the momentum that they have done on every other half that we've watched so far. And instead, they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with here. What a snap to the side. QCK deleted off the face of the map. It is responded in kind here. Sadak, but cheeky there with the peaks over the top here. Just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down the Nana Swarms, making sure that nobody can play forwards. He does have the spike. Let's get this plant down.
A little bit of damage done, but not too bad. Yeah. Love that Cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful. And Lauda looking to try to play a little further forwards than we saw from the post plants of Sentinels. You know, fighting on top of 410 with 2Es ready to swing. They've got 2 layers to this, really.
Oh, deactivated. Cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from SEN just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the Nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the spike here. There's a gap into the wall. TenZ out wide and open. Man, this is just madness. Sadak, what are you getting away with?
Shooting fish in a barrel. You can see SEN had no idea there that Sadak could see the spike. I mean, it turns red when it's being diffused. Sadak knows exactly where it's being diffused from. Boom. Headshots. And the fact that Loud were given those kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half, they're building up to some big ultimates.
Yes, they are.
The Harbor ult is excellent for being able to take more aggressive control of a site.
Okay.
You know, if you're SEN here cooking up a game plan, I think you want to be going for like flash reclears to disrupt this before the big execute comes through. Maybe that's what SEN are planning with both of the flash initiators. Second playing A. But at the moment, 2Es heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
Turret broken. Loud regrouping over towards A.
Bengkai masih bang, ada bang. Bengkai kan ada di sini guys.
This is where I'd love to see Zekken posted up on pipes.
Bengkai ada di Global Esports sih, Bau udah nggak main Valorant Pro lagi.
I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts, seen and spotted. Dash to get himself out of there. Reckoning now will clear the way through for the rest of Loud to follow all the way through. Stuns, not really being respected. I mean, Zekken is just trying to really get the most out of it there, and he is finally punished. So, no command, fast, off the rip, pushing forward. So they're going to expect this. QCK is already behind the man, already behind him, playing up with the rest of his team. And 3 players fall just like that, dropped to the ground, to your knees. If you are TenZ in this case, it's Zelsis, poor Zelsis. 1v4, last one left. decision being made for him, really. Has to be the save, just has to do some exit damage, but even economical damage doesn't do that much.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Loud are building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan, and SEN are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace.
Okay, 9-7 guys.
They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid, and SEN were never letting them. That time, the patience and the slow play really rewarded SEN. But on this map, I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round re-clear timings. But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was. Though Zekken tried for him to get a timing around the Harbor ult there. And then when Loud are set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. Yeah. They can shoot.
Les sama QCK, bro. Tuh kan sanksi turu kan, guys. Lihat, guys.
The buy in this round, very similar to round 15. You know, everyone on pistols apart from one player with a rifle.
So with the money chunked down, in theory, you're expecting Loud again to keep stringing these rounds together. The danger starts building. Hello. Through the wall just in case, but Dash to respect it. The trouble is here, I mean, Loud, you got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan.
Only Zekken's seen both times, even though there's a stack here.
There's a flash re-peek as well with a Dizzy, but the wall in their face as well. It just gives that covering fire for Sadak. Beams him through, not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, at least sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage is Loudy. I mean, they've just picked him apart. It's methodical in nature.
What the hell?
As I was saying earlier,
what happened, Sentinel?
To a couple of key ultimates. Lockdown now for Sadak to use for the next.
Yeah. And sometimes it can be such flowchart Valorant on this map.
Yeah.
Because if the defenders can't get in a good position to disrupt what you're doing, we saw it from Fnatic when they dominated this map, you know, in times gone by. But the attack side, you have the opportunity to go and take a little bit of space and use big ults like Sadak's lockdown to really give yourself a free post-plant situation. And that's where you need to see SEN fighting a little more for some space. I think this is another round where the same concept applies. Sentinels are going to take a time out here. Zekken's already picked up the operator. Still got, you know, time to get rid of it if it doesn't fit the game plan that they want to go towards. But I think getting Zekken posted up in some aggressive areas would be decent, but it's also kind of difficult to go for any mid-round re-aggression with an operator. It's more that you take a line at the start of the round or something like that. It's certainly possible, but you know, there's two key areas, if you're thinking from Sentinel's perspective here, that Sadak would want to be using the ult. One is over towards B main, and the other is over towards pipes. And so having some setups that could deal with those might end up being really crucial.
Just trying to think one step ahead, right?
Yeah, yeah. And of course, you know, Sadak, he's a good enough IGL that coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the strat block. He might just send it with like mid or something, you know, really to just try to mess with what SEN are expecting.
Right here.
So we're going to see Recon deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zekken's got the operator.
Look at how hard this is for Zekken to get value with the operator. I mean, these smokes in his face. QCK, he's already pushed up onto the left-hand approach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, you can't watch everything at once.
The Cascade now over towards A might give Zekken the idea that, you know, only the Lurker is here, so he could be a bit more bold with it. I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was actually. So he's going to be able to get this lockdown off.
Spike's dropped down in mid. Trying to fake presence here, except with 3 players right behind him, it's going to feel very real. Still Zekken, will he be dislodged from this forward position? He's the one who's going to be trying to gather this information. Does Allowed the gamble?
Allowed overcooking this a little? Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site?
It's if Zekken really, it's on him because the Loud players are now going to be walking and waiting right into that Corsair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the ire of Loud. They're already fast onto the approach, but
they're
back away. Yeah, they're going back to A.
Sadak's like, guys, there's no one here.
Look at this guy, look at the position. You practically expect him to be a defender with this spot.
30 seconds
Forwards
left.
though with the smokes. Elsis can't adjust it. Can't snap to it. QCK drops him. And this is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide. And they're just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about. Boundless right now for less.
Jelek banget defense Sentinel, bro.
10 seconds left.
Tuh, main jelek, guys.
The free plants.
Spike planted.
And there's nothing you can do, not with the retake to the operator.
Yeah, not unless Zeken's able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks very difficult from Sentinel's perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one. So I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that, right? It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible call, as Sadak just realized that he had all the space in the world.
Tiba-tiba jadi kayak kencang gitu guys, QCK guys.
Get himself up there.
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
Top left rafters.
He wandered in, takes the rope, jumps onto rafters.
Yeah.
He's got a great spot. But also, Sen unaware that a lurker could have taken that positioning, right? Tens walks through, Sassy's using Thrash. They don't think about, are they ending A here because there's a lurker giving them that info?
Just let them try to catch.
Sunset next thing.
Loud, they are pulling away. Looking better here on Icebox. Which is really good to see because Split was unbelievably one-sided. But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map that Sen have in their pool.
Yeah, they don't have many of them, do they?
No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know,
Itu bukan
for them to still be keeping it somewhat
tapi
competitive.
oke lah. Sasi nih harus melek, kok susah kalau nggak.
Not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud, got their sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online, or at least for Zelsis. Presence now towards it. One more urn towards the Reckoning.
This is where Zeken was positioned in the previous round.
Paling lepas mah mereka bang, dapat split lotus.
Just with the dizzy, there's really nothing else behind it. No flash re-clear. Just the one bit of util, and it was broken almost immediately with the slow down approach, John.
Yeah, at least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of thing, but just throwing the single dizzy, it doesn't have the same impact. It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly. Louder just keeping all of this presence over towards B, and Zeken is still worried about a lurker on A.
There's that prior conditioning here with 40 seconds left. Plan's going to have to go down at some point. Drone.
Throwing the nade lineup so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play, Tens. He's still alive here, got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to make a play here. That's why he's going wide, dodge. Side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit, dissuading it, pushing back this one, but he doesn't expect the player above him. And around the back. Oh!
Nice!
What an adjustment! Flicks it aside, luckily 2 years still there. Now the Reckoning. Drop down with only 12 seconds left. There's no plan online. They're stunned. Here, up and away.
Nice,
Sassi.
Nice, Sassi!
Sentinels.
Wow.
They grasp it in the midst of all of that.
That's wild.
Okay, masih belum selesai guys. Belum selesai, bro.
The defense utility though was so much better this round than what we've been seeing so far. So Tens throws a nade lineup as he hears the drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then, there's a mosh onto the mosh position too. Let's go! Let's go, boys! So much utility pressure in that round. A lot better from what we've been seeing. And it's stumped Loud.
Yeah. Sentinel's not wanting to go down quietly here. Dart dealt with.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zeken wasn't sure that it was going to get broken, that Tens could see it.
Knife, re-tagged.
This is the first time we've seen someone try to play an aggressive position on pipes.
Should give the indicator. I mean, Tens has no way to get out of this one. There's too many spots to really account for. And well, forward. It's real bad Messi. Luckily, Zeken is still here and collects. With 2 on the board now, maybe a chance for Sentinels really setting themselves up in an advanced position. It's been one of the first times. Yet Sadak says, not quite. He does something to say about it. Does bring it into a 3v3 now with that util finally respecting Sadak. Pushed away once more, and it's about bleeding it out. Another tap online this time. In the wingman, Dizzy over the top. Zeken back into the fight. Hello. He's not quite seeing that one over the top below him. Does not anticipate it, but guess what? His teammates did. Swinging at precisely the right moments. So they're not out of it just yet. Not shot.
No, these last 2 rounds have been lovely from Sen. If they keep playing like this, there are certainly chances for them here. You see this from Zeken's perspective again. He hit 2 great shots there. But also,
The defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant going down, and then they're finding a timing to then flash and pop back out to refight Loud. When Loud don't really have utility available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels. This is aggressive.
Yeah, time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kawanzin gets ult online. Can they cook some kind of play based off the Hunter's Fury? I think it's going to be difficult, especially when Tense is holding knife for anything like that.
And for Loud, I mean, you can
Paperrex susah bang.
they're trying to bait out these aggressive reclears.
Dari kemarin juga susah, Cok, lawan KC dikira gampang.
Waiting, throwing out a high tide, seeing if they flash through the wall and try and fight through it, but...
Yeah, you've got to make the timings as difficult as possible for Sen to find them. And second,
so much to watch. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen it. He is exposed, though. You are right. Many chances for him to be swung from a multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he slams a dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart has to cover himself. His own footsteps stay away from it. Go for the re-swing now across. He saws him over the road, but he couldn't adjust the aim in time. Zelsis spamming and spraying and a bit of praying. He's got the job done there with the removal onto 2 years. Kawanzin, though, will not be pushed back and away. And QCK is his time to come alive. Top of rafters. Risks necessary in this spot, especially when you're a player down.
The Pit invested in a 3v4 here.
That's dirty.
It does cover the spike.
Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through. A tap forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK traded. Now sticking though already there. That's going to be the wingman putting that pressure onto a Hunter's Fury. Skipping a hop over to the top. And well, it's just been stuck in the middle of all of it.
That's incredible. Dude. Wingman does not take additional damage from the Pit being there, and they just assumed that it did. They didn't deal with Wingman the entire time.
What?
When you're dealing with a player, the combination of Pit and the vulnerable is just devastating. You can do nothing about that. But the Wingman, he doesn't care about it.
Yeah, he is.
Look at him.
He is no man. He does not care.
Bro. Sliggy losing his mind.
Nice! Oh my goodness.
Itu cu anjing.
Off back rafter if you can get it. Actually, no, it's not.
Calm and collected though. We're straight back into things here, but Sen rattling off the rounds now, really making it almost even here. One step away from
Aziz.
Sen's ult bank is just.
Udah mati bro. Enggak, dia nggak kena ulti. Dia nggak kena ini soalnya guys. Nggak kena ultinya si Viper dia.
Being able to deny the plant and then getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage beforehand anyway. Zekan's been spotted. What does that do to Sadak's calling here?
Try and speed it up, or do you want to go in a different direction? It looks like they want to just try and tackle it into A. Now, Zekan didn't use his dash again. It's important to note that one, because now as that U2 goes flying, still he's looking for the shot, can't adjust it. Time still just sees the shoulder, but has to finally back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one with the count to spam, a tap from Sadak. Himself into the cove, lockdown.
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up to break it. And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep, but Zelsis is going to make sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post-plant positions.
Throws them out and away. They deal with the util, and how do they deal with these players? Zekan just wants to take up the straight-up fight, attack. Baiting it out now. Nade a bit short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Loud, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to rely on a bit of that RNG. Zek, Tens, pushing with the operator. Sadak still stands. Have on it, they don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now. And a tap with the rifle, or praise. Praying for 2 years.
Retaknya bagus banget, Jing.
Barely there with 2 seconds just over.
Retaknya bagus banget, Cok, sumpah.
They look in control, though, of these retake situations, which is something that we weren't seeing from them in those spree of 4 rounds between 15 and 18 that Loud got online. And the lockdown is so nice from Zelsis. Teams have come up with protocols to be able to deal with the lockdown that's over towards screens. They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of, you know, nade combo. Sadak has lineups for it too. But throwing that out in a different position over towards heaven, and yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to get broken. You know they're not in aggressive positions, so you can start the retake proper. Now, we've seen round 19-20, Sentinels won by dragging the clock down.
Gini bang ya, wah beda guys, beda gameplay guys, nggak akan begitu guys.
Put Loud in a tough spot.
Nothing.
Now they've also demonstrated in round 21 and 22 that their retakes can look really good as well, especially when it's held with ultimates. This is now anybody's game. It felt like it was
sabar Djaja sama Sentinel sih bang.
Until this streak of 4.
Itu juga sih guys, itu seru sih guys.
Oh, you can. We were singing the praises of Louder there. International experience, adjusted on the big stage. Can't count this team out with how they were looking just initially, but you're right. I mean, Sentinels, they've also been slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long.
Yang Kidal siapa Kidal? Yang Kidal berarti masih di kiri.
Loud, 11 to 11. Still with the Viper's Pit, still with the Thrash.
And all of this without Zekken really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings, but he's not landing the shots. Here it looks like he wants to try and take this timing instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
Belum. Masuk ke upper final dulu.
Drops down, only sees the turret.
Missed the turret actually.
Yeah. A drone utilized by Loud though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space with a lockdown. Feels like a B hit. Should be a B hit. Second. Where are you going? Where are you going? With 4 seconds left, is this being held for? Yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy! Updraft dash, but he cannot escape it. Sadek was hot on the heels. Set to punish it. Deep dart now. Thrash being used just off the initial tap here, but doesn't really spot anything at all. In fact, no detainments because QCK again lurking up through. Spots it out with a nano swarms broken, both of them.
Celsius has the timing to try to disrupt this.
Les gets dropped.
So now it's going to be a 4v4.
Backside gained. Plan for Sadek. Not going to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just a little bit too delayed and late. This is going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favored counter here with the retake of Sentinels. Jump spot, just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, bit of spray. It's a pop flash play. Tens, man! He's taking it to him. Damage done though. Has the knife foul. Wasn't expecting that follow-up, especially with 2 years there. But what can he really do in this spot? V3. Gonna have to find one of the fights, and Celsius isn't keen on giving him it. Now Sassy sticking, half already. Options dwindling. It's a high-low face. That is up to 12 now for Sentinels. This is an absolutely incredible resurgence from this team. On this map in particular, I mean, they're looking to seal this one up in 2.
I think Loud played a great round there as well, and the Sen retake was too much for them. 3 rounds in a row now. The flash to be able to catch QCK is lovely, and then Sen players playing high-low positions.
Even if it didn't work, I love that you wanted to be.
Yeah, it's great.
Sama-sama 2 kali, tapi yang ini lebih lama. Babi kau ya, babi ya.
Just on point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
Yeah, and Sen 5 rounds in a row to be able to get up to
Sentinel,
match
bro.
point.
2-0 masa bro.
And set up a date with Genji.
Aggressive. Here it is. Adjustment not there in time. He just tried to flick to the side. It was actually Tens who was the one who went down there to a bit of random spam. Updraft and away. Back in. Got to respect now with a reckoning.
It's incredible that Sen are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Sadak with the plan. Not going to be pushed back. You got to think now. Loud, again, surely set up for success. But I said that last time. It was Sen who ended up taking it, but this time there's a player disadvantage. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. 2 years showing presence. A little jiggle and offset there with a movement, but not going to expect Kawazine. And he's still here, alive and kicking. Weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team, spraying them all the way through overtime on the cards.
Finally, Loud able to get that round that's been eluding them for so long. And we're treated to an overtime. Huge performance from Loud. Not allowing their resolve to crumble. A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back and forth occurrences. That little resurgence from Sen has taken us to a spot where it does look like a possibility, unless Loud can take it.
Of course, it was Loud, you know, they won that one 2-0 in their initial matchup in 2024. Fought back immediately by Sen in the finals where they took it an absolute bomb, but I mean, it was a map 5 world-class game from both of these teams. Pushed once more.
Revealing area.
Dart. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting aggressive. The question is, Sen gonna pushed away from this now to Dizzy. Didn't even really connect him. He was so close to the corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there with the operator. He wants a second go at things. Sassy, not expecting it. The rest allowed, backing him up still. It's sprayed and messy. It's all over the bloody place. Two left to stand here from Sentinels.
Gonna be a difficult situation for John and Celsius to recover. Do they know that everybody is here? I'm not sure they've seen Salah. John, though, picking up that ult orb, one away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would be that one. They've got to be concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up the double face.
Doubled up side by side, top rafters, 2 years. Important one to win was Elsis dropping. John QT sends the nade flying, the molly there. Just can't quite land the kill. He now has pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does, it's OT. And now drops it down. Evacuating the one angle over the top of the ropes. Doesn't expect 2 years.
Good try, nice catch by Tui's. John was thinking about just slipping away.
Match point.
But Loud, after getting that recovery in round 24, now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for the force buy. The glass cannon operator ended up getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted. He wasn't able to pull that one off. So we're going into it. Sen kept at 12. Zekan is going for the same thing, the glass cannon op. They have not found success with this particularly. But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
I know Loud, they set their sights over towards B. Ah, it's no way. The spam.
Very
close. Nearly tagging him up, draft over the top. That's QCK. Wonderful punish onto the corner. More where that came from. As the rest of his team, this is it. Set up for success. Set up for map 3. And you got to think it. It's inevitable on top of the ropes. How is he accurate there? Running and gunning, but Tens dealt with.
Satu map lagi, babi.
It's a fairy tale moment for Zekan. It will have to be. And he doesn't expect it. The wrap there. So 14-12. Loud. We are going all the way.
It deserves a map 3 this series. But for a moment, I thought Sen were going to clean it out in 2. The comeback there was difficult for Loud to deal with, but they finally
map 3 guys, sunset guys, sunset.
Huge from Sadak and the rest of the crew. And I think QCK played a blinder of the game there on Jet, putting the doubters to bed.
Absolutely. I mean,
set up for a good one.
It is set up for a good one. Sunset will be the decider, and what a map to end on for both of these teams. It's bound to be magical, so do not go anywhere.
Sunset Sage bagus bang. Jangan ninja bang, nggak ninja saya. Nggak ninja buat kamu apa sih? Nggak ninja. Nggak ninja bro. Maaf jurummu tertunda. Ini baru udah tinggal mau menang, pakai ada OT segala babi. Kalau kalah Paperrex gimana cowok? Bisa ada kemungkinan sih Paperrex. Saya tidak kalah ada kemungkinan ya. Itu map Spike Cloud, kita lihat map 3 bang. Kalau yang kalah lot, Paperrex tinggal nge-ban Icebox doang sih. Malah Genji bang. Emang chance-nya untuk Genji juara sih gede guys menurut gue ya. Tapi kita nggak tahu guys. Kadang-kadang ada aja. Lu lagi jago-jago tiba-tiba nge-whiff cok di final kan nggak tahu. Lot gigi 21. Tapi ini bener sih guys. Yang diprediksi itu bisa jadi Loud menang. Kita nggak tahu map 3 ini kayak gimana soalnya bro. Kalau kita buka, copyright ya anjing. Tolol guys, Sunset menang Sentinel terakhir guys ya. Ini terakhir Sunset guys. Sunset, Sentinel, ngepick defense ya. Ini berarti tapi ada Phoenix guys, ada Zekken. Tapi Tens menggila di 24 kill Tens bro anjing. Anjing les HS 50% anjing. Gelo juga dia. Nice. Oke, gak sabar sih nunggu cok. Lebih seru Paperrex sama Sentinel rame view-nya bang. Janganlah. Sentinel tuh lebih serem cok. Lihat guys Sentinel guys anjing. Mereka kalau lagi stabil nembak begini cok anjing kayak susah banget buat dikalahin anjir, bayangin. Anjing Zelsis HS-nya kecil banget ya. Oh dia pakai Phantom guys, soalnya pakai Phantom bro. Orang apa user Phantom tuh HS-nya kayak kecil deh emang deh guys ya.
What a response that was from Loud. Take things equal, which means we will go the distance and see map 3.
Player Phantom kayak emang
with Mimi and Hypog. Did we maybe believe a little bit the comeback was real?
I really did. Sentinels nearly pushed us all the way, but Loud, I mean, they started that first half looking incredibly dominant. Their protocols on this map look incredible.
I mean, to be honest, it looked like two different teams. Obviously, Loud being the headliner here, a massive swing back into Icebox, but there's a couple of concerning rounds there from Sentinels considering what we've seen them really dial into on
But they started being defined by Loud's retakes on the defense, and that's where this team absolutely thrives. I think in particular, the way that they're setting up to play these retakes on that B site were really impressive. Here's a few of these rounds to take a look at, right? This team just having, I feel like, really good synergy on when they're bouncing between these pieces of utility, right? It's that first stage coming in with the dart clearing back site, and then they're really leveraging this harbor utility to set up cover for the planner and fight deep in these post plants and force Sentinels to lose, even when they have a comp that's built to win these post plants with a ton of mollies.
Yeah, and I think actually this is the example we saw where we got a little bit of a react from Zekken afterwards. But I mean, you say Loud retakes, there were a couple here that Sentinels almost just completely forgot the timings on it. Talking about, you know, some of the mollies to buy time, run down the clock a little bit. To demonstrate this on both sides.
Yeah, let's take a look at those post plants in just a moment as well, because I think that's the round you meant, Mike, where I think he was saying something like chill with the molly.
Yeah, chill with the mollies.
A bit too early.
I mean, there were two examples that almost felt a little egregious, criminal, that they lose those post plants.
And remember, in a game this close, those were the rounds that were make or break for Sentinels losing the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one I think it was round 3 was the one that Zekken did have a little reaction here, but it just felt like everything gets dumped at the same time when they have everything. Like you said, this is a composition built towards finding clean entries, minimal utility, investing on the way in, back into a 5-man retake, which looked fantastic for them, but this one, Sentinels almost just gave this away.
Yeah, and we really build up how good the protocols are, how perfect Sentinels look on a map like Split, but on the other side, I mean, remember, this team has had to play a ton. Kaplan was saying they've had to show everything, and I think we start to see that a little more on this map.
Soalnya ini sih guys, soalnya kalau gue lihat ya guys ya, kalau di Sentinel tuh M yang agak kurang tuh Sasi.
You can watch this back. You see another example as well, but around in terms of the plan, the initial plan coming into the round, it's executed to perfection. Loud play into it perfectly. Sentinels are set up for success, and it just seems like I don't know if people were just jumping the gun a little bit. There's a little bit of misinformation being spread internally within comms, but yeah, a little bizarre to see considering how clean their protocols were on Split.
We went into this hearing that kind of between map interview from Kaplan, where he said the team is really good at kind of finding the right energy, knowing when to calm down, knowing when to heat up, and I think we saw that on display here, because it went from that, you know, Zekken giving some feedback, some of these post-plant rounds that shouldn't have falling apart, to in a second half, Sentinels looking absolutely revived and pushing us all the way to overtime with great retakes of their own.
Yeah, you can't help but feel if it was just 1 or 2 of those post plants that win their way, maybe it wouldn't have been
story. Very
overtime. And they want both pistols as well, let's not forget. But let's talk about Les a little bit as we move on to map 3, because again, on that map, he was so impactful, so crucial to keep them in it.
I mean, we said ahead of this coming in, Les is usually the superstar on Icebox, and another one, add this one to the collection, because just individually this time and time again, in the right place, the right time, and he delivers. Back against the wall, could be a 1v3, he can be solo anchor in sights, he's just constantly delivering for Loud.
Yeah, that's the thing that really stuck with me, right? How good he is at getting a kill as anchor and always getting away.
Yeah.
It's insane how much just survivability the man has, especially when he's holding down towards that B side. He's always getting a frag, falling back, and then using his mollies really tactically to be able to set his teammates up when they're playing into these retake rounds. He's such a star, and he implements into the team perfectly.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Sunset real quick, because these are the agents selects for that. What do you make of this, Mike?
I mean, well, back to the default, basically rerun of the grand finals, to be honest. But obviously, you're going to see this is the map where we see the Phoenix come out once again. I have questions still about this composition, but it's the way that they apply it. We did see some better showings of proactivity, but I'm still not completely sold.
I think the strengths of this comp for Loud on defense is fighting for extremity control.
Yes.
Using that breach, using that Omen line control to set the Phoenix up. They also have great ults to cycle through and win out these rounds. But Sentinels, their strength, second half is going to be retakes. This first half, their comp is actually really strong at shutting down that extremity control. Expect a lot of early battles. This map's going to be important. Only one of these American squads get that guaranteed spot in the top 3.
Yeah, Loud, they've done so much already to push it to here. Let's see Bren and Saisho if they can get their revenge.
Revenge would be fantastic for this Loud squad. I mean, they could be hunting for it off the back of the regional finals, but hard task ahead of them. Still heading to Sunset. Sentinels making it as difficult as possible for them to get it over that final hurdle. They have to go to OT for Icebox. There's chances we could have seen it just end in a 2-0 for Sentinels themselves.
Absolutely possible, but I got to tell you, Brent, out of all 3 maps that we had in the pool today, the one I'm most excited for is this here, Sunset. Because even though SEN won last time they matched up, I think Loud are a dangerous team to go up against, especially in decider maps like this. So here we go into the pistol. 3 players from Loud grouped up towards mid. And this map might end up playing out a little like Split, where SEN want to be cautious on the attacking side and bait out Loud into mid play.
Really in a util, got to be ready though. The dart doesn't reveal Zekken.
How does that not reveal Zekken?
There must be a bit of geometry maybe?
Yeah, just a little safe pocket in the corner. But that really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
To insert Zekken here behind this segment of the Viper wall for him to be able to maneuver later on.
Thanks to the presence of it, with the door shut down.
There.
Sadak is watching it.
It's actually Tui's really pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment. Just jiggle in this corner. Like I said, on Split, the Loud compositions require a lot of jiggling without the Sentinel.
Here's the flash being sent flying. Lucky to not die. Sadak running and wading away, backwards, running and gunning with the frenzy. Only had 4 bullets left, and he still managed to land that shot.
Left.
So, play disadvantage here for Sentinels, get themselves the site. Will be the plant on top of it, but what is the call after the fact?
Loud have so much utility on rifle rounds to be able to deny plants from going down. They don't have as much to work with here.
Barely missing. Flash pushing them away there. Paranoia was bad, yet still they face it with the guns. Now Sadak's all the way behind them. Dizzy. Tap onto it. It's going to be alerting the attention of these Sentinels players back and around, but they have so much to deal with now. The push and the pull of these Loud players, just too elite.
Well handled there on the pistol for Loud. I was watching the way that they dismantled EDG, and one of the big things they were amazing at was watching for the lurk through mid. And Sentinels on this pistol tried to do something very similar. They insert Zekken deep up mid, create a distraction elsewhere, and try to get value with Zekken creeping through. Sadak is always wary of that kind of stuff. And here, Sen forced to try to fight a bit more aggressive in the post plant. Just couldn't quite find it. Just got squeezed. Having said that though, with the kills that Sen got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
I feel like the money's good enough.
And they got quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
Direction you take it into looks like mid, the initial goal, slow and steady.
This is a real gamble, though. If it doesn't pay off for Sen, they're going to give Loud so much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. QCK might well have the ult online at the end of this. He's got the ult orb on A.
Yang mana yang kalah aja lah, bro.
Breaking the door with the pistols. Trying to avoid notifying Loud that they have forced up into this. Dizzy wide. The flash. It's all connected together. So QCK has to respect that one. Just backing for now. Drone doesn't clear
it. Didn't clear Zekken again. This spot is such a blind spot in the way that Loud are playing mid. That's wild.
There's major chances for Zekken to just, again, creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Bren, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a lurk. And Sadako Kawanzi just shut it down every time.
40 seconds, barely. Just drifting away here. Boombot. Use the flash, all in conjunction. Now to Dizzy, all the way through market. Nothing to really stand their ground, but Leicester still going to try and do it otherwise. ADS firing them down as well. The bullet tag's just slowing them ever so slightly. Enough for Sadek to get that one, but a plan. Now down here for SEN, no pushback from it, so they can start to play this post plan, but do they really want to do this? Just with the stingers. It's like an awkward one to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all of his util. A few more seconds left, and he will have the fault line, but there it is. Sends out the aftershock, out wide, forces Celtics, no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up with a deep smoke after really forcing Loud to push forwards into this one. A tap onto it again. Stunned up inside the smoke, damage done. Kawazin still lives on 21 health. Defusing now, Sadek onto half. Has to be dealt with, has to be brought down. Sticking it through, and no damage, not enough. Not with the stingers. That's barely scraping through.
Sadek's on the defuse, he got headshot by a stinger and he just tanked it.
Yeah, did not care.
He just shrugged it off. And look at this, you see the stars sprinkling up around his head. He's got full confidence in the rest of the team. It is so difficult to cover the diffuser in that situation when there's a flank coming from market and Tens throws that smoke.
Bukan karena timnya, Cok. Gameplaynya anjing ngantuk banget.
Now, having navigated that round and all the danger it posed, are going to be set up quite nicely at the beginning of this.
Doesn't really matter about Divide too much. 2 players spotted from the cam. Fast as the call here for Sentinels. Looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Celsius and QCK. The target you really want to be prioritizing these kills onto when he gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean,
he already had it
for it.
And John's just looking to do what damage he can. But Loud's economy is going to be looking good. Their ults are starting to come online too. So the gamble that Sen went for, it's difficult to assess in hindsight. Because we're only seeing it having
kemungkinan
failed.
besar sih kayaknya kalau misalnya Loud menang guys, Loud bakal ngelawan
There were possibilities for them.
Think if it works out,
Genji, dan yang menang yang pastinya
the ult cycle. Start building them up ahead of them. They have the economy on their side, but
simply not the reality we live in though. And that's the first time that Sen have gone down early in a half. Remember, they won the pistols every other time. Split and Icebox. So this is a new situation where Loud are the ones able to develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody's trying to contest into mid.
Interestingly enough, I mean, 2 years has opted for the operator. There was a deep dart set up earlier, so he's got this deep line down into A. He's going to be giving a lot of mid-round information again to his team.
Oh, OP kayak? Si OP anjing. Oh, main operator,
bro. Angles, though. Being swung, but they're not going to expect it. Yeah, look at it.
No way.
Walking straight into it.
Leaning on his history as a duelist player there, Tui's, and he's absolutely finessed that. Does he anticipate Tens being up top, though, inside the one-way?
Maybe a punish in sight here. 2 players left. Will the smoke fade in time? Still
this
waiting
is bizarre.
for it. It is bizarre. It's a flash. Repeat now out wide. What is that? Kawazin. He was leaping across. Paranoia. Tap from Tens with the movement.
Ya, wave trans 10 terakhir, bro.
QCK dropped back to 30 health. Now, heal himself back up. Could play into this one with the ult. Might choose to do so. See if it makes a real difference here. But Sassy does have his ult back online. Picks up from Pryor. And here it is, the second round of things. Thrash. Spawn. Broken to pieces. Clear the close left corner, but still. Texas, who does want to just try and take a fight there. John QT tucked as well. A lot to clear in this spot. And just walking right over him, QCK. There's that tray with the pop flash now. In and out and through, but still with a util in his hands. Caught lacking and slacking.
But QCK did not go for the ultimate in that spot, right? So Loud still have it available to them into the next. They decided not to invest, thought they weren't favored enough.
Nggak tahu sih guys, jujurly nggak tahu ya.
So the bonus round doing a little bit of damage, not too much.
A lot of it coming down to that play from TenZ.
Oh, yeah.
His omen on this map is so creative and flashy. It's wild. Well, I thought there was a good chance he was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like maybe a few more bullets he could have done it, but he's just that guy when it comes to this map.
So pretty classic defensive setup here for Loud with QCK and Kawanzine holding over towards A.
Sudah pulang emang belum kan ada lower bracket bro. Lawan yang kalah dari sini guys.
That they like to cycle through. And Sen trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid. It's something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's less or 2E's doing it. And you can hear it now. It's just gone down. That gives Sen some information.
Fault line.
Yeah, force out the fault line early. Somewhat early in the round.
Yeah. Trouble is with the door being closed down in her face. It does force Sen to just go back, double back, break it. Throw it in like they could be defaulting into a different direction.
This pause in the round
of a crossfire.
This pause in the round is really going to incentivize risks from QCK and Kawanzine.
You can hear it. TenZ lacking the info. He's jump spotting. He's punished for it.
I know exactly. TenZ has cleared out the whole of elbow with his ult.
Or Theft as well, give that additional confirmation. Now the smoke's going to be dropped down, lay it down, will be the plant. Someone's getting themselves into it here with a player advantage. Now's the time to shine. Don't count Loud out too much just yet though. Grouped up together, nade. Ooh, it's a bit of a blunder. Swing into that one, it was anticipated for him. Paranoia in front of it. Sadak, he had to be the playmaker there, and he was not. Drop down, now a flash of their own. TenZ repositions on top of Jenny. Vulnerable, snake bite. Goodness me.
Everyone on Loud saving.
Yeah.
They just don't even want to get back into this. A blunder from Zelsis, sure, but TenZ then anticipated that they would try to follow up on that, sent the Paranoia through, and was able to isolate the duel onto Sadak. Sen have got enough players who understand the rhythm of the game and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in their favor.
Iya sih lumayan. Dia pokoknya lawan siapa aja ya berat, tapi let's see aja guys. Kadang-kadang lawan yang berat mereka menyala banget.
I mean, this is essentially I mean, two of the players can't be buying.
And just seeing that on the replay again, it's such a large punish onto QCK, and it's all due to that freeze that John Cutie calls into the round. They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info on defense.
That's when the punishes come through. Different combination with a util being used. This time, Dizzy up in the air, flash through into elbow.
And it's all fake presence. As Sentinels quickly, after going for their default utility, group up on B. They shouldn't be too worried about B main with the door being closed.
I'll be looking for an orb on Zelsis. Online, we'll be able to go for the B pop.
Ya kan, kalian habis nonton Paperrex terus pindah ke sini jadi kayak.
It's not as important against the Cyclist comp.
Yeah. It's true. Now the nades and flashes do go flying though with a satchel play. Sets up second deep into the angle. Decay damage kicking in, almost getting brought down himself. He's on 60 health. He's going to be a thorn in their side though when his retake starts to come online for Loud.
Yeah, he's very isolated.
Very isolated. Smoke to play in. Wants to try and get in and rule that angle over the top. Now a reflank from mid, but already it's traded equally.
The timing actually here from John looks fairly good.
Yeah, he has to potentially get a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team, I think, to dissuade and push them back. Yeah, Paranoia's there, and he does catch it. QCK just alive no longer. Deep cam round the back, Louder left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight. Force him away! TenZ wins that! Get out of here! Still no tap onto it. The pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills. You're joking, but the time, the pressure too much.
No. What a bonkers round.
What is that?
What an absolutely ludicrous round. Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forwards into B main. That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from, is this battle about who can dominate B main control. And Loud really did a great job of that. Being able to, I mean, they should have been able to catch TenZ earlier.
Let's go.
But the flank timing coming in from John, and TenZ and John buying so much time, ending that round in such a weird fashion.
bizarre
Sentinel,
set of circumstances.
semangat, Sentinel, semangat, Sentinel. Main cepat anjing. Sentinel, semangat.
Unless is looking to challenge B main early on.
Holding the angle, but actually, Fuel going to be fading. What is that? Just pre-aiming, anticipating it for seconds. So tight to the angle there.
Very confident too.
Necessary kill for him. He's not having a great start to this map, but let's get back onto the board with that one at least.
Kawanzin went and took the ult orb over towards A, so he now has the Rolling Thunder online.
Second, an initial tap, but now going to be sticking it for the plant. Does have his ult online now for it. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of the box, they're going to expect this one to drone. We'll see it. Tags him up. So eventually, TenZ will be spotted into this one and done spot. And QCK through the wall, favored for it. That's the wallbang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight to be taken. John QT turns it into a 2 versus 2. 2 tagged up by the knife, but just a tap onto the head. Spots it now, Zelsis. So much more in this position. Sadak feeling frantic in danger. Does he have it? I don't know. I don't know. Did he get onto it in time?
It's so close.
Oh my goodness.
These rounds are coming down to fractions of a second. And despite John's best efforts, Sadak's able to win that one in the 1v1. A little bit more patience from Zelsis would have done it. Oh, gonna be kicking himself. You can't offer Loud opportunities like that. You can see Sadak wasn't even sure.
Oh my. With how tightly contested these rounds have been, I mean, the economy's taking a bit of a tumble. Some weird, dodgy buys across the board.
Kawanzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out. That allows them to build up towards the Phoenix ult. Second and 10, explore mid again. They haven't done this in a while.
Hello, ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pincer some of these players. And yep, they're just barreling all the way through into mid as a nade. Watched it. Zelsis still here. John QT though, they're just trying to dominate this one singular position. They do control A main. It's throwing a bit of chaos into the mix. In through the back of the side, just spots the elbow, and TenZ looking this way, that way, didn't know where the players were going to be coming from. Sassy, last one left. Could have been granted one extra, gets the one, backs out, 50 seconds in the round.
It always gets me listening to the Brazilian fans chanting against Sassy. It just seems so wrong. He's in a very difficult situation.
9 bullets, didn't opt to reload, didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds a timing to separate individuals, maybe he could get something done. He doesn't have to be anywhere near the plant. Everyone on Loud is so grouped.
They're going to make mistakes. They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Ult slow online here for Sadak, but he doesn't really find a time to use it, but the dart reveals all. Sassy has to pull up an absolute miracle. 5 HP drop down, backing away. Now wide and sprayed them through. Sassy, a beastly performance against the former team. Silence in the Brazilian crowd.
That clutch is like a dagger to the heart of Loud. Unbelievable. I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in Americas. It's all down to him playing the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away from where the plant goes down, his positioning is just immaculate in that situation. Loud are not thinking about it.
Sassy is a player. We needed to see a big step up. He was Northern 6 when it comes to first kills to first deaths last map. Wasn't having a good game. Pre-fire with a knife, less lucky. Relatively unscathed, all things considered there. Just backing away from the rifle. Being rained down. Massive round up. Still left reeling myself. Flash clearance, snakebite to respond.
And Loud are going exploring through mid. If SEN back off here, thinking that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face, they may end up running into danger. John's watching it, and they do still have a trip there. But in terms of anticipating 4 players,
TenZ. Cleared, now crossfire. Set up forward, an oral theft. Everybody scattered to the winds. Loud realise it. Okay, we've been found out. Got to back away now. Just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. So, util flying forwards here. I'll have to push away the plan though, so still. Spike down and out. Oh. Hello, QCK. No turn on the fire. He's still alive here. I think there's too much danger.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but when the Loud players hit shots,
just never know. Tap. QCK, hello. It's rattling their heads now. Already two taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult. He popped the ult, man.
He got caught by it, though.
Just trying to time it, yeah. Detained up into the corner here. Potentially winnable, though. Now, man, it's looking more likely. Finally fades away, and he's back into him. And here it is. The follow-up. With all the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
My God.
Instant
Oh,
effort.
finishing gila sih, guys.
Unbelievable
Finishingnya
how
kencang
close
sih, cuman
these rounds are getting, though.
timingnya nggak pas banget.
You know, but one team's got an enormous advantage. They've got rifles, they're in a post-plant position, and yet it still feels like any team can take it. We've had some rounds go down to defuses with a fraction of a second left on the clock. We've had a 1v3 played by Sassy.
We got it! Don't care, we got it!
Exactly. That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate effects.
Tolong
But it's going
bilangin
to
dong
keep
sama
a
Sentinel
lid
sama Loud.
on Sen's
Tolong
economy
mainnya yang
getting out
cepetan
of control
dikit
and
biar
going to
nggak
allow
ngantuk.
Loud some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on. But 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of Sentinels after Loud got off to that hot start. And to be honest with you, I'm not mad at all at the way that Loud are playing, because think back to Sassy's 1v3. Okay, in order to get into a 1v3 situation, Loud had to play that really well, and they did. They collected on the mid play. They got themselves into a player advantage. They just lost out because there's beasts on the other side of the stage.
There's no player on either of these rosters that doesn't deserve to be here. Everybody capable of stepping the hell up.
Yeah. Speaking about that, when you look at the scoreboard, QCK is the player in position to do the most of that. It's less actually who we haven't seen as much from. Usually,
kayak waktu itu ya guys, waktu itu guys, yang kita watch party apa guys ya? Aman guys, dikit lagi kelar, gue ketiduran guys sampai pagi. Sekitar sejam setengah gue ketiduran. Ingat gak kalian guys?
Over towards B. And Sen have been playing so grouped up, he hasn't really found those opportunities. Different defensive setup though, again being run here from Loud as Kawanzin and QCK move their way over the B.
Just calling up at the back of it now. 2 years. This time standing strong, just trying to brave the onslaught as well. Russia players now ready to push him back and away.
Zels is getting the ult online, can counter Sadak. You can see Sadak getting set up to go for the ult. Oh, they just rip it anyway.
Gue udah ngantuk banget ya, cuma gue bilang ini.
Out wide, Slunk's not even propped up yet Zekken in position.
Bisa. Terus gue ketiduran kan, udah menit-menit akhir guys. Gue tidur tuh sampai sejam lebih, Cok. Bangun-bangun tuh udah jam berapa itu? Kalau waktu itu ya udah lama itu.
Normally, Loud are going to throw in a lot of utility early for plant denial.
Hunter's Fury. Molly's going to be used towards the back of the side. Hunter's Fury. There's the connection. Zekken falls. Couple of beams of that one, but still not being dislodged from these positions. Tent up top. Familiar angle. Has the ult now for a classic reposition. Ult into the back of the side. Could be anyone's game on a knife's edge. Every single instance. Tent sticking the plow. Not quite already with the ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years there. It's a 1v2. Taps it. Gets Sassy, doesn't give him anything, still bides his time, waits it out, and now it has been fully drawn down to the final moments. All the kills going Loud's way. Another round.
Same again. Same thing again. The retakes, they are effective, but just not enough to be able to get over the line for Loud. It's Ten's position, I think, here that is the magic. Look at him, the way that he's able to wiggle out and avoid being traded because he's got the pillar to dance around. It looks lovely.
Yang penting menang ya, yang penting menang bro.
When you saw Loud demolish EDG here, one of the things they were doing on their A retakes was throwing in a lot of plant denial, making it uncomfortable for EDG to get into good post-plant spots. Well, they can't do that when Zelsis is
Zekken lagi turun, Zekken bro.
Possible, util cut away. All these close rounds just going down straight to the wire. Again, economy. It's not good.
No. And how many times have we said that? It's just been a running theme Normally, because Sen get out to such a hot start in every half, this time they actually have to grind their way back into ecoing Loud. And off the back of a 1v3 from Sassy too.
Ridiculous recovery.
Apa yang ngantuk, angkat tangan dulu ya guys. Absen yang ngantuk guys. Ada Tio, ada Manon.
No, there's danger there.
Ada Panda, ada Acel, ada Beljet.
2 years again. Same spot he's been playing in time and time again. Really disrespecting them though. Just holding the angle for some util. Is this a paranoia?
Yeah, I mean.
Telah bertahan denganmu, ku dengar kenangan di sisiku. Layar biar ku jalani semua sampai kapanpun. Ku akan
really trying to make this feel like there's lots of players here. Nades forward, so they just spam the box in the common angles. They do deal with him, and finally the flood defense is here in time, but Loud do anything about it. Beautiful dart. Everybody lit up here, even with the stingers. There's danger, danger in abundance, but still with the rifles.
Tense nih bros.
It's tense again, man. You can't get away from him. Playing that post-plant position over towards A-Link, swings around, gets free, and saves the rest of his team.
They needed it.
They were all barreled up in sight. It looked over.
Bunker and down. That's a terrible post plant to be playing against.
Yeah.
Or playing in position at least.
Well, you see how much more difficult it looks for Sentinels when Loud are close by, able to flood defend and throw that utility to put pressure on them before they can get into post plant positions. And Tens bails them out. Top of the scoreboard. Doing things fantastically, playing from similar spots.
Deep cross map.
Landing
over towards market.
And that's going to give them a good idea about what the defensive setup looks like, because often QCK is going to be on A.
So a good indicator now. Just waiting for the right time to strike. Thrash. Regen into the util. They cut up the side actually through the back here. There's a detainment into mid, but won't be any follow-up. At least onto that one. QCK should be alive as well. He's got some backup from the rest of it. Plan now down, and it looks like this might be another funny round.
Loud are playing really heavily for backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in flooded.
Hit it as well. Just to play for it. QCK does have his own ult now. Run it back. Finally initiated. He was suppressed in time, but just let it loose. Maybe seeing if he can hunt down a few of these kills. And yep, Zeltis caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one. Dizzy tagging away. Zekken spammed. Dart. Here we go. Only 3 players left now. Loud. Fast on the approach. Aftershock there, but a quick TP into the corner. Paranoid order util layered on top of each other, and they just cannot do anything. Scintillating, sizzling away, spraying them down with a rifle's gained. Up to a 5 round. 7-5, you can't fault it. Plenty of chances.
It's an awesome half. So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were decided on the tiniest of margins. But I think Loud really figured something out there in that final round. The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive players forwards was lovely. It was anybody's game though. And I think Loud need really another pistol to be able to get back into this.
Yeah. It's hard to say, but so tightly contested. The exception of being our first map, but it's just been back and forth. We go. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Kalah berarti pulang, guys.
Sou o Cauãzinho, sou iniciador da Loud. Senti muito bem, a EDG é um time que, pra mim, tem um dos melhores players individuais e acredito que o deles não estava no 100% deles. O Kankan é um player, é um star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem, então acho que o principal motivo disso foi a nossa individualidade hoje estava muito boa. Então, acho que depois que a gente corrigiu os erros contra a Genji, a gente estava bastante confiante. Acho que a partida contra a FPX deu uma confiança muito boa pra gente, então acho que a gente esperaria que ia ganhar assim deles. Mas ninguém esperaria esse stomp, né? Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow, the flash, perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG.
Eu acho que a Sentinels é um dos melhores, ou se não, o melhor time aqui do campeonato de Madrid. Cara, acho que o diferencial deles é que eles jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito bem como um time e acredito que todo mundo pode performar muito bem lá. E ganhar um clutch ou talvez levar a partida sozinho. Rapaziada, muito obrigado pela torcida. Quero agradecer muito, principalmente a minha família, meus amigos que mandam mensagem no WhatsApp, me ligam. Estou muito feliz que a gente conseguiu fazer isso e classificar para o playoffs. Só quero pedir vocês, fãs, que continuem confiando na gente. A gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vamos tentar conquistar esse título para casa. É isso, tamo junto.
Strong praise for his opponents. I mean, talking all the talk there about Sentinel's team play, and it goes to show as well. I mean, even praising Zekken as their star player. Now, Zekken's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now for his team.
Yeah.
And yet still, Sentinels are holding a lead 7-5 when they had an absolutely horrific start to the entirety of that half.
Yeah, and actually, I think the story over the last couple of maps has been not so much Sen getting the advantage at the beginning of the round, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. TenZ has been amazing in those spots. And so we go into a pistol, which is insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online. Complete contacting up. Zelsis picks a mid-round timing. Knife destroyed. Could be anybody there.
It's back and out. Still open towards his back.
Okay. So close to getting punished there.
Very close. I mean, Les was quick onto the angle, onto that avenue of opportunity. They want to flood out now, facing with the bodies. Paranoia backing away. QCK!
That's unreal.
As blind as the fadeaway. Damage has been done definitely to Zelsis here. Single shot will do it. Tucked close. There it is, straight to the chest. Brings him down. John can't do much. So Loud with that pistol round, you got to think. Back in charge.
Yeah, looking good for it. To have not won a pistol round the entire series and then get both of them in the decider map could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. But
Zekken bangun, Zekken!
On the defense side, not as many kills. That's a ridiculous kill, though. That is a ridiculous one. But the fact that QCK was the tip of the spear is going to start building his way up to the Phoenix ult. And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
Willing to give anything away. Main benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved for the big site hit, especially over towards A. Difficult one to try and get through. To clear through elbow, lots of corners.
I think Loud have got the read now that this was not a heavy A setup. They are just charging their way forwards.
Yeah.
As soon as they don't meet people early, they realize that they've essentially got a free plant off.
It's a good post-plant position as well, just for the spike to be dropped down, laid down. Snake bite.
It looks like Sen are going to send utility here, rather than trying to save it.
See if they can take an early fight, and you're right. I mean, could get costly. Normally you want to be saving these pieces of util, but clearly Sentinels thinking, feeling like it could be winnable, but not with the gun disadvantage.
No, I mean, keep an eye on the Sen retakes on A once we have rifles online, but that was very easy. I think that's going to put people in positions where they need to go for light armor. It could end up being important against the Bulldog and the Stinger. You know, the fact that they ended up investing there in the utility to go for the retake. But I think Sen are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plants. That was most of the metagame, actually, that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset. Was how they approached the retakes.
Bonus round now to be cooked up for Loud. They've got plenty of danger in it. I mean, that ran it back earned. QCK, this guy is frying. I mean, he's 20-10 currently. In the top of the score. At the top here, though. Tap and a face. That contact play style. Finally, punishment in place.
Yeah, but I mean, what a spray from Zelsis. Yeah. They're trying to punish the orb pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted the Paranoia onto a spot that TenZ is often liking to play, but it's second up there this time. In market. The trip not broken, though. They know it's fake market pressure. Yeah, this is a weird one.
No way.
Did they spot a hint of 2Es? Was there that question mark on the minimap?
Maybe.
Yeah, pinged out, I think.
Yep, it is. Leaning this way. Celsius. He is a low player, but he decides to take the fight anyway. Not set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now. He's in a one and done. Dart has to be broken, and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic. Still util now. TenZ right behind them. Sends out the Paranoia, and there is that swing, and that's a spike going to be dropped down. Most of his team nowhere near here. Les is the last one standing.
This flank from Sen has worked beautifully, but the Loud players barely reacted. I don't think they knew where that Paranoia was coming from. It's left Les in a 1v3. in a much worse position than Sassy was when he was able to get the plant down.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds left in the round. It's an impossible scenario.
10 seconds left.
And Les will just be trying to win this one while the rest of the team in silence scratches their head, wondering where it all went wrong here. That pick onto Zelsis puts Sassy in such a difficult position, and the flank from B bailed him out.
This might be Sentinels just getting a bit of a read, I think, in terms of how Loud want to play and set up into this one, of how many risks they were taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing through into B main, hard flanking through the back,
30 seconds left.
giving them all that information.
But I think going for flank plays like that just plays really nicely into Loud's composition, which lacks the Cypher. Anytime you can get aggressive like that, yeah, go for it. Why not? Loud are not going to have that information, and they're going to find it difficult.
Tens not to be dislodged from this spot. There's a Phoenix flash in his face, though. Won't be punished and dropped down. Paranoia now. TP, phone line, everything. The kitchen sink being tossed and turned and chucked at them. Out through market. Flash over the way. Ring around a Rosie. Zekken can't escape.
So now we get to see Loud in a post. We saw a lot of it from Sen. Here it comes.
Paranoia, yeah. Thrash as well. It's all being laid out on top of one another. Fast. Cover play. Shock into the corner was utilized a little bit earlier, but everybody tucked into main. Do have the orb for this one. Actually some mollies as well. We're going to see how the util just reigns supreme into it. Dizzy over the top. Anything to try and latch onto this spike and get the defusal started.
Is there time for the thrash?
I don't even know. I mean, listen, it's going to be 1 second left. He wants to use it, but again, somebody needs to get onto this one. Already detained. Into the side, into the corner. Where is the time pressure? Hello! Finally, Wingman down, and the rifle's there. Has to be bodyguard duty. Spraying them all down. Wingman! He's been stopped in his tracks. Half tapped. Sassy. No more to room. No more to work with.
And this game, more than any that I've seen recently, has featured just everyone dead on both sides kind of post plans, where things are coming down to time so much. I mean, both teams playing this kind of more passive setup over towards B with the post plant, but throwing a couple of people in aggressively to draw out early utility. And so teams are getting stalled in these spots. If Wingman had not gone down there, we could have had a very similar situation to Icebox, where little bro's just sat inside the pit, just tinkering away, cutting the red wire.
Yeah, it's a good heads up from Loud, though. They get the 3 kill spraying down now. I think most teams might just end up stopping the spray. Thinking that they got everybody. All the targets are going to be on it, but now, Diligent.
I wonder, does this knife incentivize Sentinels to go for the B push again? Is there going to be some kind of trigger that gets Sen going aggressive on the map? You see that John is moving around his Cypher setups. This time he's got a cam in mid, so they don't have to play that particularly. You can just rely on the camera. A trip for market because Sen were playing B main kind of aggressively to start the round.
Smells like a B retake.
And obviously you don't want to be hard anchoring the site against Kawanzin's Rolling Thunder.
No.
But also Loud would love to save it if they get the info that it's a B retake setup.
Hello, how's that orb going? Straight up into the sky.
Not where it's supposed to.
Oh, Rolling Thunder now, though. You feel the presence. Now they're going to be using it. Tens. Peas. And away. Back to the corner, actually. He's
not away.
Even deeper angle. He wants to try and take the fight to them. Flash. Forced to set it up. That's Zelsis. The dynamic duo just weaving in and out. And the flood defense this time reigns supreme.
I love it. I think this map is set up so nicely for B flood defending. And the way that Tens just eats the breach ult and still is able to survive and get a kill. Yeah, they just assumed, okay, nobody would be silly enough. Nobody would be whimsical enough to take a teleport into the corner while stunned up. You're dealing with Tens.
He goes for it.
He's taken the brain of Angel and Redgar and combined it with the skill and impeccable timing of... Dude, I don't even know.
I mean, himself.
Yeah, yeah. Who's got it like he does?
Yeah. He's stylish, man. He's stylish. But on a nice edge. One of the only rounds really that just goes into
Tolong!
You see them now just...
Okay, lot Iko 8-10 kah, guys.
Back down here for Loud.
Yeah, this is devastating. Once Sen start building up a little bit of momentum like this, you could see them pulling away.
Right here. See you on the other side.
Loud would love a thrifty here.
Seen him do it. Sharp with the sheriffs. Busy dealt with. Flash to follow up as soon as that knife gets the confirmation. No one peeking off of it though. All the noise in the world being made really out towards Alba. Now Zekken should be able to get himself out of there with a satchel. In fact, Molly didn't clear him. Oh, okay. That's nasty.
Apa itu anjing, kenceng banget dia pakai Phoenix itu.
Around here off that initial kill. Just seeing if they can pull any of the SEN players around the map.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do. The smoke though.
It's just Sassy who's holding the corner. And like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, now it is possible to go and get that.
SEN are calling for a reclear potentially of their own. Wingman. Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow and also pushed up close. That gives you a good idea. It's going to be a re-hit. Tens takes the fight.
Tens, there's a fault line follow through there. Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish. Through those shots now. They're worried about the TP close to the corner here. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just feigns and fakes on top of each other. There's only 25 seconds left. What do you go for here? I mean, a pause into the play. Going for a re-hit.
20 seconds.
Going for a re-hit.
Zelsis is in a committed position.
Really committed. It's the first phase coming through. It's just the players of the sheriffs, and they're all going to be falling now. Fully crumbling. Less. The one with the rifle makes a decent job, a decent go of it, but now 2 more rounds. Lead here, Sentinels.
Loud look a little lost in that spot though, man. That was a bit of a disappointing round. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the timeout, and I think they have actually.
Menang Sentinel nggak sih, guys?
They call a pause in the round there, right? On their attack side, but there isn't really a threat that they could be going for the hard rotate, because John's still got up all of his Cypher utility. He's got a cam deep in B main, he's got a trip for market, and the players over in A-Link know that there's nobody lurking mid. So what exactly are SEN going to be afraid of? Especially when the wingman catches contact, like, this is...
Call, we go. Don't be scared. Let's go. Good.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, SEN building up that confidence, making sure that everybody's on the same page.
Vibes Merchant laying it down.
Siapa yang sudah ngantuk?
Perfectly timed tactical timeout.
Seperti riodjajabusiness.
Extraordinarily important, pivotal in how this map goes. If Loud lose it, after investing ults, sure they're going to go for, they'll be dropped back down to an eco, and SEN are basically at that point just on a coronation march. Right, they're going straight up.
Saya
So this is a must-win for Loud.
Put everything into it. Luckily, a few ults being earned. See that run it back. I mean, it feels like QCK's never without it. Been earning it.
Anjing, kenapa sih Amerika mainnya ngantuk banget, bro?
But has he been able to find value with it?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Kayaknya gara-gara cahaya ini deh, guys.
Seems quite offhanded in terms of the way that they do approach to use it.
Bisa lebih kecil ya saya sih.
Every now and then you might see it still. Sassy holding the dizzy.
Okay, this time they wait out the knife for the start of the round from Zelsis. Right, so Loud have to start a little further back, so they don't give away those 2 plays over towards A. The stun for them to try to take a little bit of space. And look at John's setup again. Cam for the mid lurk, trip for market. Loud have not been breaking these.
And again, acknowledgement there from Dizzy. Stray shots missed him. Fired off the warning shots, and I know there's somebody, at least one player lurking out towards A.
But they're not scared of mid, and they're not scared of market, because John's utility is still there.
Right inside the smoke, I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yep, they can hear it. The door being broken down, they're going to try and fight Tooth and nail for control of it. The nade down. How does Zekken get 2? That is ridiculous. QCK forced to bodyguard his own spot there. Driving.
And it goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird fashion. SEN have committed pretty heavily to the B side of the map. And so Loud have actually managed to find an opening here to go for a post plan.
30 seconds left.
The smoke was in the way at the top section of mid. Zekken might already be just close with the rocket, but no, has to respect it, wondering if they could be lurking in that potential avenue. So a free plant here. Loud.
Players in potential positions to play a nice post plan too.
You don't have to be worried about the initiator utility from Sen, which is the main part of it. But obviously, there's still danger with the paranoia, with the showstopper. Loud get info that there's nobody on the flank.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart. They're around now, and that's a Hunter's Fury to add even more time pressure. Ult committed and stuck. Tens is forwards, he wins his fight. That is ridiculous. Still with a paranoia, now to showstopper. Seeking to commit this one. Where these players might be, but the first tap at least forces out the ult. Rocket flying. Again, clears the one, but on top of this corner, on top of the box, 2 years, has to reveal his hand, spraying it through, guarding, blocking, all the bullets, second, sticking, and he's won the round for his team.
Nice, second.
Despite the heroics of Sadak.
Let's go, second.
Barely enough, look at that, 0.37.
It's wild how close these rounds are getting.
Oh my God.
But also, how on earth are Sen even in position to do that? Tens sticks the ultimate, gets caught by a player. Kusikeya is shooting for like a third of a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned. Still flicks straight to his head and opens things up. Even when Loud have openings,
Good job, Zach.
Sen are still finding their way through. And I said that was going to be the important round.
Exactly.
Here's
Here's the money. Dire Straits.
Wah, miskin mereka, guys.
Taking a loan out from the
12
back.
nggak sih,
They'll
guys?
even give you one here. Aftershock at the top cam position used early. That's just a trio. I mean, clear out John QT, who's had that cam at the top section of mid. And Loud have been given control of market, control of mid now.
Yeah, this is a very different flavor to the round. The problem is the weaponry is just so advantaged towards Sentinels. Loud have finally got a better macro idea.
Still might be some danger.
Might be too late.
2 players spotted, 1 tagged up here. Shock darts now, and the squeeze is online. QCK is wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. Tens lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but that one way, less than ideal.
Bro!
Great crunch in B main though from Loud.
Yeah.
Sen couldn't figure out how, you know, which direction to go in, I guess. And Tui's is here ready to pick up Celsius. All good.
Okay. All good.
What Thrifty flawless, anjing?
The MasterCard Thrifty coming through could not have been a better timing for it. By all rights, that should have been Sentinels favored to go up to series point. And instead, they're going to take a tactical timeout here to discuss what went wrong. And to me, it's very clear. They finally lost market control. Loud actually went and took that space on the map that otherwise John's just been watching with a trip.
Main control, the pivot from Sen. Yeah, you are right. Losing control of that one. So Sentinel's going to be using this timeout now to discuss precisely what went wrong. Potentially putting more of an emphasis onto mid. But again, Sadak, world-class caller this guy is. No slouch as well with the aiming department, at least for this map. He's going to be potentially even expecting that. There's layers to it.
Yeah. I think from Loud, though, this timeout is also going to serve them. Because they've been struggling to deal with what Sen have been throwing at them. And I think it is possible that that eco round has given them a serious clue of how to adapt in the game. Sadak is normally so good at coming up with those adjustments late on in a map, late in a half, late in a series. He's not one of the guys to run out of ideas. So let's see what he's brought to the table coming out the back of this timeout. Looks like Sen want to try to take the game to them, perhaps. We can see them pinging out the mini-map over towards A. And Zekan set up for an earlier fight, something he hasn't done a ton of.
Menang nggak Bang Rio? Nggak menang, kalah 2-0 anjing.
We're waiting for the acknowledgement of the knife to go for a bit of a flash play to Dizzy, all combined. Dart broken.
One suppressed.
One player tagged there.
And it was Sadak, who does sometimes play alone on the opposite side of the map. Just to make it feel like there's presence where there isn't any. Sassy gets ult online.
It's a big one. Pre-firing, hoping on the shot there onto the market trip, but no dice, still remains up.
And so John continues to provide great info to his team.
Hello. Oh, Zekan going for the repick there. The thrash is punished.
Yeah. Zekan's been neutralized, to be honest. As much as Kawan was bigging him up at the halftime, you know, in the segment talking about Loud's, Sentinel's strengths,
They have managed to neutralize the star player of SEN. But they need more. They dodge the knife again. This is going to give Loud the perfect timing to go into Sassy. Can he pull out some magic?
Jumping around. Drone hears it. Has to respect it now. It's running away just to get the hell out of there. Doesn't break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now. Cross onto the site. Not going to be letting them use that util plant. Stuck here by Kawazin. Tens onto that high ground approach. He has found value with less being removed. That's one of the star players going pound for pound, just removing this one, and a call is made to try and fight this one. Sassy taking it straight to them. Man in tow, and he just caught the backside, clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through, run and gun with a Spectre. Ult denied, 2 years, he's miles away. The knife gives them every single bit of information they could want. Skipping a hop, dodging round. Surely! No way! SEN up to 12. Oh my!
Another round where every player on SEN hits the deck and they win it
Drifty
anyway.
menang laut. Apa menang siapa, Cok? Aneh banget dah game ini.
Fully through B main, walked all the way into Boba, going around the world, and he was way out of time.
I believe that spray didn't catch.
Yeah, it definitely looked like bullets were headed in Ten's direction.
Can't believe it.
But it's better to be lucky than good, and damn if Tens isn't both.
And this is it, potentially. Precipice of defeat for Loud. UCK. Sliver of an angle, just holding it ADS, but he does not get what he was seeking. Now running away, Les. These matters into his own hands.
Yeah,
look at this deep look.
These are the rounds where Les just decides, all right, my team's struggling to come up with an idea. I am going to make the play to win.
It's deep. And goal, Zelsis. Wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly. Les did manage to vacuum up that space now. There's going to be that repick. Sassy just trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Hunter's Fury trying to collect these kills as well. They're trying to face from Spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult, and Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive. Tucked to the corner, got a smoke at his back to try and help him out, and everybody's going to be facing him here. Flash in his face, spraying through. It's all praying. This time Loud.
Sentinel
He's on top here, 5 alive. John QT might not be long for this world either.
Probably just going to save. I mean, look at the economy, bro. It feels like SEN are in control, and yet you look, because they've died so many times while winning these rounds, they don't have an economic cushion to rely on.
Yeah.
So John keeping this weapon online, it does end up being really important.
He's commenting the entire time. You can see it in the scam.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
Yeah.
To discuss what's going on. And really, the big difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to find that read, that SEN had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs to rifle. And 2 years, I mean, he's just making a mockery of him. Jumping through, knowing he's low enough.
We are going to be headed into the final few rounds here of the match, with Loud favored to bring it to the final round, and maybe even some OT afterwards.
One enemy remaining.
It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make, and even if it isn't a team-based thing, these players are willing to make. Look at this gamble, SEN gambling over towards A, because that's where Les found the success previously. Sadak's already swapped it up. They're headed in the opposite direction, trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out low ecos.
Stampede there, hearing him across the floorboards. Util in the world as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from SEN. They're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time. Gets into it now. Really online if he chooses to expend it. Necessary.
The win here for SEN is forcing out those ults, I think.
Yeah.
I'll say that. They could close it out here.
No one to break, no one to deal with it, but it's a flash using, running and gunning.
They could close it out here.
Okay, drive by, going wide. One player falls, a tap now, forces out the snake bites. Have to be utilized here. Kawazin still has the ult, surely. There's no danger, surely. He tends. Doesn't just TP, but he does straight into them, into their faces, tapping and spraying all the way through. Rifles. Save the day. John would potentially like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round of regular time anyway. Might as well go down with the ship.
Okay, mati 3, mati 2.
I believe for a moment there, when SEN had their weapons, and were just running into backside, overwhelming people. That's pretty good awareness from ZOWIE as well. TenZ is difficult to see in that spot. And this time, the rifles are able to find their mark, and the spam is good. They used the pit, a timeout taken. A timeout taken. Right before the last round of regulation, Kaplan hits the red button.
Tension could never be high, could it?
Both teams just set to simmer. Kaos has a huge ultimate online, and Sentinels are wary of that. I'm not sure what kind of adjustment Kaplan wants to make towards the end of this. I would imagine that they want to use that little elbow passage that Les was able to find for them in round 22. But to be honest, a lot of the game plan has still been working here for SEN on defense side. John's been able to find so much value from this.
Pertama nggak begini bang. Oh gitu ya namanya.
There aren't actually that many tools with Loud's composition to be able to get through it. There's obviously the trips or the shocks or an after shock, something like that. But Loud have not been meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. Tui's has bought the op again. On the attack side this time.
Yeah, just trying to slow down. Why not? You have the money, you have the cash. Just anticipating some kind of adjustment from Sentinels here, but it's everything tossed into the mix. 1 round to decide it. Does the series end? Does it get totaled? Or will there be that continuation of play? I would have a chance to fight back.
Very early dominance with their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip from Tui's to make it feel like they're taking early B main control. I think trying to prompt out some kind of aggression in A main and see if they could punish it. Maybe even hoping that Zek and Osasi would play for the ult orb and they could get that. It really feels like they're trying to trap them going for the A ult orb. Zek and Osasi are not taking a risk like that to throw away their chance of winning the match and going to meet Gen G in the uppers. So no dice on that early trap.
The deep drone not broken. You can feel it palpable in the air. I mean, thick with tension. Tense. Tiniest of angles, tiniest of chances, but he gets it. Ulted up, stunned up, will be brought down in the end, so the trade is online here, and a call is made for SEN to scatter. Backing away, playing for the retake here. Sadak is going to go for the plan, but he's ended up just throwing it to the side. He's going to give it to QCK to get that run it back.
Optimizing, but also giving SEN an opportunity to throw in some util early on. They're not going to go for the flood defend, though.
Yeah, suppression fading. When is the time to strike? Here it is. QCK lets it rip, breaking the util. Dizzy. Oh! This play gets caught into the wall there. Unfortunate with it. Still watching, holding for the flash. Anti-positions played. Spam into the box, but it does buy them critical time. Running their way past this one. Are they going to anticipate? 2 years! Nails them to the back wall of Link. The upper second shot goes flying wide, smoke and disengaging, back and away. Seeking to clear this one out, but again the time running against them. The rifles have to sing true, they have to ring true, but it will not happen. Overtime, once more, and Loud. They're desperate for it, man. Crawling.
These late adjustments on Icebox and now on Sunset to be able to get into overtime have just been marvelous. And this, with TenZ being able to get the first kill onto Les to start with. But that punish at the back of the Rolling Thunder was so important. Remember what TenZ was able to do to them over towards B as he teleported into a corner, didn't get away with any shenanigans like that this time. No ops being bought in OT. So no craziness just yet as Loud swapped to the defense side.
That's right.
Remember, SEN were trying to set up these mid lurks quite a lot and threaten it.
Too much threat behind it though. Now that dart's going to be fading away. SEN happy to wait it out for the initial 10 seconds. Smokes are propped up.
Yeah, and going for their defensive setup where Tui's is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave Tui's alone in these spots. This time though, he's got backup from Kaos.
Hanya 2 ya?
Dizzy off the cam contact. TUI's trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch anybody. It's the same kind of thing again here, Brent. Trying to set up this mid lurk of A main distraction. Yeah. But I swear, Loud are always super aware of stuff like this.
Deep Smoke did pull Kawazine away. He might be able to react in time, though, to help TUI's out of a couple of pieces of util. Now time is going to become an issue and a problem. Flash through over the top. TUI's just bumbling into the walls there. Lucky that he didn't pay for it with his life, but he backs away, and now the call is being made. Rotations abound here for Loud.
And now they're going to be in position to try to send util to stop this.
Satchel, the pathing over to the top. Plant actually going down here, but sort of util. After shock, breaks it. 12 seconds. Time really against them. Snakebite drop down. Loud. This is them with a chance to really gain some ground here. Swinging wide to punish. Kawazine, you understood it as a win con and just decided to take the risk anyway. 2 years, fake the TP back, and now they want to fight this one into the back of the site. Double face, no util. Sentinels barreling through, finding their own timings. Gifted with it, spamming through. Sadak left in a 1v2.
Second making the wrap around to A-Link.
Sadak sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time, a window potentially, but he just needs a kill, and he's not being given it. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy one. And face together. It's Sentinels on 13.
Let's go, 13.
They have pulled that one back from the brink. Loud's identification that was an A hit, and the fact that they got players ready to throw utility to stop and put pressure on the plant, that almost won them the round. You saw Kawazine just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying the plant.
Sentinel,
but not everybody on the same page, and it gave Sen an opportunity.
Lagi nggak sih? Emang anjing lo lagi sih anjing.
Series point.
The tiniest of differences can snowball out of control with these rounds, and you're right. Match point, map point, series point, whatever you want to call it here. It's Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information. So he's got the cam in market, but he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive, strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A. We haven't really seen Sen in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, a high-low position. You can't account for the two spots that he could be peeked from. The flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a footstep, though, so they don't know exactly where he's positioned to punish him.
Moves his way out. Cam broken there from the shutdown, I believe.
They're going into the heavy B setup.
Into it, indeed. Potentially into the jaws of defeat. Zekken, he's found his slice. Sadak removed, and now confusion.
Nice!
It's a frantic play from Loud. Which direction did it go into? The one-way stopping them. Ults, and util has to be used now to clear it back.
Nice.
The spike's been dropped down, and time against them entirely. Pop flash play. Watch for 2 to stand.
Bye, Loud.
And 2 potentially to fall. 2 years and less together now. Tapping it out, but there is no chance. There is no hope. Sentinels, inevitable.
GG, well play. Sampai jumpa lagi besok di
Sen look incredible here.
Schedule kapan, guys?
Dominating on the first map and squeezing through in overtimes to take their appointment with Gen G in the upper finals.
2-2. Oh, 2-2 besok ini guys, besok 2-2 guys, 2-2 3.
But Sen were resilient the whole way through with
besok cuma 1 guys.
Coming out.
Besok Paperrex lawan Loud, kita lihat guys ya. So teman-teman thank you nonton, makasih udah like dan jangan lupa besok kita tonton lagi Paperrex versus Loud. Sampai jumpa teman-teman. See you next live streaming. Makasih udah nonton guys. Arigatou gozaimasu.
There are no strangers to taking the long road in tournaments like this.
Oh iya, besok 2 match ya, 2 match, sorry 2 match. Oke guys, thank you guys, sampai jumpa. See you and bye bye. Jangan lupa top